Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge, day 3 of 4. Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. What are we waiting for today, Chloe?
Today, we have 10 more games coming up. First on our stream will be Aksha versus Madhav. We've seen both of them many times so far this tournament. They've both been playing very well. Aksha, the former world champion, or I guess we decided we'll just be saying the world champion. And we have Madhav, the up and coming star. He has really already achieved his stardom, but he's been proving himself in this tournament. He's an extremely talented player. So excited for this matchup.
Absolutely. So, as the players are getting set up, I want to shout everybody out watching at home. We appreciate your viewership, whether it's on MeWatch, whether it's on YouTube. This is a historic Scrabble event. 400 plus players, 36 rounds, 10 games per round being recorded on woogles.io. Never before seen. It's awesome. It is so cool. So, these two guys have not played each other yet this tournament, but we've seen them multiple times on our table. We have some standings as well for you guys. We can cut over to the board, though, before we mention those. In first place right now, we have Dave Wiegand. In second place, Jason Keller. They're playing on the top board. You can go ahead and watch that stream as well if you'd like. But this game is going to be incredible. Two players from India. I think Akshay lives in Bahrain right now, but spent most of his days playing Scrabble in India. Apparently, according to Madhav, I talked to him right before this game. They played 13 times in the last month, but none yet at this all-important Causeway Challenge.
Wow, so if they've played 13 times just in the past month. They're very familiar with each other's game, experienced playing against each other. They might be feeling the nerves because they're at the top of this division right now. But on the other hand, this game could just feel like any game they've played at home or online if they're so familiar.
Indeed. So I think they're ready to go. We see the handshake, the sportsmanship, the hand in the bag. Uksha to go first. We'll get the first turn advantage there. But it all depends on what comes out of the bag and what hits the board. Let's see what he gets.
We got the X already.
All right, ADEGLOX. So in a position like this one, we're trying to put that X on one of those light blue squares near the center of the board. If we can play a 5-letter word, that would be ideal here. I'm not seeing one though.
No, I'm not seeing one either. I think this might just be an opportunity to play the word Gox, Gox, keep a really strong leave of ADEL, and move forward.
Yeah, Gox keeping that leave of ADEL. Very strong option. I think Uksha's just going to make sure he's not missing anything, but in response, Madhav has drawn very well. He's
Yes.
got anadems and maenads on his rack as 7-letter words. Those will certainly play no matter what.
Yeah, and parallel to Gox, those will score quite a bit once he gets those down. So this is a great first draw for Madhav.
Definitely an advantage for him off the bat. But
Yes.
ADEL, it's a very strong combination. We could see a bingo exchange very likely here. We could also see Madhav take a 50-point lead, uncontested. We'll see what Aksha draws. So,
Yes. Two.
which one would you play? Anadems on the top, making ag, no, and ax. Would you play maenads, making the same words, going a little bit further off to the left? I think I would play anadems here.
I would also play anadems. You could
What?
also play. Oh wow, what a draw! What a draw! El Dorado set up for Aksha here. Unfortunately for him, that'll be blocked by Madhav's bingo here as long as he finds them. That said, he'll have plenty of options through the letters that Madhav floats in space. So Anadem's coming down. I like this choice. I think it gives back the fewest scoring opportunities to the triple. If he had played Anadem's 2 spots over, that would have opened up the left-hand triple word score as well. Probably don't want to be creating so many scoring opportunities either on this board when you're taking a lead.
That's right. And if you're Uksha, I think the first thing you see is overlaid through the E of anadems. That will hit both of those pink squares, quadrupling the value of the word. But if you look at this board, the underlap of GOX provides very, very high scoring opportunities, and you can actually score 4 more points with a couple of options underneath, making 3-letter words. So I wonder if Akshay is going to come to the conclusion that he can actually score more points without hitting a single double word score.
Yeah, it'll take some searching to look for those words that make all those parallels. But when you look at that spot, you think, this word will probably end ed. You realize you have to put the O on top of NO. So your options become more and more limited as you search for these words. So I think it would be really great if Aksha takes the time here, looks for those bingos that score a bit more, and keep things a bit tighter on this board.
That's right. So we're thinking of playing with multiple overlaps rather than underlaps here. And caroled, paroled, and labored will all fit with 5 of them for 86 or 85 in the case of labored. So we'll see if he comes to the conclusion that he can score more points. On the other hand, Madhav here with a 1-vowel draw, but 2 S's and a Z, so a lot of potential in the next few moves for him.
Yeah, it will depend on what Aksha does, what Madhav is able to get down with this Z on this board. For now, he might be looking at something like Za and Zax. But the bingos of labored, which it looks like Aksha has found, maybe he'll switch that around to the blank and the L so he can find, or sorry, the blank, the L and the R so he can find caroled or paroled, which will score 1 more point. And then Madhav will have to look for Z plays on this new board.
Indeed. So labored has been found. That's the 85 pointer. The reason it scores 1 less than the other 2 is that blank is worth 0. So by playing labored on top, you're making the word bag with that blank and only getting, I mean, you're getting 0 points for that tile. So instead of getting 2 for putting the R there, instead making rag. So we'll see if Akshay comes to the conclusion that he can actually score 1 more point, and there it is. I think Carrolled
Yeah.
would be the choice. I don't know, paroled or Carrolled, they're both pretty interesting. There's a big difference between them, though.
Yeah. I think with Caroled, when you put that C there, it'll only make the 2-letter word CH. No letters go on top of the C though. So it'll really limit that area to words starting with the C or going through this blank C. Those will probably only be bingos, given that the C is a blank, those plays would score very little otherwise. That would leave this C out there in space hanging for a long time, I bet, until a bingo comes down in that spot.
So we're going to have to figure out what this letter represents. It's going to stay that way for the rest of the game. I feel like making it a P makes it a little bit more under control. There might be an overlap, there might be something happening that involves a 2-letter word, whereas
Mm.
with caroled, we're just waiting and seeing potentially a bingo coming down. So not a huge difference between them, but it's a big
Yeah.
it's a big interest to see what Akshay has done.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to make here. It's a P for paroled. We have confirmation. So, interesting choice. I think I like the move. I agree. I think it's just a bit unnecessary to create a lane that is probably not going anywhere. Could just become a real worry down the line.
Indeed. So over to Madhav.
Yeah.
ACLSSTZ.
Yeah, and he really doesn't have much to do here. Surprisingly, you'd think there would be some good scoring options, but this play of paroled left things really tight. Really few places to play the Z for any points at all. So Madhav is in a tough position here.
Yeah, and Akshay, on the other hand, has drawn the terrible W combination, but he's found a very nice play. Wooer, WOOER, would fit under the EMS of anadems.
Mm.
So we'll see if Madhav blocks that. He's considering a really cool option here of deltas from the DE. You might think,
Mm.
why would you only score a little bit with those 1-point tiles? That's only a 14-point score, but this would be a setup play. It's a very, very cool idea. I do feel like it's a little bit easy for Akshay to understand what's going on if Madhav plays those 4 tiles in that particular spot. alarm bells are going to be going off. Why would you do that? Why would you open such a big spot? Why would you score so little? But it's a very interesting idea.
Yeah. Setups are really tough because you wanna make sure they're if you can, you wanna ensure that they're not too obvious. And a play like Deltas is mainly obvious because you're playing off such great letters for so few points, and there's really it really seems like you could score more with those letters in other spots or save them for future turns. It also puts that A right next to the Z triple sorry, right next to the triple letter score. With nothing else going on, it seems like a pretty clear read.
So yeah, very tough position for the youngster here. He's taking a while to try and come to a conclusion about what to do. You could play Clats and Rags, I guess. That
Yeah.
doesn't really open anything and keeps the very, very powerful SZ combination. But being down 30 points in this position, you really want to take out some of those high scoring options on the right side of the board if you
Mhm.
can. So now he's considering Talcs to
Yeah.
the S of Anadems. I very much like that play.
Yeah, that seems good. It sets up a good spot for the Z. Not quite as obvious of a setup as Deltas. It keeps both of those S's. I like this play.
And of course, if you're Akshay and you're really paying attention, you would wonder why not Klats in the same spot. This opens a little bit bigger of a scoring spot, so maybe you're going to key into the potential that this is a setup. But I think with the idea on Akshay's rack of wool to the L in Talcs, making wed and ode,
Mm,
he's probably just going to play that,
yeah.
and then we might just see a one tile drop for Mata.
Yeah, wool looks great. Keeps a nice balanced leave. I don't know if there's much else to consider here.
So I don't see Aksha doing anything about that setup. You might not even realize what's going on. It's a pretty stealthy decision by Madav, and Wool coming down, decent play. Now do we see Zoe, Azo, Zaz? There's many options here for Madav to consider, but they're all in that one little spot, Chloe.
Yeah, and now Madhav will have to, like we've talked about yesterday, when you're playing off one tile and keeping a good set of tiles, you can go through the whole alphabet and see how likely it is for you to draw a bingo. Each letter, does this give me a bingo if I just play off this one tile? So I think Madhav should be doing that here to decide whether he wants to keep AINRSS or if he wants to play off one of his S's with Zaz.
I remember a game long ago against Nigel Richards where there was a play where you could play off just a V or just a V and an S, and it was a very similar position where you just have to decide, is it worth keeping the extra S? Is it worth it in terms of my chances of getting a bonus down? Right now, if you just play off the Z, you have sprains through the P of paroled, but that scores 24 points. This is the decision. He doesn't want to give Aksha any information that he has a second S, and he's going to bingo a ton next turn. It's a very interesting choice, but he didn't want to take too long on it, and I totally understand.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Now an interesting position for Uksha, where most of his highest scoring plays make the word zap. That said, maybe he doesn't want to introduce such volatility onto this board, creating a huge S hook.
However, this could be an instance of where the play of Zoe and Za is going to help Madav out because he can score so much with Zap, but he has no idea that Madav's sitting on two of the three remaining
Mhm.
S's. And if he does this, plays Nep, he had that lined up. That's a 26-point play, but it's opening up such a huge spot. You might think, okay, if my opponent doesn't have an S, they can play three tiles in the top right corner. That's not a huge deal. But he's going back to playing up, keeping the very, very strong EENRT. Up would play on top of
Mhm.
the blank P and A of paroled. That would be 14 points, but it has such upside to it. The leave of EENRT is very strong. You can draw an 8-letter word from the M of Anadems. You can draw a 7-letter word, making Rage on the middle row of that board horizontally. So I think this is the play I would make. I'd be a little bit too scared at this stage of the game to open a big spot like that.
I agree. I like the play of up. It keeps things tight. It leaves himself with a very good leave, very flexible leave. A lot of draws will work well with this on this board. I wouldn't want to be introducing such a big scoring spot, even without the read that Madhav is sitting on two S's.
So we'll see
Yeah,
upcoming
good
down. This is a
complete
big
like
point
this.
sacrifice, but I think it's definitely worth it here. So Madhav has drawn a W. That is the one tile he drew out of the bag, and he's not going to be able to play a bonus now. What do you do here? Do you use that Zaz spot? What you could play Wis, I
Whiz,
guess.
but set up an I
WIS.
and then Y?
Well, I
I
was thinking WISS, and that would set up an S hook, Swiss, but there's only one S left. So this is all in the top right corner, making overlaps and hooking onto Za. But yeah, it's kind of ugly. But I feel like at this score, at a close game, you might just want to play Wis and think,
and
all
hope.
right, well, if opponent has an I, they could score 40 points, probably not much more than that. I feel like I would do this. This is the first eye of the game. You don't want to draw a
Mhm.
second one yourself.
Haven't played yet. Looks like Madhav is thinking Whis. He'll look for some other options. He could do something that opens everything a lot more, like Wayne's making sup, but I don't think that's necessary either. After a two-tile play like up, you don't want to be opening up so many floating letters for your opponent to use to play through.
Yeah, you could play was instead, but like we said, this is the first eye of the game, and was takes a T hook of twas, so it's a little bit
Mhm.
less likely to be used, but still pretty likely. And I feel like the ANRS leave is just a little bit better here. I would play Wis.
Yeah, definitely takes some confidence.
Let's also mention there's a Y hook, so that's
Yes.
actually 10 possible hooks in the unseen letters. So kind of dangerous, but part of you kind of wants Uksha to play up there so you get to potentially get a bonus down elsewhere on the board.
Mhm. Yeah, now Aksha will probably respond by just playing parallel to Whis, using that triple. He can play neck, making tick and we. Seems really solid.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty instant decision. According to the engine, you're supposed to not play Whis on the last turn. Maybe a few plays like Wayne's we mentioned were slightly better, but that's such a weird thing to do. Just open this part of the board when you have such good letters behind. So here we go. Neck coming down. It's a nice 30 plus score for Akshay. We have a very close game, 21 points between the two players, and ABCINRS for Mudov. He has missed once again. Maybe now it's time to blow the board open, make a 5 tile play on the top left, Chloe.
Yeah, now Barrack can come down making cup. That seems much better than the previous turn of Wayne's. It scores 31 points. It'll open things up, but maybe that's just what Madhav needs to happen after a lot of turns of going closer and closer to a bingo and not hitting.
There's one very interesting option, though, that does not open the board at all, really, and that is to play the very obscure looking Batik to
Mm.
the TIK already on the board, making Azo. That is a very difficult find. On a board like this, you're not looking at that area of the board. That
It looks
area looks
awful.
completely dead, but he might see this. I mean, this is Mudov we're talking about.
Yes, he has extremely good board vision. So I wonder, yeah, will he find this play of Batik? It scores 23, that's 8 less than Barrack, but I really like keeping things tight if given the option, and looks like he's found it.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, how does one learn how to spot plays like this? I can't tell you, but he has not missed all tournament.
Oh,
But
he's
Teak
too good.
coming
This is a
down,
great play.
fantastic, fantastic play, keeping things tight.
Yeah, and Aksha picking up the cue with nowhere for it to go. He doesn't have to exchange though. He could play something like Meth making Hup. He'll score pretty well. Won't open up too much.
So there are two ups on the board. There's the horizontal up and the vertical one through the blank to the blank of paroled. It scores more to use the real tiles on the board. So playing meth and hup vertically, that would be 26. Playing it horizontally would be 23. There's no real difference. It's pretty symmetric. So you'd probably take the points here, 26 points. But I have to say, drawing that Q is a huge problem here when on a close game and on a closed board, if you're stuck with the Q and your opponent bingos, suddenly you're in big trouble. So MEH, METH, maybe keep the T for caught. This isn't great. It's not terrible. There are 3 U's out. There are many I's to potentially draw into QI. But if Aksha falls to a bingo next turn, keeping this Q, he could be in big trouble.
Yeah, so Mech, the play from Aksha, keeping the T for caught potentially. Yeah, that was a really tough position.
So we'll
And
see.
now
This draw is going to be really important because, yeah, Madhav has hit. He's drawn two E's. He has two seven-letter words that play sincere and rage horizontally, excuse me, and scrying, it's anagram, Scriene. Probably slightly better to play scrying to make it a little bit harder to overlap on the triple.
but
And that's a terrible draw for
yeah,
Akshay. So suddenly the tables have certainly turned here.
yes. Now with no I, no A to go with this Q, no U, just consonants, the V pick up a second N. This is gonna be really tough for Akshay. It looks like he's already considering an exchange. So Madhav has found Saracen. This is one of the valid bingos in this rack. There's no spot on the board for this.
Yeah, hopefully he's not thinking about a phony C on Hup, but I think he's just trying to remember what are the valid words in this rack. Saracen is one of them. It's hard to, there's many words like this. Saracen with an S with two I's is a valid word. Saracen with two E's starts with a
Hard,
C.
yeah.
Really difficult, and you can get a little bit stuck with these words, but I'm pretty certain that Madhav is going to find sincere here as long as he doesn't think chup is a word.
Yeah, Saracen's certainly the one for us Scrabble players that stands out, but he's found Sincere now, so he has this option. Scrying maybe a slightly better version of this to not create as big of a scoring spot on top of the triple. If you were to go parallel, a couple plays will fit there for maybe 30 points, but not the biggest issue, especially when Aksha has this awful rack, and the best he could do is something like Vents, keeping the queue once again.
So yeah, this is a great situation now for Madhav. He's taken a pretty big lead here, and Akshay is stuck with the queue. I think we're gonna see Vents here. He could play a lot more tiles and play Vintner through the Eye of Sincere, keep the board a little bit more open. What do you think of that, Chloe?
Kind of like this play of Vintner. It keeps just the Q, so gives you lots of chances to draw an I for QI, a U, an A. It'll block any use of that S hook of sincere, and it doesn't give a ton back. At his deficit, I like the idea of creating more lanes on this board.
In my opinion, though, does it really do that? Because so many responses after Vintner going all the way
Mhm.
down to almost the bottom row, they're going to use that bottom left triple and really eliminate
Mhm.
the space. As we see a great draw from Madhav, the second blank here, but he can probably just play Fey on the bottom left and block things, although he does have one playable bingo here
Yes.
if he finds it, and that will be much better than playing Fey.
Yes, Madhav should really try to find unsafety here through the end of Vintner. That will get him in a commanding position for the rest of this game. But Aksha picking up the U, picking up an S. Yeah, a pretty good draw for him here as well. So we'll see if Madhav finds unsafety. This is a big turn.
Yeah, he's still in great position, up 21 with the final blank. If he wants to, he has 34, increasing his lead to the 50s, keeping that blank, but unsafety, increasing his lead to 100 points.
He's thinking unfeatly.
Oh no. Yeah, that is not a valid word, but Featly is good. You could think that might be good. I don't think at this stage of the game, Madhav's going to try something he's unsure of. But yeah, unsafety available for him right now. Actually, though, like you said, he's drawn the U to go with the Q. He needs a floating E for quilters, though, and that's not coming ever.
No.
So he's still in some pretty bad straits, pretty dire straits here, I would say,
Yeah.
especially considering what's about to happen. Just Fey, F-A-Y or F-E-Y on the bottom left, like we said, that's a very good play. A lot of missing on safety, I think, but
Mm.
just do this. You're in a great position.
Yeah, now what does Aksha do to stay in this game to give himself lanes on this board? He could play something like requit and set up an S hook. It'll use up that E but create some new lanes. Then again, those are also pretty easy lanes for Madhav to handle, especially given the blank leave on his rack. Maybe just Quim and leave the rest of the board alone right now?
So Requit, which Akshay had lined up, that would play through the E of sincere, and Quim would play to the M of meh. I don't know between those 2 what I prefer. It sort of seems like Requit might open the board, but it might also close it in some cases. Quim opens a pretty dangerous spot in the top left, and if Aksha's having to deal with that, that means he's drawn another U and he hasn't gotten close enough to get a bingo. So I feel like Requit might be the play. Aksha's still looking for that second blank at his deficit. Playing 5 tiles will increase his chances of drawing that. If you play Quim, though, you're keeping 4 constants. Normally, that would be really bad. However, if we look at the unseen tiles from Aksha's
Mhm.
perspective, 20 vowels, 18 consonants, that is very vowel heavy. Lots of I's left, many O's left. We'll see what comes out of the bag. Still keeping 2 consonants. That's a very balanced lead for this pool.
Yes. However, Madhav drawing into bingos here, he has plays hooking the E onto the back of requite to make requite, so he could do things like educate there, exudate, sauteed also plays. He can hook rage as well if he wants to not open up the triple lane at the bottom.
Yeah, I think I would probably play something with raged if it were me, or raggy, Ragee is also valid. That would play in a part of the board that's kind of contained. That M of anadems is still there for a potential 8-letter word, and hooking onto rage eliminates that possibility as well, creating very little to do on a board here that Manav will be in control of after a bingo. But there's also the idea of tautened for 60. That's the first thing that might
Mhm.
come to mind if you see these letters aligned this way, but sautéed, potentially even better. He's playing with the requits. He's going a little bit further, making overlaps and underlaps a little bit difficult, but I
Mhm.
think I would probably have played for a little bit less. I don't know. It's a lot of points to give up.
Yeah, it's quite a big sacrifice, nearly 10 points for educate being 79, the highest scoring. However, the hooks there could be slightly concerning. In the second to last position, you would need to hook a letter there unless you make a bingo starting with M, ending with a D or S.
Yeah, I guess because it's so many points to give up, you're giving Uksha a big chance at a 100-point play to tie the game up. But if he doesn't have that, suddenly he's in terrible shape. He's drawn
Yes,
into Elysian,
and
which,
uneasily though.
yeah, Elysian fits with Ragi, but uneasily is even more points. Has he spotted that? That plays from the U of requits.
Yeah, he needs to. Well, he certainly found Elysian. Has he seen the Raggy hook? What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I think he's seen the Ragi hook, but he needs to get off of that uneasily. Is a little bit more points, and that actually there's a huge difference. It's not just the points; it's also that huge spot to the through the T and sautéed. Uneasily would obscure the possibility of getting big plays potentially with the J through that T of sautéed. However, still not inhibiting that big triple word score on the bottom middle of the board is a huge deal here. So regardless, Uksha is going to be in really bad shape. So he's playing Elysian here. This is a little bit of a miss, but I feel like no matter what, he's in a terrible position, letting Madhav run wild on that bottom middle triple.
Yeah, luckily for him, I don't think Madhav will be able to score too well in this spot, but this is certainly a play where he would have wanted to inhibit that spot as much as possible. He doesn't want to let Madhav create or extend his lead even further, to the point where Aksha will need to bingo again on a board that's becoming more and more unfriendly to bingos.
Yeah, so we saw a little bit of a hold there. Madhav probably holding Ragi, so that maybe gives us a little bit of insight. He wasn't considering potentially a
Mm,
play like Exodate or Educate under there. He missed that hook, but luckily it didn't cost him here. He ends up accepting the play. Akshay here with Adiilor. That's somewhat balanced, but there's no scoring potential there. There are no E's left. So this is a great position for Madhav. I would maybe just play HIE on the bottom.
yeah, maybe HIE. If he wants to maximize his scoring, he can go with GHEE on the bottom, or something keeping a bit more balanced, leave like HIE, like you said.
Yeah, what's left for Madhav to worry about? He's up 33 points. He's about to score something like 30. There's the M and Met that creates some potential for an 8-letter word, but also potential for setups. Opening the space on the top is going to be very
Mm.
important. So a play through the M would potentially open some space on the left, but it wouldn't open enough space on the right side. So it's not a huge worry, but it is something to consider. maybe a play overlapping MEH. But that V and Vintner are actually starting to be a big, big problem.
Yeah.
We could see a play like AVI next turn for Uksha, and maybe in some scenarios he can draw a 9-letter word to the AS that would create. But yeah, Akshay in terrible position. I think Madhav knows that. He wants to balance, he wants to score, he doesn't want to open anything big. Beige is a lot of points, 34 points on the top. And actually, considering that there are no E's left to
Mm.
underlap the ID that Beige would create on top of the EED of sauteed, maybe that's still the play.
Yeah, honestly, it blocks that eye of requit. It blocks the lane underneath and above sauteed. That seems like a really good play. It
Yeah,
goes
GHI, we weren't thinking about that. We were thinking about its other spelling with the EE, but this is great to keep 2 E's when you know there are no E's left. But I think beige was probably the best play in the position.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it because you see the ID there. You think, oh, an E can go there, an S can go there underneath it. But there were none of those left in the pool for Akshay to have. So Madhav would have been a lot safer after that play. I guess some bingos maybe could have gone parallel on top of beige, but that's really it.
And this is another situation where there's sort of a bluffing aspect at play here by Madhav not playing a single E. Akshay doesn't know Madhav has both
Mhm.
E's, so he might make a move hoping for an E, such as Laroid on the bottom. Laroid making EL and DA. That would open a great spot, potentially threatening bingos to the D at the bottom right corner of the board. But most bingos that end in D, like a huge majority of them, contain an E. So this play actually gives Akshay some false hope, in my
Mhm.
opinion. So that's some hidden value to it.
Interesting thought there. Yeah, it's true. Akshay will definitely be going for one of those E's. They're so useful for bingoing in general, and especially in this position, if he played the word like Laroid, putting a D in that bottom right triple, that would set up ED bingos beautifully, but no E's to draw for Akshay here, unbeknownst to him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the problem with a play like Laroid, no matter what, is that you're creating a threat that Mudov is almost sure to address. This
Mm,
board is very, very difficult to bingo on. Actually, is down 70 points. So if we see the play of Laroid come down, we see that D out in space, even
mhm,
if Mudov didn't have those E's,
mhm.
even if he has them, actually, he might just still block
Yeah,
because there are still plays that would fit to the D. So
yeah.
it's a very, very tough position.
Yeah. Was he thinking of OI somewhere setting up his L for the oil hook? I see it would only play for very few points. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, in a position like this, you have to consider something like that. I really think the play of Avi is what you do here if you're Uksha. There's going to be some threat also for Mudov, like potentially a J play could play underneath the D of sauteed. He might have to worry about that. That AS in space will be open. That M in Met will be open. I think playing a couple tiles, slowing the game down, we were
Mm,
talking about that
yes.
yesterday, is probably the call here. I just
Yeah.
wonder what you can draw after Avi.
Yeah, that and this is the problem with a play like Leroy, the speed of the game, slowing the game down, playing off 6 tiles when there's only 11 unseen, that leaves only 4 in the bag now. So Madhav is in good position here to work this pre-end game out and leave Akshay in a really tough spot.
Yeah, so from Madhav's perspective now, he's looking at the letters that Uksha has,
Oof, that
FoogUti,
is an awful
plus some other awful tiles. There's a J, there's a P, there's a V, there's another T. So these are really, really bad tiles, and he's probably feeling very good here. I wonder if there's even anything he has to worry about in this pool. Like we said, the M and mech, you can play an 8-letter word through that. You can play an 8-letter word to the D of Laroid. You can maybe overlap sauteed and play a 7-letter word, maybe an 8-letter word through the I. So there's some marginal spots on the board to potentially worry about, but that's potentially in practice. These unseen letters are so god awful, Chloe, that
Yeah.
there might not even be anything to worry about.
Yeah, Madhav will take his time, I think, look for potential bingos that exist with this pool and the leathers that are available on the board. I don't see anything. The pool looks awful. So that's another problem with a play like Leroy. You're getting rid of a lot of bingo-friendly tiles. Of course, he didn't know that the 2 E's, the last other R, etc. was on Madhav's rack, but when you're playing off 6 tiles, the pool was not very nice, so there's a good chance that he was gonna be drawing into something that looked like this.
So yeah, OB is the play.
Leaves me
Overlapping the UIT of recruits. I was thinking he would play that on the bottom right, but
Mm.
maybe he sees a threat. Maybe he's not worried at all. That was a very, very quick play. I'm surprised. I was expecting him to have to take some time there.
Yeah, me too. I wonder maybe nothing fit on that bottom row, nothing fit to the D. Yeah, I wonder what exactly Madhav saw there.
Maybe he's just like, I'm winning this game. Why don't I leave that D open and try to hit something myself? I have the 2 remaining E's.
Yeah,
He's going up by 61
yeah.
points. It's hard to imagine losing,
Mhm.
but yeah, that was a very quick and confident play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there was really nothing to worry
Mhm.
about. According to the engine, so many plays were winning 100% of the
Mhm.
time.
Yeah. You know, a really sneaky lane that Akshay had available to him when he played Laroid was putting the L beneath Lax and the Y for Laxley, words starting with L there. He could have gone for something like that, honestly.
Wow, that makes it very, very important to keep the L, Chloe. That's
Yeah.
really cool. So Aroid instead, which is also a valid word, seems to be a much better option in
Yeah.
hindsight because of that Laxley lane. That's so cool.
Yeah, I wonder if there's anything you could have fished for, even just playing off a couple tiles into that kind of ugly pool we were talking about. Um, Yeah, I don't know if anything fit there exactly, but it would have been really worth considering and looking for something to fish for, because that's the kind of opportunity you have to go for on this kind of board. One of these really marginal lanes, one that's really hard to spot and really hard to hit, but you have to bank on these lower chances when you're down at this sort of deficit because it's going to be so hard to bingo in one of the more obvious lanes because you can assume your opponent's probably going to block one of those.
Absolutely great analysis there. So now for Uksha, there's 1 tile in the bag. With the tiles he has, I mean, he probably knows he's totally done for. Even if he considers that he can draw that E, one of those 2 E's, I don't think there's anything he can even threaten. So I think he's realized the game is over. And Madhav has taken him down. So he's just going to try and make the best play he has in the position to try and maximize or minimize his losses here.
Yeah, now there is no path to victory for Aksha. He'll just try to save some spread. We've been talking about how we use this spread metric in Scrabble point differential at the end of tournaments. We calculate the tiebreak between players with the same record of wins and losses by looking at how many points they've won games by versus lost games by. We total that all up to determine the standings.
So I'm just looking at things a little bit more deeply. Apparently, playing Obi was a mistake for
Mm.
Madhav. Apparently, there's one possible play that could have spelled defeat for him, and that would have been groupoid to the D of Laroid. So that possibility would have put Akshay up by 34, winning most endgames, if not all of them. Yeah, so that's what happens. You make a quick decision like Obi. I mean, there's one possibility of losing. That's one possible rack out of thousands, but was possible to lose.
Yeah, these are the types of options, the types of possibilities that you have to think of when you're in Madhav's position and you're playing at this level. You have to be thinking that of that 1 in 100 where your opponent has the exact rack that can destroy you and act accordingly. Maybe he thought the I was more dangerous because he knew he had the last 2 E's and it's hard to hit bingos ending in D without an E, but not impossible. There are lots of words that end OID
Oh,
and it was
wait.
uh
I apologize.
uh
No, might have had the R. For some reason,
uh
I thought there was an R
there you
left.
go.
Okay, but anyways, there could have been something there. Let's trust Madhav next time. He realized there was nothing. Yeah, okay, there was actually no threat. My bad. Sorry about that.
Madhav did his due diligence here. He realized there were no threats to the D, and he made his play accordingly.
Yeah, yeah. Apologies for that. Yeah, there were no threats at all. So the engine was right. Josh was wrong. Madhav was right. What else is new in the world of Scrabble? Akshay here considering the play of goof, overlapping the M and the E. He realizes that the J is already a very strong tile on this board, that if he gives back the possibility of jig or something like that, it's not a big deal. There are more things to worry about. Unfortunately for him, what's the last tile in the bag, Chloe?
It's
Of
the
V.
V. Not what Akshay is gonna want to see, especially. already losing this game, he'll now have to deal with the V. He won't be able to go out, I don't think, next turn. He's gonna go instead with Gomuti, so he'll draw VOF as his final letters. This also, I don't think, will go out anywhere.
But it's a very good play. Keeping the FO, guaranteeing outplays with so many different tiles. Unfortunately, he's gonna get the bad news. Yeah, he's drawn that V. And he's like, oh, all right. Just one of those days. So EEIJPRT. Best endgame for Madov.
He needs to set up, well, needs to, no, but in order to play the best endgame, he needs to play Jet on top of Elysian, making JA and ET. This will set up his E. He can hook that at the back of Jet to make Jete and go out with words like ripe or peer.
So yeah, he needs to key into the fact to make this play. He needs to key into the fact that Aksha has terrible letters and can't do anything on this board. Can't go out, can't score anything, can't overlap a T. So yeah, just Jet setting yourself up. That's brutal to see that. There's literally no way for Aksha to block that setup. So we saw him make a setup earlier in the game with Talx. That was a really, really cool play. Ended up, excuse me, working in his favor. So we know that he likes to find these sorts of moves, and it's always a very fun puzzle. I think the obvious play here would be to just play Jape through the A of Elysian.
Yeah, this seems pretty normal. You know, you're keeping out plays in multiple spots, scores well, it looks totally fine.
But yeah, in fact, the best option is Jet. Couple of other possibilities there, but Jet by far the best play. So 6 minutes, 40 seconds. The 15-year-old Madov coming away with the victory in round 1 of day 3, the Causeway Challenge, against a 2100 rated player. Both of these guys, I think, in the top 10 or 15, probably top 10 of ratings or top 6 of ratings. Like, these are some of two of the best players ever and currently rated in the world. So this was a behemoth of a matchup, a David versus David situation.
Yeah, this was
A lot of has come away with it.
Yeah, this is a fun game with a really closed board down at the beginning. Mod of making the interesting setup play of Talx, him finding that word batik. So yeah, there's some interesting tactical decisions going on here. Of course, everything changed when Madhav got sincere down and then has been in a great position since that point.
Yeah, a super well played game on both sides. Hard to fault anything either of these players have done. If you're Aksha and you're losing this game, you can hold your head up high. You played a fantastic game. Maybe a couple decisions you could have made slightly differently. Maybe you play meth instead of meh. Maybe you don't play up. Maybe you take the points. Maybe you don't play Vintner and put yourself in a position where the top left of the board isn't accessible. Really hard to fault anything. Uneasily was the only thing that Uksha seems to have missed in this game, and I don't think that would have changed anything.
Yeah, Vintner stuff. I mean, Vents also closes down the top left of the board pretty well. I guess it's a bit easier to reopen. You could make a play hooking Vents maybe, but even then you could just do something hooking meh for a bit easier and better score. Oh, are we getting it? No, we're getting Jape. Very natural play.
Yeah, Jape coming down. It's a very strong play. He's taking it back. Take it back now, y'all. Sorry. That bring back memories to the Americans watching at home.
Bar and bat mitzvahs.
Sort of thing. So being like, maybe there's something better. Maybe I can. You're in a position like this where your opponent is stuck with a V, and you're just like, man, I can do so well here. Maybe what could I do? Jap.
Yeah,
He's looking at
setting
Jap.
up his E. I guess Aksha will be able to deal with that.
How?
It's a good question. Yeah, I don't know how actually, maybe not.
Yeah, if you play Jap, what you're setting up retie. I guess you can
Oda.
play Sov for 6. That's probably
Yeah.
the response there, but an interesting play. Trying to set himself up just in the wrong direction. A good attempt, but I think Sov is going to
Yeah,
handle things or oval. Yeah, for one more point. OVEL. He's looking at Aksha's looking at IO for 12, but yeah, you want to play off the V there. Let's see if he sees
Yeah.
oval or if he plays sov for one less, and that'll block retie. So a very
Okay.
slow end game here. Both players under 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Totally fine to take the time here. I don't think a lot of brain energy is being expended. It's just a little fun puzzle for both of them at this point in the game.
Yeah. And Madhav will still be able to go out with retied at the very least to the D of Leroyd. So he guaranteed himself to outplay options, even though this one won't work out quite as he wanted.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine things getting blocked, but in fact they can. And I think after oval or sov, Madhav's gonna wonder like, do I not go out? After sov,
Yeah.
actually, it's much worse for Akshay because Madhav can play Vire and score almost 40 points.
True.
And not go out. So yeah, you have to find oval here. But yeah, if you do the math, Jap is 12, oval is 7. That's a 5-point difference. It's +5. This is endgame math for you. After retied, that is 8 points. So 5 plus 8 is 13. You get 8 off the rack because you get double what your opponent has left over. That's a 21-point endgame. But if you'd played Jet, suddenly that's 23. Best play for Uksha is maybe 22 points. And that's 1 point. Then you play Pier for 29. There, you suddenly see that endgame was much more valuable, almost 40 points total value. So this was a pretty significant spread mistake, but nothing nothing terrible and
Yeah.
very nicely done.
Nice find by Uksha playing his best endgame. Yeah, and in the moment, these endgames can seem trivial, but like we've been saying, especially as the tournament goes on, these points can become really important.
He's taking it back, very
So
interesting. Wonder why. Yeah, you
he's
definitely want to.
looking for maybe phobia somewhere.
I think this is what might have missed. I don't think he saw Ovel as a response. He might have seen Sov and said, well, that's fine. I get Vire for 40 points, but
Yeah.
yeah, 1.5 minutes left to find the best play for Uksha, and might have probably saw that and was like, oh, yeah, oops.
And here we go. Nice play, Uksha. 7 points, but blocking outplays of retie for Madhav, not allowing a play like Vire for a ton of points, instead forcing Madhav into. Actually, he doesn't need to go out here. He should just play Tor and Jape.
Yeah, so he has to do the math again. If I play retied, I get 8 points, and 8 from the rack, that's 16. If I play Tor or Rote, that's 34, keeping EI, giving 4 points back. 34 minus 4 is 30. Where does the F go? F doesn't go anywhere. Great. So it's
Probably worth it.
definitely worth it. So 10 points for the F on the top left of the board.
Yeah.
OF and FE. That would be a 20-point value from this point onward instead of 16. So that's a 4-point difference. Rote coming down pretty quickly. Nice intuitive decision. Or maybe he did the math that quickly. OF and FE, 10 points for Akshay. He's going to get a total of 400 to Madhav's 466 after all is said and done. A great victory for the youth champion against the former world champion. So let's listen to the overhead mic.
I don't know whether to.
I had both these already.
Yeah.
What do you have? Nice. What else can you do?
I don't know. I'm down by 68. I
Will
can.
that see anything? Nothing for silver. I think Jap is wrong. I didn't see oval. This was all unseen.
Sure. I mean, unless I just keep it open and.
I don't know when you can play those jazz. You don't have.
There's also AL there,
Yeah. The L is pretty good.
but I can't figure out how to balance.
I don't know. Maybe you just play like Azi for.
26. Yeah, I guess so.
It's reasonable.
It is reasonable.
But you need the A for this, right?
Yeah, I mean, or I don't know, something IN, but I can see
there.
it.
I can't. Yeah, I can't see anything.
Like four lane or something.
Yeah, 4 days.
Versus the future.
So then again, I'm down by too much
You're down
to
68.
Yeah.
You need to score and draw a bingo. Or I don't know, maybe you fish for a hero or something.
I like Laxi.
Actually, in the style. But the L is pretty important. I don't know.
I mean, this lane is open, that lane is open.
We play like a Riyal and fish for a hero. That.
I don't know.
Pretty hopeless. Yeah.
You had the black unique previous?
Yeah.
No, he was a bingo at
Dude, I'm at unsafety shit. When I played this, I had unsafety to the end. I thought unsafety and I was like, that's not good. I don't know how. Shit, unsafety, bro. That's a big miss. Yeah, I saw Fawcett wasn't fitting and you blocked beautify. Unsafety.
I had the Q when I played that.
Oh. You had junk when you were fishing. Yeah, not E.
No, I had the Q then also.
Oh god.
I just wanted
You
to
just had junk was it?
EQRT. And it will be an
Okay.
Here I had any odds.
I had SSZ with this. I had nothing worth. I was considering playing deltas for 14, setting up the Z, but I was like, that had a bit too much of a setup.
Yeah.
What did you have at that time if you played deltas?
They
Did up.
I had up and enter.
Yeah, so you just play something here. Okay,
Yeah.
just play it. Or does it give you a thing? Nah.
No, I needed an I or a O.
X.
M.
All right. Well, that was finally a great postmortem. I would love to sit and listen to more of that as these guys talk it through. So, a bunch of results are in. Dave Wiegand took down Jason Keller on board 1. Panupon, I think, winning by 6 against Darren Koo on table 3. But we had a 611-417 game that was annotated on table 5. Brian Poe getting the win there against Tacha. Nigel beat Ben Schonbrunn on table 8, 558 to 456. You can look at that one on wiggles.io. And next round, we have Nigel Richards versus David Eldar on table 9.
Not where you expect to see those two names.
Ridiculous. So, next round for us, Darren Koo versus Jason Keller. And they're actually going to put Nigel and Eldar on table 1. Let's go. Okay, fantastic. That is great to hear.
Oh,
So we don't actually know. Potentially we're moving down. Maybe we're getting the table 1 game. I don't know. We'll see who's next. We have a short break, really short turnaround. Next round is going to start within 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere, Chloe. That was an awesome game.
yes.
Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. Good morning from Southeast Asia. Dave Weekend versus Uksha Bandakar, Josh Sokol, Chloe Fatsis on the mics. But you're probably watching table one, aren't you?
Yes. Big table one game is Nigel Richards versus David Eldar, but we have an amazing game of our own coming up. Dave Wiegand, the American, versus Akshay Bandarkar of India, but currently lives in Dubai, I think we said, or in the UAE. So Wiegand to go first. Apparently, Wiegand just had an incredible last game, winning near the end by extending by form to nubiform. So go check that game out on Woogles if you have not already. You can look at the annotated version of that game. Let's see what Dave has drawn here.
All right. Dave going first. He'll get an advantage there. A-E-I-O-O-T-E is not an advantage. There goes his advantage. This is an exchange rack. I
Yes.
think you keep A-T-E,
Yes.
maybe A-E-I-T, but that's a little bit
No.
on the vowel heavy side. I think he's going to exchange.
I would never keep AEIT. That seems very reckless. I would keep AET.
Well, I know what you would do. I'm just trying to commentate what Dave might do.
Well, and as a commentator, I'm going to insert my own opinion, which is that I think keeping 3 vowels and 1 consonant can just get you so often into this position like Dave is already in. So I like this choice a lot. Keep AET.
Well, you were right. Exchange O-O-I-I. And let's see what Dave redraws as. Actually, I guess the first play on the board. T-W-E-E-L makes a lot of sense. Keeping E-T, you would place that with the T on the star. And the reason for that is the opening theory in Scrabble. That is, do not put vowels next to double letter scores, those light blue squares. If you play Tweel with the L on the star, that would put an E underneath and above double letter scores. So we'll see. Maybe you can consider playing Tweet or Wet
Yeah.
here, but I think you play long.
You can also play WEETE if you want to score more points for 24, but that keeps the leave of LT a lot less flexible than the TE leave, so I like the choice of Tweel over Wheat.
There is some theory as well. If your opponent starts with an exchange, this was an exchange 4, maybe you want to keep things a little bit tighter, but I think this is totally fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you see an exchange 3, maybe indefinitely an exchange 2 or 1, then the keeping things tighter makes a lot of sense. After an exchange 4, your opponent is drawing majority new tiles. Really hard to say what direction their rack is going in.
So what this does do is it sets up an A hook. A Tweel is valid. If Dave spots that, which he definitely should, he can play F-A-Y, maybe F-A-Y-E-D, but that opens the board a little bit much for my liking. But there's also an interesting option of Fedei, not to the E, the second E in Tweel, but to the first E, tripling both the F and the Y, blowing the board open. I wonder what Dave's going to do here.
Yeah, there's also the Tweely hook, so you could just do FY there maybe, defy, but that gives back a big scoring spot. There's a lot of options here.
Yeah, definitely a lot to consider. The A hook, the Y hook. Hooks are so important, especially early in the game and late in the game. So being aware of what the play your opponent played takes on either side of utmost importance, especially in this position. I like maybe playing FY and Tweely, FAY and a Tweel. Those are the 2 options I would like most here, but nothing is fantastic. You'd prefer playing one of the 2 E's rather than one of the only A on your rack. There's no great way to play FAY. You could play it on top or below the EL of Tweel. Just doesn't score much. It's only 20.
Yeah, I think you probably just play FAY and a Tweel. Yeah, the most annoying thing about keeping these 2 E's is that there's already 2 E's on the board. Those are the only vowels available to play through, so that'll make those E's a lot less useful than they would be otherwise.
Yeah, that's a good point. But that also means you're less likely to draw a third one. You don't want to have 3 E's. So over to Uksha, who has EGORSTT. That looks pretty good, but the GT combination is not great, and that means he will not have a playable bonus on this turn as Dave Weekend draws a second T of his own.
I think this is a nice opportunity to do something like Tog underneath a Tweel. It doesn't score very many points at all, but he'll make ET and LO. He'll set up his S, clean up the rack, keep the really nice ERST leave. That might be his best option here.
Yeah, it can't feel good to score almost nothing here, but REST is such a strong combination. I like Tog.
Yeah, it's only 10 points, but he can't do much better than that anyway if he wants to keep a decent leave. So I think Tog makes a lot of sense.
And there he has it lined up. You could also play a little bit shorter and a little bit less high scoring. You could play tag for 4 points through either of the two E's on the board or get. And I guess the reason for that is you're keeping one extra vowel. The only issue with REST as a leave is that there's only one vowel with 3 consonants. You could see yourself drawing a similar rack to this one or a worse rack if you draw 3 consonants out of the bag. So yeah, a few of those plays are fine. Not much better than that. I really think you just want to go straight for a bonus here if you actually eliminate some space on the board. So Tog for 10 on tap. And Dave, he's drawn into DEEOPTT. He's hopeful to see maybe an R come on the board for potted repotted, but I don't think he's going to get anything here.
No, yeah, it's not going to happen for him with this rack. So he'll also be forced into a similar position of wanting to keep some of these bingo friendly tiles, but maybe not having great options to do so. We'll see what he comes up with after Tog comes down as we expect. Oh, interesting. Tog instead. That looks pretty odd.
Yeah, Toj is a similar idea. The problem with this, I guess, is that it allows some high scoring comeback plays, but maybe after the play of Faye, actually, I was thinking Dave doesn't have high scoring tiles. I'm not worried about that blue, dark blue square next to the O of Toj. And maybe he wants to give himself another lane to work with. That T could be useful for an 8-letter word if it stays open.
I don't know though. Keeping a T on your rack, the T becomes less useful to play through. I don't know. I don't like creating such a big scoring spot, even if he thinks Dave doesn't have great scoring tiles. Um, I think I just prefer Tog a lot underneath a Tweel, but I would be curious to know what Aksha's reasoning was there.
Yep. Definitely, definitely an interesting position. Really not much between the plays. The score's just the same as Tog under the EL. I would have played that as well, but that's just us. These guys are in the hot seat.
True.
They are in at the top of the top in one of the most incredibly high rated events of all time. The caliber of play, 50%, more than 50% of the top 100 players are here in Bangkok. We're in the booth. I have some FOMO, Chloe, but
Yes.
yeah, I'm happy to not be the one making mistakes.
Yeah,
Stream.
on the one hand, we sit here and we come out every round and we get to hear about all the games and we're like, oh, I wish I was playing too. I want to be part of the excitement. On the other hand, we have it a lot easier in that we don't face the nerves, the anxiety, the stress that comes with playing. We don't have to be in the hot seat all the time with our brains working without the help of the computers and engines that we have at our disposal here in the commentary booth.
So poted is the play for Dave. That's the play I would have made. Keeping an E and a T, not opening too much, and scoring 30 points. And over to Aksha here with AEGMRST. You might think, all right, that looks good enough. Nope. Still no bonus available.
And I like this play that I think Aksha is considering it right now. Gam to the right of Toj, making ETA and DOM. Looks better than playing it to the left. That would set up a huge scoring spot on that triple in the middle. So I like the idea of playing Gam for 21 on the right of Toj.
Yeah, ETA DOM rather than playing MOAT and GET. That's way too dangerous. MO taking an E for emo. You don't want to open a big spot like that for a 1-point sacrifice.
Yeah, this looks great.
Right, and a Gentile on Dave Wiegand's rack, so he is going to be able to bingo. He can also play tweeling through the W, which would be funny because tweel was already played, but I think here you play the 7-letter word.
Yeah, Gentile looks a bit better. Than Tweeling, it scores 2 more points. I don't see any reason to go with Tweeling instead. Tweeling also sets up a scoring spot down to the left of it from to the bottom middle triple. Of course, Gentile also opens up the top triples, but it only puts a G in that lane. Not the best tile to use for scoring, for bingoing, really for anything.
Yeah, I think a lot of players would be very, very hesitant to just open a triple word score, 2 triple word scores like that. And we have mentioned how dangerous it is to do that, but both plays do that in different ways. Putting a G in space, not a huge deal. Making an ing, you could potentially see onto the left of the ing, if you imagine that on the board, a huge 100-point play of QUAI or something like that. You could get hit so hard with only 4 tiles. The worst that can happen with the G in space is a triple, which you need 7 specific tiles for. So whenever you're setting something up for your opponent, you want to think about how many letters does it take them? Specific letters does it take them to use this spot? And if it's 4 versus 7, you probably want to set up the 7. But
Yeah.
we're seeing tweening here. Very interesting. I'm confused about this decision based on what I just said, but it's Dave Weekend we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm also a bit confused. I guess maybe he just preferred opening this scoring spot to the one of the G. Aside from that, they both open up some floaters in space, though these ones are a bit more accessible, a bit less obstructed than the ones that Gentile would have opened. So I'm not sure. Maybe this is just the board position that David wants to get himself in moving forward.
Yeah, it might be a little preferable. Like the one problem with Gentile and EF is that you're creating a double lane, and so the ILE would be ripe for
It's true.
a potential big play and maybe a 7-letter word. So maybe he doesn't want to open a triple and a double with both blanks out. So tweening coming down, maybe a slight inaccuracy, but a totally understandable decision.
Yeah, and Akshay playing pretty quickly what looks like his best option, or among his best options. Pyro, he's keeping that same ERST leave. Doesn't score very much, only 13 points, but he's gonna try to work towards a bingo, especially now that he's at a deficit.
Interesting. Yeah, pretty quick decision. Maybe a little bit of frustration, maybe some confidence there. I would have looked for a higher scoring play. I would have maybe tried to eliminate that I in the center of the board from the potential of a very big play. I feel like I would have played something through the I if I knew the word tripey, TRIPEY. The leave is worse, but the score is 10 points more, 11 points more. I don't know. I feel like I sometimes say this. There's the quote, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's the definition of folly. Some quote like that. But in Scrabble, that's not the case. Keeping REST is good no matter what, pretty much. You play Pyro, keep REST, play Gam, keep REST. You're going to draw something at some point, probably. The odds are in your favor, but I feel like this play is a little bit too dangerous.
Yeah. The problem is, yeah, the not scoring, your lead growing and leaving that big scoring spot open. Dave now gonna hit the other side of that tweening word with woo. That scores a ton of points.
Yeah, he might have wanted to keep that QI spot open, drawing one of the first U's of the game, but the next best spot to play Woo is so much worse. So I feel like this is totally fine.
Yeah. And Akshay has finally hit a bingo here. He has set up Catarans on his rack that'll play still. Despite the play of Woo, it'll hook the S at the end of Woo to make Woos. That is his best bingo for score here. And I think definitely preferable to a Caters or Carats hooking phase, because those open up a big triple word score, lots of letters in space. Cataran seems much more preferable.
Yeah, good find there. It still plays after Woo. You're actually getting 7 more points for Woos. So yeah, totally the right idea. And Dave is trying to quad. We were talking about that spot earlier, but yeah, he really had to play Woo, I think, for
Yeah.
31. Unfortunately, Catarans would probably have come down anyway or something even worse. So he's probably having a little bit of FOMO in the scenario where he plays Woo elsewhere, but you gotta just keep going here. You have the Q and the U together. He's got some good options.
Yeah, Dave will definitely be able to score well this turn. He has options like Quode available through the A of Catherine's, but really the best standout option might be the word opaqued through the P of poted. That'll score 40 points. get rid of a bunch of the letters on this rack. It opens up some scoring spots, but it opens up 2 scoring spots. So maybe he won't be so worried about those.
Yeah, I'm curious about the play of Qua on top of the P and the Y of Pyro, normally opening an overlap possibility for a triple, especially with the J out, be a really, really weird decision. That would make UP and AY. A J play with JAY would score 60 points, but I feel like that's actually a good play here. The DDEO combination, not so great, but it is possible that you're blocking the board in such a way that it's nice to just keep the balance there, not open something so huge. Yeah, he's seen opaqued. It's 40 points. It's pretty nice, but it blows the board open. It's not a great idea potentially, but the engine likes it. The engine likes QUA. Quode, as you mentioned, also a very good play through the A of Catarans. That keeps things a little bit tighter. I wonder what I would do here, but Dave Wiegand is going to make a good play. He loves these very, very high scoring board opening plays. And he's just considering, he's like, yeah, am I crazy enough to do this? Still 2 blanks out, Chloe.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the play of Qua giving back an easy 36 plus points, but opaqued opening up more dangerous bingo lines. So it's a pretty much a tie game here. Kind of like the idea of playing opaqued, going for one of those blanks. You're drawing 6 tiles into this bag. You're scoring 40 points. I don't mind it.
He's considering it. He's got 15 minutes, 40 seconds left. You start with 25. There's also 5 minutes of extra allotted overtime if you need it, but we'll often see Dave Wiegand play relatively quickly, but lately he's been playing with a little bit more control, a little bit more deliberation. I've seen him with very few seconds left on his clock in many of the games recently, but he's doing well right now. 189 to 141. He's got a nice lead here. Akshay with his post bingo draw has not seen a blank, but he's got a little bit of balance here to work with. I'm looking at maybe Vitro and OOR as a possibility on the top row. Is there anything better than that you see, Chloe?
There's Vitro, there's Vint as well, just to keep a vowel on his rack. You might prefer that, keeping BOR as opposed to the slightly less flexible BN. It's a 3-point sacrifice. There are some plays through the A of Catarans as well, things like vibrato. That would really clean up the rack. That said, puts an O in that triple lane, could get hit hard. There's already some scoring spots on this board, though. It might not be the worst thing to create more volatility.
Yeah, vibrato, vibrant, bravi, bravo. Those are all some great plays here. Just keeping the board in its very, very dangerous state. We have a triple possibility, or just a word starting with D on the top right possible. There's a 7-letter word possibility on top of the OR. If you play bravo or bravi, you're setting up another triple and a double. That
True.
doesn't seem like a human move to make, but at this deficit, 48 points, it might be something you'd consider doing if you're Uksha, just saying, all right, well, we have ourselves a game. Let's see what I draw out of the bag. TIN is a pretty good leave. The problem being, what if you get hit? If you get hit, you're in huge trouble.
Mm.
But on a board like this,
Yeah.
if Dave has a good rack, it's probably going somewhere. It's probably going down somewhere. I like probably playing 6 tiles or 5 tiles here. Both blanks still out. I want to use those eyes. If I have an eye on my rack, I want to play it. There's still a ton of eyes left to redraw.
Yeah, really interesting turn. That play of Bravo or Bravi, setting up so many new spots. Vibrato a bit more defensive. When you put that V there, it's going to close down a lot of the areas of this left side of the board. No 2-letter words before or after the V. So it'll be an interesting choice. It looks like right now Aksha's considering Vint. That's kind of like a middling option well, I guess just it's a lot more closed. It's not opening up anything new. It's taking out the biggest threat on this board, keeping a pretty balanced sleeve. It seems like a pretty normal choice.
Yeah, no, you're right to call it a middling option. These guys have played in so many scenarios where they have to choose between a very composed option, a very slow option that really helps them out most of all, an option that's somewhere in the middle that eliminates some choices for their opponent and some choices for themselves, leaves them with an okay balance, or a very, very dangerous option. And in a position like this, half of the game gone, both blanks out, there's a ton of tension on the board. I really wonder what Aksha's thinking. Can I keep things contained? Can I just continue to dink small plays,
Mhm.
30-point plays, and draw a blank and be okay? Or is it time to go a little bit crazy? Of course, we love the content here, but over the board,
Yeah.
playing something like Bravo or Bravi
It's
through that A of
crazy.
Catarans is probably not an option
Yeah,
you want
this
to
is
do. It
this is
makes
yeah,
perfect sense.
this is much more human play, especially after your opponent has just played off 6 tiles. You think they've had 6 shots at drawing this blank where I'm not seeing the blanks. Okay, my opponent, I'm gonna assume he has one of them. I want to take out some of this volatility. This is the best spot on the board. I have a play there. Let me do it.
Yeah. Now for Dave with 5 vowels and a D and an N. I think he's already settled on what he wants to do in this position, unless he's missed the play. Idea'd through the D of opaqued has to be the play here. Playing 5 tiles, scoring as best as you can, dealing with that triple triple, keeping a nice AN balance, going for one of those blanks. But you could consider something like Idea keeping ADEN. I don't think that leave is good enough to sacrifice 9 points and better chances at one of those blanks, but maybe that's what he's doing. Just a
Yeah.
little idea. I think this is a mistake. I
Yeah.
think you have to play for 9 more points. You have a lead. I
Mhm.
don't know. What do you think, Chloe?
Yeah, I agree. I think we keep talking about going for these blanks, and every tile you play is another chance at drawing one of them. Also, the 9 points, that's a lot of points to sacrifice. You want to maintain your lead as much as possible, and not let Aksha come back into this game just by scoring like he's going to do pretty well on this turn.
Yeah, interestingly, Engine's saying no, don't play in that area of the board. You should play somewhere else. Anyways, we'll talk about that later. But this game has been so interesting. So many weird decisions possible for both players. We see BAUR, which looks like I think by far the best play for Aksha,
Yeah.
scoring almost 40 points and dealing with that potentially big spot
Yeah, and
on the
now
board.
it's basically a tie game. Dave up 4 has drawn the Z though, so he'll be able to score well with that with ZA and ZA above Catarans at the very least. He could also do ZEA. I kind of like keeping the E. There's not a ton of them left. Um, Maybe he'll come up with something else.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll see what he comes up with. If he would like to play the word Khazan, Hazan, but yeah, there's nowhere good for that. I think this is just a case of a quick little za on top of the AT and hope to draw something. HANED is not a great leave. It's very balanced, but in terms of drawing bingos, probably not that likely. According to our engine, the potential for Dave drawing a bingo next turn after za is around 35%, which is around a third of the time, which is his best possible chance of a bingo. So by scoring so many points and giving yourself a good chance at a bingo, that's probably what you do here. But it's worth looking around for potential setups. It's worth looking around for potential plays that keep the Z. It's such a strong tile, but I think he's just going to go right ahead and keep it simple.
Yeah, and this will block Aksha's vowel dumping play that he has set up of Dulia, Greek word. Um, but yes, Dave coming back with ZA, very natural choice, looks great.
Yeah. If you are Uksha, I think here is a case of just very quickly dumping these 4 vowels with Louis,
Yeah, it
making
looks great.
PI and YE. We see it on the board right now. 22 points. DI isn't terrible as a leave, and it's really those blanks that are going to matter now.
Yeah.
Who draws the first one? Who gets first blood? It's a close game. Dave has the lead, so maybe he can survive one bingo from Uksha, but I think he still needs to hope for one of those blanks, because if he doesn't get one, there's a very high likelihood that Uksha is going to bingo twice and win this game.
Dave now with a great scoring option available. He can play Khan, Khan, underneath Louis, making OK, UH, Pia, and Yen for a whopping 50 points.
Wow, that's a great option. Hopefully he spots that really tough underlap, but look at Uksha, he's drawn the first blank. He's found Zuidel, Modiola.
An idolator now will play to the R of bar as well.
Yeah, he spotted all of his options so quickly. So all he has to do is wait and see what Dave does, and he's going to hit for around 80 points to that R if that doesn't get blocked. It's hard to imagine it getting blocked, but it's good that he spotted those 7-letter words just in case it does. Yeah, for Dave, he spotted Khan. He has it lined up. That's 50 points.
Yes.
That's such a great play for him.
You have to play that. Yes, this needs to come down, and it does. Nice find. Tough underlap to see. You're right, Josh.
Yeah, this is lights out play by both players, but 50 points, increasing your lead to 78. That is bingo range, but coming right back will be Aksha with Idolator to that R on the bottom of the board. Dave with a very good leave of RED. Not a lot of E's to draw. There's an S, there's a blank, there's a lot of stuff he can get.
Okay,
And
2
he's
S's.
drawn 2 S's, so that's a good draw, but it's not the other blank. There's still possibility after Aksha plays that he draws that final blank and we'll have ourselves a really good game.
Yes, so now it's a 1-point game. This bingo will bring Aksha up to 302 points. Dave's sitting at 303. He's drawn both S's. He doesn't have a lot of great options that I'm seeing with them off the bat. He could just do something like Fid and Fat and keep both of them. Is there a good S hook on this board though?
Yeah, the S isn't great. I think a tweel, not a noun, does not take an S. So the value of the S is reduced for that reason. There's a really cool option available. I think possibly the best option in the position is to play FRISE, hooking the Y of Fey, making FY, and hooking Za to make Zaz. That actually scores 30 points, keeping a DES. And Uksha, wow,
So
he has
good.
drawn MIJNHEE. The reason we're reacting to this is if there were an R, if he didn't play Idolator, he would have Mean here for over 100 points. I don't think he's getting an R to work with, but he spotted that, and
So nice.
I wonder if he's ever played that word before. That's definitely a bucket list word for a lot of
Oh
us.
yeah, for sure. That's amazing.
Of course, we're playing to win in Scrabble, but we love words, all of us, and some of these words, like this one that Aksha almost has, these are words that just really, really brighten our day and our smile to see even the possibility of. And if it ever comes down on the board, it's just a rush.
Yes.
That's why we love to play Scrabble.
So yeah, I agree. Back to what you were saying earlier about that play of fries, whatever it is, FRISE, making FY and Zaz to the E of Catharans. I really like this option. I don't think there's a lot of value in keeping 2 S's here. I like taking the extra points and trying to create a lead here, at least stay in the game, scoring only 26 versus 30. All of these points will matter.
Yeah, and if you miss that, the play of riffs is a nice second place. Riffs and FAYS. That is your only S hook now, so it might seem weird to deal with that and play frise, but you have 7 spots there, so maybe they will be looking elsewhere on the board. There is the possibility of playing diff
So that was
for 20, like you mentioned earlier. Is that with Toast?
Yes, it looks like that's with Toad, I think. I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but yeah, that's nice to create another S hook. I like that idea actually. If you're gonna keep your S's, you might as well leave the phase spot open so you can use them, and even better, create a second S hook on this board.
Yeah, the play you mentioned, my apologies, was Fid and Fat. That's a pretty nice looking play. The problem is it eliminates the S hook. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So if you play those same tiles elsewhere on the board, there might be value in keeping that S hook open. And another thing that Diff and Toast does is that it blocks the 7s lane down from the A of idea if you don't have a hook to diff, if you don't have one of those S's or a blank F, for example, you won't be able to play a 7-letter word anymore. So some good potential board controlling options here for Dave Weekend, and a lot to think about. And he's down to 8 minutes now suddenly, and there might be a lot of game to still be played. And he's found Frise. What a great find by him. I think this is the best play. 30 points. You don't need to keep this board open. There's still some threats out there. You have good tiles. And over to Aksha with his rack. He hasn't moved. He really wanted that R. I don't know how he was going to get an R. Maybe if Dave bingoed with phase, putting an R out there, but no, he doesn't get it.
not to be, but there's a really nice spot for the H on this board. We'll see if Aksha spots it. I think he might have if he's separating the H from everything else. We'll see. You can put the H underneath woos to make whoosh and ugh. He could even extend ugh with an E in front of it. Yug, yug, making Rio. That would be an amazing find.
Wow, whoosh on the bottom of the board. That is crazy. Dave had that possibility when he played Khan, but Khan a better play in that particular instance because of scoring 50 points. But EUGH, EUGHEN even on the second to bottom row, making REO and whoosh. That is so, so cool and so off the beaten path. I wonder if when Catarans was played, either player noted the fact that you can just drop an H there. Wow, that would be so, so cool. Otherwise, you could just play Jin for 21 points, making JA. That's a weird looking play, but keeping those two E's and the H and the M for next turn looks like a good idea. The problem is the only reason Jin is a good play is because you're keeping that EUGH play for next turn. So the reason to play it would be to try and block a little bit of space on the board and retain the play for next turn. So everything revolving around that 40-point spot on the bottom of the board. We'll see what Akshay comes up with. He has some time to think.
Yeah, it's so hard to find. Dave, on the other hand, picking up the second blank of this game. So he will almost certainly bingo next turn down from the A of Idea'd. He's got a number of options available to him there. There might be something starting with the L as well of a Tweel. So Dave will be in really good position, I think, after this turn.
Oh, no, it's not really good position. This draw was ridiculously good for Dave Wiegand. He's going to be almost certain to win no matter what Akshay does, because now the board is really blocked after the play of freeze. So whatever happens here, it would have to be Akshay drawing a huge play next turn, but he has so many clunky tiles, and there are clunky tiles to redraw at the end of it all. I think this might be game over, Chloe.
Yeah, now that you say it, it's true. Even after the find of Ugg or Yug, that's still only 38 points. That'll put Aksha up 7. Dave's gonna bingo. Aksha's not gonna be able to make up that deficit based on what we're seeing in the pool. It seems really tough, especially keeping the J with no devastating spots for the J on this board.
So while we're waiting for Akshay, we get some updates here from board 1, which is actually board 9. David Eldar playing Nigel Richards, apparently completely smoking him. That is very bad for the greatest of all time, but very good for the 2-time world champion. Both of them really fighting to stay in this tournament. Every loss for them is one step closer to not being able to win the Causeway Challenge. So, all right, if you're coming here from that game because you think it's all over, we have a very interesting situation here where Akshay has a very cool play available, many cool plays available on the bottom of the board. However, Dave with that amazing draw to DES, that final blank has probably just about sealed this one, but Akshay could still draw something crazy next turn. We'll see what he ends up doing here.
Yeah, I wonder what he's considering here with this ME. Not seeing an option off the bat, but maybe there's some sort of setup play he's looking for his J. It's a lot to consider.
Yeah, this is a really bad position if you don't see that spot on the bottom of the board. I think he was considering him and Hat, but right now he's just playing MEEs. Like, all right, well, I'm going to block the board a little bit and try and surprise you next turn with my high scoring tiles. He needs to spot this underlap of
Yeah.
EUGH though.
And Dave actually not going to bingo this turn. There is nothing available for him to play now after this play of MEE blocking the A, hooking anything, hooking the A of Idea. There's nothing starting with L of a Tweel. So Dave will be forced to make a play that helps him bingo on these next turns.
Wow, are you serious? I thought he had it locked up. I just assumed he had something, but this play of MEE completely eliminates all of his options?
That's
It's
great.
still a game, Chloe.
Yeah, it's still a game. Maybe Akshay can find a way to lock down this board. Maybe Dave will draw into this really ugly pool after what he does and just keep missing. There's not a ton of spots on this board. It's really just the L of a Tweel or maybe some crazy bingo ending in the I of Idolator that are even possibilities, even a spot for 7 letters to hit. Maybe he can go through something through the 2 E's that are just played now of Opaqued and MEE. We'll see.
Wow, I'm sure Dave was not expecting anything like this. If he was expecting that A to be blocked, he's probably expecting to get something in return, but no. Suddenly he has to think about this. He only has 7 minutes left. This is a game. He's up 11. He's in a crushing position. He's seeing the unseen pool is so, so bad. I don't think going for a bingo now is what you need to do. I think you need to
Yeah.
just try and sort through your U, play your U off somewhere, score a little bit of points, but there's nowhere to score greatly here.
Yeah.
So, oof, wow.
The only scoring option seems to be Eds for 28, making EWE, LOD, and bios, but that closes the 1 lane on the board. I don't know, I guess maybe you take the points, secure a lead. It's a tough thing to do when you have the blank and you know that a bingo will just lock up this game for you.
Yeah, you might consider unify. That's what Dave has lined up here. Unify to the FY in the center of the board, which sort of says, all right, well, if you try to open the board, I'm going to pounce and bingo, giving him good chances to bingo from the L of a Tweel. But given the unseen pool, you could draw a J, you could draw a V, you could draw an X. You draw a lot of clunk here. I actually feel like that would be a bad move here. I think you have to just say, all right, I'm up 11. I've got some potential tempo on my side. I've got the blank. I want to block that X spot. ED or EDS in that spot will block EX for 40 points. But this is not clear at all.
No, this is a really tough position all of a sudden. Especially knowing that Uksha still has this whoosh play available. If he somehow looks in that spot this turn, if he finds that play, that would be massive.
Absolutely. But yeah, if you're Dave, the problem is, all right, how am I going to bingo next turn? I have the L of a Tweel, but what happens if the big threat of EX comes down? Suddenly that's gone. My scoring or my bingo spot is blocked. I don't think you can afford to try and just fish here and try to bingo, try to play off 1 tile. I really think you have to go the scoring route and just try to fade all of these scoring tiles in the pool.
Yeah,
Very, very complicated.
Unify does not seem right. There's the X out, there's 2 N's that can all go on top of the U of Unify. I don't know, it just seems like it doesn't work out very often. I guess he can then just play a bingo from the L a lot of the time, but the pool is so ugly. There's the V, the J, the X, bunch of consonants. I don't know. It's not promising. I don't think Dave likes the option.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking about unfit. Unfit also plays off the U and the I through the F and the T in the center of the board. That makes it even more likely that if a play comes down on that triple, he'll be able to bingo. And in this particular case, given that there are 7 tiles in the bag, unfit playing off 3, leaving 4, if Uksha has a play to that triple, it will empty the bag. And if Dave bingos, it's over. Nothing can happen after that. The game will be sealed. That's a cool option. I don't know. This is so, so weird. I think I like scoring here, though.
Yeah.
But it's not over.
Huh. Yeah, we thought this was a game-winning draw for Dave, but not the case yet. He's now going to have to think this through. Is there a way he can open a spot that Uksha won't block? Is there a way he can bait Uksha into opening the board for him, like with a play like unfit? I'm kind of liking that idea. That said, if Uksha doesn't take the bait and ends up just blocking, maybe Dave is in a situation where he can't outscore Uksha.
The engine saying LOUN or LOUND from the LO. That's the threat. That's the biggest threat on the board. EX for 40 plus. That'll deal with that threat and set yourself up for a bingo. But I'm not sure if that's the right call here because Uksha is going to try and block if he has the ability to. But given the lead that Dave has, all right, he's playing Unify. I think this is a mistake, but
Yeah. Jin probably gonna come down there above Unify, and the J being the floating tile is gonna be hard to hit. Maybe there's a world in which Uksha decides to block the L. Oh wow, and draw a VX draw. That is not what Dave necessarily wanted to see, though he'll be able to play EX in that LOX spot, like you said, and keep this game pretty even. Actually, he'll take a lead after that.
yeah, no, this is actually a perfect draw for Dave. It's not a bingo, but He's threatening Vex, making XU, and now he has X and locks and EWE. Of course, that would keep only a blank as a potential vowel, but given that he's up by 23 points,
Yeah.
Jin is only 32. He's going to be probably taking this game. Wow.
Yes, you're right. That I had forgotten about the Vex threat as well. This is actually going to work out really well for Dave.
All right, we'll see. If I was Uksha, I would have already put Jin on the board. It leaves one tile in the bag. It scores super well. He just has to hope for the X. And he's actually in a pretty good position from his perspective.
Yeah, Akshay, I guess just thinking through from his perspective, that pool looks pretty good. But I don't think there's really any way he can deal with the L threat. I think Jin just seems like a forced play because of the X lurking. There are 2 spots for it, almost always.
I guess if you expect the X to be in the bag, maybe you don't necessarily need to block that spot on the top. But what if the E is in the bag? The E is in the bag, potentially Dave won't have a play there. If the vowels are in the bag, Uksha's going to win this game, most likely. But the play of Unify does not signal to me that there are vowels in the bag. So
that's the problem. Dave is not playing Unify, keeping only consonants. It seems very unlikely that he would get rid of 2 of his vowels if that were the case. So Akshay can probably assume another I or E on Dave's rack. Jin coming down now. I guess this does save that UG play, so maybe there's a chance that that's enough in this endgame, but I don't think so. With the blank on Dave's rack, he'll just have a bit too much flexibility. We'll see. X to come down pretty quickly, I think.
yeah, I think this is pretty simple now for Dave. He's down 9, but X is going to put him up around 30 with the blank. There really aren't any threats from his perspective, but neither player, I think, has seen whoosh. And that's a huge thing in this position. Maybe Uksha has not seen it yet, and that's going to help him score really, really well. If he plays EUGH now, or just UGH, suddenly the scores are tied, and Dave doesn't have a vowel. This is a very complicated endgame, but Aksha needs to spot that H spot on the board. There's really no way for Dave to block it, so he doesn't have to play it now. This is extremely complicated. So, 6 minutes left. BINCHER for Uksha. He is down 35 points. Can he win this game? I think not, but it's really, really complicated.
Yeah, after the play of Hick that Aksha has set up, there seems to maybe only be one winning play for Dave, and it's not an easy one to spot. He's gonna have to guarantee an out in 2, I think, after that. And I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is insanely complex. Pick is what Uksha's considering. I'm very surprised. I guess you have to get rid of the C. The C is such a bad tile in the end game, but I thought everything revolved around whoosh and UG. Turns out you have to block the V.
Yes.
The VAT spot in the center left bottom of the board, that pink square, needs to be blocked. Vid or vis. Those are the plays that you have to get rid of here if you're Uksha.
Yes. So after this play of Hick, then the pressure will be on Dave to block Uksha's outplay. He'll be keeping Biner, BINER, on his rack. That goes on top of Louis with EL and ROK. So Dave has to block that Biner outplay and guarantee himself an out on his next turn in his blocking play. So I think there maybe is only one play that does that for him. Josh, what are you seeing from your engine analysis?
Yeah, this is insane. I can't believe how close this game is. We already saw Dave in a situation where he had only one winning move and it was so complicated. This might be even more complicated because he has a blank on his rack. That's true. Hick setting up Biner on the top of
And Brian
Louis.
below as well.
And Brian below, you have to block both of those. If you're Dave, you can't afford to leave those open. You don't have any way to score enough. So you have to find a play through that OK that leaves you enough to win the game. And you have a V. How are you going to get rid of your V? This is insane.
Yeah, what do you do? Okay, so the play, okay, so nice play. This is Aksha's best play, it seems, in this end game. And Dave needs to follow this up with the play of Drokes, Drokes, making the blank and E through the OK of Louis and Khan. That seems to be his only winning play. He can't do something like VAR on top of Louis because that'll still allow an outplay of Brian, making Roke beneath it.
So that is the situation. Dave Wiegand has to keep his V, set up VAS and Pyros on the top of the board, play Drokes, making the blank an E, and once Pyros and Voss gets blocked, Dave only has one spot for the V, one winning play. After that, 2, Vum for 8 on the top of the board. Voss and Vum can be blocked at the same time. This is one of the hardest end games I've ever seen, and with 1.5 minutes left on the clock,
Wow.
this is hell on earth for Dave Wiegand. Somehow he's up 7 points. He has 2 S's. He has a blank, but he is in terrible position if he can't find a way to block both outplays by Uksha. Insane, Chloe. I cannot
Yes.
believe this game is happening.
He needs to realize that Aksha has these 2 outplays available and that he can't block only one of them. He has to block both above Louis and below Khan. So some play through OK seems to be the only way to block both of those spots. So that's his first step here, is noticing that he has to make a play through OK that doesn't allow Aksha to go out. Then the question is finding Drokes and noticing that he'll be keeping this outplay of VAS and the second spot for the V with Vum, and he only has 45 seconds left to do that.
This is so much pressure. His heart is probably racing. Uksha probably like, well, how is he going to block me? How is he going to win here? He's down 7 points. Dave's up 7, but suddenly this is this is pandemonium on board 2. Dave Wiegand has only one win.
I think he's noticed the idea that he has to block these outplays, but all he's seeing right now is ROKS. That does block the outplays, but I don't think keeping VDS blank is going to do it for him. This will complicate matters.
5 seconds. He has to make a play now. He has no time, and he's playing rocks for 8. This does complicate things, but this is a losing play.
Tie?
Maybe. The engine's saying this is a tie right now. What is the sequence for Uksha to tie this game? He has 3.5 minutes.
Only one play to tie it.
Oh my goodness.
Now,
so Dave Wiegand cannot go out here. So Uksha here needs to try and score as much as he can over 2 moves in order to tie this game. Rocks is a great play. It is not the best play. It was not a winning move. Dave has thrown this game, but we might see a tie if Uksha finds INN, and Jin in the center of the board, keeping BRE.
Yes.
That goes out with Brer, BRER to the R and Rocks, and Dave can't really block that. He also has spots for Reb on the bottom of the NU in the center of the board. So this is the situation. INN, the only play that doesn't lose the game for Uksha, but he might be able to win anyway. Dave has 6 seconds to make maybe 2 moves. He has his tiles upside down. I don't know what play he's considering. Vims
and Munify, he might have to see. That might be what he has set up here with his. I think that's what he has set up here.
No, I think he has Sev set up, making Etas and Dome, which will, I think, fall short.
Wow. This is insanity.
Oh no, Sev also ties. Sev is 19, Vims is 19. This is a tying move that Dave Wiegand has set up after in.
After in, which Uksha still needs to find. What does he have set up right now? He had IB in order. Was he thinking maybe Jib?
He has to designate the blank and make a move within 6 seconds.
I think, is he looking at?
He's looking at it right now. Uksha's looking at in. That is a tying move. Dave needs to make his play with 6 seconds and designate his blank. He has to do 1 extra task.
Is he going Brer first?
If he goes Brer first, Dave can block with Vids, VIDS.
Will he find that?
But he won't have time to do that. No. So I think if you play Brer first, this is also a winning option. This might actually be better, practically speaking. Dave is preparing the pen
Where is
to
Reb?
designate the
Is he
blank.
going Reb to block Vim? Is where? What is he? What do we? What is going on?
Reb and Nub, has he not spotted Brer? Brer is too many points to pass up. 1 minute and 13 seconds for Uksha. He needs to see this sequence. BRER to the R of rocks was just opened up. He's, oh no,
not
he's
Chib.
playing Chib, but that is not good enough. Sev coming down for Dave. Will he designate in time? He has hit his
Where's
clock.
Ern? Where does Ern even go?
Ern goes with Jibe, but that's just not
Oh.
enough. That's just not enough. Holy crap. Ern is 16 points. It will lead to
Wow,
a 2-point loss for Uksha, a 2-point victory for Dave. The clock was hit. The clock was hit, but that was not supposed to happen. Dave did
Yes.
not go overtime. It will not be ruled as such.
Wow.
I cannot believe this.
my
Uksha had 45 seconds. He had to find his only tying move. Let's let them figure out what the scores are. Pan to the overhead mic. They need some time to recover from that, Chloe. What a game.
Sure. I had a window. Anyway, we'll recount first.
I guess they should have played here. Just had no time.
Yeah. I mean, if I play in, you have like
Gems.
Yeah. Okay. You change 4, then I get 18.
Yeah.
26 for 4. I get 10 for Tog. 28. What's up? It's 53.
Looks like they're
So this game is being recounted. Everybody watching at home, we're going to let them recount the game, come to the conclusion that Dave has won by 2 points, and we will be back for round 3 of day 3 of the Causeway Challenge. I cannot believe that's just happened, Chloe. Wow, 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 wow.
That was insane. You don't get that every day. It was down to the last second. It's so exciting when both players under a minute on their clocks. This was such a complicated endgame, especially crazy that Uksha saw his winning move.
We're going to let these people, these two guys, recount the game. There's 2 points between them. Chloe, that was insane. I can't believe it.
I can't, yeah, that was, I'm so grateful we got to see such an exciting game. Both players with less than a minute on their clocks.
This was 18, right?
Especially crazy that we saw the correct move found by Uksha, but then it's so hard to evaluate correctly when you have so little time in these positions.
All right, 2-point victory for Dave Weekend of the U.S. over world champion Uksha Bandarkar. Round 3 is sure to be a banger. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few.
All good?
Yeah, all good.
Great game.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Blocked me just in time. I got the blank. That
Okay. I'm glad because it messed up my. I had the J at that time. It was tricky.
Yeah, I don't
I-
know if that was a good move or not.
Yeah,
It didn't know what to do.
I know. Yeah, that was a nice book. Yeah, I don't know if I have it in. We're about 15.
Probably not if I have enough time to think it out.
Yeah,
Shouldn't let my
I
time
have
go
to
so
block. I have to block Unify, right? I have to block Wimps.
Well, that's the same score as this.
Yeah, you're right.
It's only 19.
Yeah, it doesn't score enough.
And I probably do guns.
Yeah. Or I do thin. Red. So, 16. So that puts me up by 1. I still score.
Does that do it?
Still score 19. So you're up by 18. It's nice. It's nice.
Yeah, 2 more points.
Hello and welcome back to the Causeway Challenge live in Bangkok, Thailand at the Miracle Grand Convention Hotel. Josh Sokol here, Chloe Fatsis. We just saw an incredible game between Dave Wiegand and the guy on your right.
Yes, Akshay Bundarkar lost by 2 to Dave Wiegand in a super tight endgame. There were wins available, there were wins missed. There were ties available, there were ties missed. It was very tough. Both players were under extreme time pressure, and that is what we love about Scrabble. That's what we love as commentators. We like these tense, exciting end games when it could be anyone's game. We didn't even know what was going to happen. We didn't know what the players were going to do. It was amazing. We can only hope to have such a good game in this next one.
On the other hand, as human beings, it's kind of hard, especially Uksha now in the same seat as he was, I think, in the previous round. You hate to sit in the same seat that you just lost in such a heartbreaker. So I'm feeling for him.
Yes.
Jason going first here. And we'll see what he gets out of the bag. 7 tiles to draw for him. The clock has been started. Jason to go first. AEHOOT. And he's always hiding that 7th tile from us. Oh, that's the
The
third.
third O.
Third O.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
Oho.
that's something worth hiding.
Yeah. Oho seems pretty clear. I would play this.
Oh, Amanita drawn
Ooh, nice.
immediately for Uksha.
Yeah, this placement of Oho, so it makes a lot of sense. There are a couple front hooks to Oho, the C, the M, the B. So I like this. No back S hook for Oho.
That's right. Oho for 12. Good positioning of it. Keeping AEOT, that's the best that Jason can do. But Amanita already lined up. 3A bingo for Uksha. He's going to be able to play that pretty quickly. I would play it underneath the OHO, making OM, HI, and ON. That seems to reduce the possible comeback damage the most. And he just needs to double check in his mind if this is a word, but he lined it up. He's probably going to be confident enough to play it. Beautiful find very quickly. A good way to recover from the loss last game is to open with a bingo. It's a nice refresher.
Yeah, this looks great. I agree. I like playing Amanita either underneath or on top of Oho, making OMHA and ON. Looks very solid. I think he needs to play this soon, make a decision on the placement. But I like this as opposed to hooking Oho with the T or the M for Toho or Moho. That just creates too many open lanes on this board when Akshay could keep things a lot tighter with his early lead.
Agreed with that. And to Toya, Jason has drawn 3 constants, which is what he wanted, but okay, we're seeing Amanita on the top. No big differences there. Yeah, the 3 constants that were drawn, KGG, probably not the right consonants in this particular situation.
Yeah.
So probably want to get rid of 2 of those G's, and there's a great way to do that. A GOG underneath the T and the A, Chloe.
Yeah, a GOG looks great. It does exactly what you want. It takes out the biggest scoring spot on the board. Not that it's an amazing scoring spot. It gets rid of both of the G's. It scores 27 points. That's close to as well as he'll do here. He could consider a talk, ATOK, for 32, but I really hate the G's. I think getting rid of them makes the 5-point sacrifice definitely worth it.
There's also the cool geo tag. I'm just seeing that underneath Oho, making Mot, Aha, and Nog. That's a nice 28. Doesn't deal with the triple, but gets rid of more tiles. Potentially you want to do that. Potentially you want to keep the K here to score with. Maybe you get that triple next turn. Maybe you get the triple you're opening up with geotag. And maybe get an S, maybe get a blank. So that's an interesting option too.
Yeah, looks like Jason's considering GAC underneath Amanita, making AG to the triple. I think I just prefer the leave of EKT after a GOG significantly more than the EGOT leave of GAC. And it looks like now Jason has found a GOG. I think it's not the easiest word to spot, but once you see it, you realize that this leave and this play is definitely preferable.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the move for Jason Keller. We'll see if he plays it.
Yeah, there he goes. Nice play.
Good job. Now over to Akshay, who has an early lead. AEIINOW. He's up 35. He's got 2 I's to deal with. First thing that comes to mind with a rack like this is Iwi.
Yes.
IWI. Such a useful word.
Yeah, Aksha will have a few different underlapping opportunities to underlap the MO, AH, and NO that are in the middle of the board. Iwi is one of those. He could make Ahi and Now. He could also consider Wino, making Mo, Ahi, and Non for some more points. It'll be about how much Aksha wants to prioritize points versus leave here. I think I
Yeah.
prefer Wino.
Yeah, it's interesting though, if there is a way to potentially keep the IN, maybe playing Owie somewhere, OWIE, you could play that for 19. You maybe want to keep the IN together for the G and the GOG, which might become useful for an ING word, but I like this play for sure.
Yeah, now over to Jason. He's picked up a decently good lead. It's nice to see the C with the K. Those letters go nicely together. He'll be able to score pretty well here. He has words like lick, making LI, Ita, and CAG. Getting the K on that triple letter score, that'll score pretty well for him. What else are you looking at here, Shaw?
I'm looking at the fact that Iwi just blocked coat-like through the A of Amanita. I wonder if Jason saw that. If he did, he's probably a little demoralized, but you have to recover from such things in Scrabble. So he's looking at Kilo on the top of the ITA of Amanita, keeping CET. That's a nice balance. He has the K hook for Kiwi, but it's really not that useful. I think you want to get rid of the K here. Lick, like you said, is a nice 31.
Yeah, I don't love Kilo setting up an S hook that he doesn't have with Ski. Also, the point sacrifice of 8 points between Lick and Kilo. I think despite the leave of Kilo being better, keeping CET is really nice. I do prefer. Okay, he's looking Kilo with Kiwi instead. This makes a little more sense to me, but doesn't score very much. It's a full 10 points less than Lick.
Yeah, this is a 10-point sacrifice, opening the board, which makes sense at a deficit, that it might be a little bit too much for my liking. But it's a human decision, and we'll see what Jason draws out of the bag. AEENOSW for Uksha now. He's probably going to be looking to handle that double lane that was just open. AWE or EW, overlapping the L makes sense, but that doesn't do everything you want to do. AWE, EW, both setting up TWO, OWO, setting up lanes. So maybe you just leave it alone and hope that Jason misses and play WOE under the AGO of a GOG.
Yeah, I'm not feeling so worried about that double lane. I think I prefer just continuing to build this rack towards a bingo himself for Aksha with WOE under a GOG and Amanita. Just because none of the blocks of the double lane are that effective, they all open up pretty dangerous or at least hittable stuff themselves. For example, AWE makes AL and WO. Lots of words can end with a letter that goes next to AL. Maybe they even hit OWO or TWO. So I don't think that play looks very good. Yeah, I prefer WO a lot.
Yeah, so the play Jason Keller made of Kilo probably working out for him a little bit since it's stuff are still open. The board is still open for a comeback. He's drawn into CEEOPTT. Still nothing to bingo with here. He's looking to do that in the next few moves. What are you seeing here, Chloe?
I'm seeing plays that go parallel Kilo, like Pet or Pedo. The problem with Pet is that it's a really defensive play. No letter goes in front of the PI. On the other hand, there's something like Pedo. That seems very reckless at a point when Jason wouldn't have any hooks to that word anyway.
Yeah, but I know that Jason likes to create opportunities when he's down. Pedo doesn't take any hooks, so it wouldn't really do anything for the board. It would actually block things maybe more than he would like, but it's maybe his best play here. Just pet. This is not a great position. Things are open like he wanted them to be, but is he going to play something like Tope, T-O-P-E, and E-A to the A and Amanita, further open the board? Maybe something like that. This is a very tough position, and Uksha has drawn super well here. He's threatening bingos, I think, in maybe multiple spots, at least through the L in Kilo.
L right now. So this will be a pretty big move of Pet by Jason here. This will block Uksha's bingos of leashing, healings, or shieling. So now a bit of a tougher move for Uksha now than he was hoping for.
Yeah, this was key. If Jason didn't play in this spot, he would have gotten hit real hard. So now, What do you do? You're up 37 points, but you have really, really nice tiles. You probably don't want to get rid of that ing combination if you're Uksha, but where does that go? There's not really great spots for it, and so maybe you just play Hag?
Yeah, I think Hag making Tawa and a Gog seems good, keeping things tight. Of course, if he wants to keep the ing, he could do something like HA and AA, but there are a bunch of leathers that go atop AA. Seems needlessly risky in addition to the hooks in front of HA.
Yeah, that's an interesting possibility as well of Tawhai, Tawhai from the
Ooh.
Taw on the board, keeping the GENS combination, which is pretty strong. Lots to consider here for Uksha. What direction does he want to go in? Does he want to play defensively? Does he want to play offensively? I think here you need a little bit of aggression. You want to try and get that next bingo down and cement your lead.
Yeah, Jason here hoping for an R for Executor, but I don't think he'll be getting that, seeing as Uksha does not have an R on his rack. But maybe Jason will find some way to score decently with the X.
Maybe. All right, our engine's saying this S not super useful. Just play Ash underneath MOW, making Moa and Ahis. That's his best score, 30 points, but Hag also a fantastic play. Uksha's in commanding position in this game. If he draws a bingo next turn, it'll be even better.
Now Jason with a couple options here. He can play EXO, making HO, which is what he has set up here on his rack. That'll score really nicely, 30 points. There's also the option of Elocute, keeping the X from the EL that's already on the board. That will set up a nice scoring spot for Uksha, slotting the C in that triple lane, but it's worth considering for sure.
Yeah, I mean, to consider a play like that, you have to spot it. That's
Yeah.
a really, really tough find from the EL already on the board. We know Jason is so good. He's able to spot these moves, but that's a tough one. When you see EXO and it leaves something balanced like this, 30 points makes a lot of sense. And maybe opening that C was a little bit too dangerous.
Yeah, now the word EINE will go down really well underneath EXO for Aksha. It's one option. He could also play something getting rid of his Y like I. Not sure where he's looking to play that.
So yeah, I for 18 points making Ho is a very reasonable play. Keeping the same leave as last turn. Talking about that yet just the last round. You're allowed to do this. You're allowed to make play keeping the same leave as you just did. Incy now being considered, that's only 30 points. But yeah, Aina looks really nice with the lead. Just keep the Y to score with. I might go with I though.
Yeah, Aina versus I. It's a close call. Jason picking up a blank here. This play blocks what Jason has set up of Cutie making Hawk, but Jason will use this turn now to work towards a bingo, get rid of maybe the U, the Y, the T if he can.
Yeah, that was a big block for sure, but it was quite likely that a play was going to go down underneath EXO.
Yeah.
So Jason's going to have a little bit of work cut out for him. No pun intended, given the letters on his rack. I don't know really where to start though.
Yeah,
Maybe you play Cutie and YA, but that can't feel good.
Cutie or Cuddy and YA doesn't feel good at all. Those nothing scores well really for Jason here. Those plays of Cuddy or Cutie only score 17, but he can't do that much better.
And this
Maybe,
is a
yeah.
position where you might come up with a phony word, cuttery or something like that. You're so close to something, you're so close to a 7-letter word, but Jason's knowledge is so strong, so I don't think we're gonna see a phony here. We haven't seen a phony yet, I think, on table 2 this today, which is great. Like we said yesterday, the closer things get to the end of a tournament like this, the less mistakes you're going to see, the more sharp the people at the top are going to remain. So see what Jason's able to do. He's still at the top and playing lights out. He's in the top 10. Aksha as well in the top 10 still, despite that horrible loss to Dave Wiegand the last round. And he's drawn a Q and a V, so he's going to have some issues of his own.
Yeah, he might be forced into using his S for QIS or QINS next turn, depending on what Jason does. The play of Cuddy or Cutie will give some options back, floating the U in space for Aksha, which he could do something like re-queen through. That would help get rid of the Q, which is hard to do without a U on your rack. Maybe Jason now considering yet. I guess in that same spot.
I'm not really sure where yet goes.
I don't know why you would do that. Making TA? Why? Yeah, I don't think that
there's
can't
no
be.
way
There's no
that's
way.
what
That's
he's
it. You could just do TYE, which
Yeah.
more anyway. Interesting.
Yeah, we'll see what Jason comes up with. This is a really, really tough turn. You'd think you'd have a good option with a blank on hand and a Y to score with, a C to score with, but no, his options suck.
Yeah. The idea of UT and YU and ET underneath I seems decent. Not a ton of letters go under YU. It keeps the Y though, which is not necessarily intuitive. It'll definitely hinder his bingo chances, but might be the most reasonable play available to him. Open some new space on this board.
Yeah, in a situation where potentially your best play is to play off a U and a T, keeping a C and a Y for only 13 points, that is a very tough Scrabble position. I think UT is an engine move. That's a move that you'd be hard pressed to think about or even find on a board like this. So I think we're going to see TYE and EA. That opens a lane on the top. There is a lane that you're blocking with that, but you're setting up STYE, you're setting up T on the top, TEA on a better row of the board. So that's what. Oh, Jason's going to play it there instead. That's a pretty cool idea, actually. Setting up a lane on the bottom. TYEE is a word. TYER. I think TYED is also valid. So lots of options for him to bingo with next turn, but that's a big scoring spot he's just opened.
Yes, so now it'll be up to Aksha to decide if he wants to just dump the Q at QI for 11 atop Amanita, keeping Versin on his rack. That'll hit a lot of bingos. That's exactly what he's going to do here. So he's going all in on the bingo next turn, especially keeping that IN for the G with Agog. Looks
Yeah.
really good.
This is a very strong play for sure now that TYE was played. You're setting yourself up, and wow, Versin's again. Didn't he have this
Yes,
rack already
did.
this tournament?
I think so.
What an insane pull.
Yes, and now Dictum's, I think, gonna come down for Jason with ties. That'll score a lot of points, 90 for that bingo. So here it comes.
Yeah, Dictum's great job by Jason setting himself up, and he's going to score 90 points, take a lead here. Pretty good lead.
Yeah.
Suddenly, what happens now? Versing,
Versing's or
servings?
servings will both play still.
And that D is
I
wide
know.
open in space, so Jason's got some chances here. I think we're going to maybe see a challenge of Dictums, but Jason is drawing tiles, so maybe I should have said, yep, that's valid.
Yeah, and I think here comes servings. I would probably play servings over versing's just because I would be more confident in that word being valid. Those INGS words are hard to keep track of, but we all know the word servings as a normal English word, even though it would be slightly preferable probably to not float the S in space there for counter bingos down the line.
Yeah, so we have a game on our hands after the exchange of bingos. Jason Keller's only down 20 points, and he's drawn into Layerize, and that's going to fit with the D Layerized. Is going to score 80 points. I think he's going to play this relatively quickly, and Uksha is in trouble now. Let's see what he draws out of the bag.
This is an important draw here. He will really want to get a big play or a bingo out of this bag. Especially that second blank still lurking. That is not the draw he wanted.
Oh no, that is horrible, horrible draw for Uksha. A tale of two draws. Jason Keller has two bingos available to him. I don't see any reason why he would not play Layerized here to the D.
Maybe just figuring out his tracking right now before playing this word. I'm not sure why not just play it instantly.
Yeah, and
But expect that to come down pretty soon.
Bruvs lined up. Actually, what's really funny about this position is maybe Layerizes to the S would be better in this particular instance. No, that would give back
No.
club, but yeah, Bruvs is a nice way to dump tiles, but Jason Keller's gonna be up 60. Bruvs only scores 20, so that's really, really bad news for Uksha.
Yeah, he can also play Bruv and Ire to be a bit more aggressive, set up another S hook on this board. But he doesn't have that S. Maybe it's the kind of thing he needs to do at his deficit now.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Brevin Iyer scores a little bit more. And there's one S left, there's one blank left, and you're at a deficit, leaving the S of servings open for yourself and leaving a possibility of you drawing a blank or an S. But oh my
Wow, what a
gosh,
good draw for
ACNOPST for Jason Keller. He cannot miss
Oh,
this game.
wow, Capstone he's setting up right now, or he's not. But he has Capstone available to the E of servings. So that's a huge draw. So now Fub going maybe alongside servings is what Aksha is considering. That
Yeah.
could be a huge choice in preventing a almost game-ending bingo for Jason.
Yeah, this is, little does Aksha know, an incredibly pivotal position. I think you have to play Brevin Iyer here.
Yeah.
Is he going to play it to the S if he does?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, so this might be game over. Wow. This makes perfect sense, but somehow Jason Keller's drawn 3 bingos in a row.
Oh,
Each turn, you have around a 15, 20% chance of drawing a bingo on a random rack in a random game. So the fact that Jason Keller has started with the bingo, well, he's worked towards it, but the next one being 20% chance, the next one being 20% chance, you realize that's a 4% chance that just happened to Uksha,
and this
and
bingo.
Capstone coming down, and that is brutal stuff
Yeah,
for the
this
champion.
this bingo putting Jason up more than 100. This is going to be a really tough deficit for Uksha to overcome now.
Yeah, and he's drawn a second D here. He hasn't drawn the blank. Blank is still out there. Oof. Terrible news. You start with a bingo and just out of nowhere, you're down by 109. Hate to see it.
Yeah, now maybe Uksha considering DZO and LO scoring pretty well. And there's the second blank on Jason's rack. That is gonna probably do it for this game. That's a big draw.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Unbelievable.
Yeah, funeral.
Yeah, your funeral, Aksha, is what Jason Keller's thinking. That is just terrible news. 4 bingos in a row. There's no way this is getting blocked. I cannot believe the luck for Jason Keller. But of course, he's made his own luck. He's made some incredible plays throughout this tournament. There's a reason he's at the top.
Yeah.
But with so many top players around you, you need games like this. You need luck like this to stay there.
Yeah, I think maybe Uksha considering now just ZO, keeping both of his Ds so he can hook on top of the ZO for bingos. He's looking for whatever hope maybe he can find in this game. He needs some sort of big miracle bingo. Probably 2 though.
Yeah, so Zoe would play with LO. That's not really a big lane in Aksha's opinion. You have to hook the L with an O, an I, or an A. That's pretty unlikely. So it would make sense to make that play here. But he's going with FUD. This is a great idea, I think. Keeping zoned on his rack, hoping for some nice possibilities next turn. He can play Zoes to the S of servings.
But funeral gonna come down so quickly for Jason. This will lock up the game for him.
Yeah, ridiculous. Brutal beat for Akshay Bandakar. He's going to be able to come back with a 60-point play of zoned, but that's not nearly enough on a board that's completely dead with 5 tiles exactly in the bag. He's going to empty the bag with zoned, and yeah, this is it. This is curtains. Wow, out of nowhere,
Yeah.
Jason Keller, 4 bingos in a row, completely destroying Akshay. Maybe it's still correct to play Zoes. I was about to mention that before Funeral came down on the board. Zoes to the S of servings, setting up the D hook. You can draw a couple good tiles there and bingo out, but you can also bingo through the E of funeral. I don't know, maybe you cut your losses and play zoned though. There's such a big spot up there.
Yeah, why not maintain a small chance of getting back some spread? That said, maybe he just doesn't want to empty the bag and does something in the middle like Zen as he has set up here. Make it a bit harder for Jason to figure out exactly what to do in this endgame as we approach the end of the game.
Yeah, probably not emptying the bag is a good choice, even though it sacrifices tons of points.
Yeah, 18-point difference between Zen and Zoned. Now he's just gonna go for it. Maybe he just didn't spot Zoned at first.
Yeah. So normally when you don't empty the bag, you're giving yourself some tempo. Tempo could be worth maybe 20 points. But I think in this particular instance, maybe you just rush for the J, try to get something, try to score something, score as much as you can now and cut your losses. So 101 points between these two players at the end of this complete drubbing by Jason Keller of the USA.
Yeah, it was all Aksha at the beginning. Jason was down. He opened up that tie spot and then boom, 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 boom. 4 bingos in a row to storm into the lead and win by a huge margin.
You have to feel for Aksha. He's been in the seat 2 rounds in a row, lost a brutal endgame to Dave Weekend. If you missed that, you can go back and watch it either on your smart TV smartphones with Me Watch or on YouTube at the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. That was an insane game, one for the ages, extremely crazy, and 2 losses in a row on one of the top tables at this stage of the tournament. You've got to feel for Aksha. He's been playing so well, but sometimes the tiniest of margins can mean losing a game you might have won otherwise, and he's drawn nothing. He's drawn the U. That's his only vowel. Brutal cold shower.
Brutal, yeah. And Jason has his best end game set up on his rack first Jeté through the T of Capstone, which he'll be able to follow up with Aida, maybe some other plays. That will be an out and 2 sequence for him, and he'll be able to lock up this game, which he's already done.
Yeah, Jeté looks pretty obvious here. You're not giving anything back. You really, in this particular situation, don't have to worry about Aksha's rack at all. It's so unworkable. Just do the best thing for yourself over the course of 2 moves and move on. Save some energy. This is such a marathon of a tournament. 10 games per day, 3 days in a row. 1 day in a row, 10 games is already brutal. 3 days in a row, your brain becomes mush. Even commentating these games is difficult, but I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of Akshay. Even Jason, I mean, he's having a great time. Everyone's having a great time, but man, the brains are being put to the test.
Yes.
Stamina is being put to the test. Your Scrabble ability is being put to the test. Jason Keller, one of the top players in the world, doing fantastically in this tournament, but so is Akshay, coming in rated 2100. He still has so many games left to play. He's got to shake this off, but it's so brutal when this happens to you.
Yeah, so this game will put Aksha at a record of 14-9. Jason will go up to 16-7. So there will be now a 2-game difference between them. So Jason is looking to keep on Dave Wiegand's heels and maybe some of the players who were, or just one actually, Madhav, who was sitting at 16-6. So he's staying in at Aksha, having dropped a couple games this morning. Will be looking to bounce back with the rest of the games the rest of the day.
Absolutely. So Dave Wiegand alone at the top coming into this round at 17-5 with a very nice 1156 differential. Despite the 2-point victory, he's got the best margin of victory out of everybody in the tournament at the top. In second place, we have the 15-year-old genius kid. I don't know, prodigy Madhav at 16-6. We saw him win a nice game in round 1. Darren Koo in third place at 15-7. So that's 2 games behind already. That's a lot. That's a big margin. If you're ahead 2 games on third place, we'll have to see what happens in Dave Wiegand's game on board 1. You can tune in on the Let's Play Scrabble channel and on the Me Watch channel. And you can also just watch the game live on Wiggles.io. 10 games per round are being annotated live by members of the Bangkok Scrabble Club. Huge thank you to them for following all of the action and putting it on one website. Wiggles is the best place to play Scrabble, and now with the possibility of a broadcast such as this one, possibilities for big tournaments are just exploding. It's amazing. You can just go live on Wiggles. You don't have to sign up and see 10 games, 10 of the top games in the world being played at once.
Yes, and we're getting an update that Madhav beat Dave Wiegand, so those players both now sitting at 17-6. Dave probably still with the spread advantage, but those two sitting at the top with a bunch of people 1 or 2 games behind on their heels.
That's right. So Jeté, the best play in the end game, played by Jason Keller. We're going to see Blurt, probably
Yes.
among the 2 best plays, Burnt or Blurt in that spot for Uksha. He doesn't want to take any longer. He hasn't even used half of his time this game. He hasn't really needed to. His
Yeah.
decisions weren't that difficult.
Yeah, there's nothing we can really fault him for this game. It was just one of those where one bingo leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. There was no real mistake from Uksha's end.
Let's go to the overhead mic now to see if there's any post-mortem analysis.
Yeah, no, I was like, especially the way that my belt's been rung, it took me a moment to say, okay, like, balance yourself underneath this word. Okay, good. Right. Yeah. No, I mean, the floodgates just opened. I mean, there's not much.
Yeah.
There's not, and just that also, just that, like, you know, just lucky with the fact that when you made your play, they didn't affect anything that was happening there. Like,
I mean, I had
Yeah.
to leave a way to come back.
yeah,
so,
right.
That's why I played that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to obstruct anything.
Yes, right, of course, yeah. But I think we can pick this up, as I said. I mean, apologies, but I didn't kind of need that one like that.
We all do.
Yeah. Yeah, right, of course.
Wow.
Thank you.
Apologies, but I kind of needed that one. What a brutal way to put fuel on the fire. Ukshay, playing on board 2, 3 games in a row, has lost all 3. He really needs to move tables. That is just not fair. Great victory for Jason Keller. So, wow, crazy stuff.
Yep.
Like we said, we have an update from board 1. We have a tie at the top. The only difference being tiebreaker. Dave Wiegand still in first place, but has the same amount of wins and losses as Madhav out of India. So things are getting very, very spicy 3 rounds in. This is game 23. We just featured 7 more games today,
Wow.
Chloe. So much more Scrabble. Anything can happen. We saw an 800 game yesterday. I'm sure that's making the rounds on social media. I think that was in
Yes.
Division 1 rather than the Premier Division, but holy mackerel. So many things are happening. We might see another 800 games, 700 games, disconnected 9-letter words, crazy end games.
Wow.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, this tournament truly has it all. Can't wait for the rest of the action. We'll be back in a little bit, right? This game went pretty quickly, so we'll have a bit of a break now.
Absolutely, yeah. You guys can go to any of the 2 other streams if you're on MeWatch. The Let's Play Scrabble streams on YouTube. I think one of them is still ongoing, maybe Table 3. If not, you have 10 games, up to 10 games to look at, to review from this round. But yeah, things are heating up in Bangkok at the Causeway Challenge. We're here calling the shots on one of the 3 stream tables, but we'll be back in around 30 minutes. That was a very, very quick turnaround for round 4. So don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. Table 2. Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. Things are getting heated at the top, Chloe. We have a new leader.
I know Madhav Gopal Kamath has taken the lead, storming ahead of Dave Weekend, I guess just on spread. And we will see him on our board 2 this round versus Chayota, who we saw yesterday, I believe. So this is going to be a really fun game. Chayota sitting in third place at 16-7. So this will be a really interesting game. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is actually the top game of the round. Player in first place, player in third place. So if you're here watching, thank you. We can pan to the board. Players are seated. Game is about ready to go. But yeah, thanks for watching. If you're on YouTube, if you're on MeWatch, it's good to have you here. This is a historic moment in Scrabble. 3 live streams, so much to watch. Tiles are getting unsquared. Chayota on the right, Madhav on the left. He's in first place, maybe for the first time.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've had Dave at the top, we've had Jason Keller at the top, we've had a few people up there, but Madhav has always been sitting in this very top. He's been lurking around the whole time in this top 5. And now he's taken the lead in the tournament at round 23 after round 23 with 13 more games to go.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can hold on to the lead. He beat Dave by enough. He was down 400 points of spread, 400 differential, but he beat Dave by 223. So he took the lead in that game. That was a crazy, crazy victory against one of the best players in the world. And if he can retain it, that means that either he won the game by more than Dave Wiegand won his game, or he lost the game by less than David Wiegand lost his game. So we'll see what happens in this round. Players are getting seated, getting ready to go.
Yeah. Looks
Think
like
they're
Toyota
both-
getting some gum. Had to have scissors provided to open this pack of gum.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes. our dutiful Andrew K providing.
Who just walks around with scissors? That's so dangerous, Chloe. All right,
And here we
tiles are out of
go.
the bag. Clock can be started at any point. There we go. 7 tiles out. Let's see what comes out of the bag.
Got the X, we got R's and S. Exciting stuff. Okay, Lurex instantly spotted and instantly played by Madhav. Excellent choice. That's perfect.
Yeah, nothing to say there. Play made in 13 seconds before Chayota has even seen a tile. See how he can respond to this, but this is a great way to open. Doubling the X, scoring 40 points. If you're watching from India, welcome. Madhav has been killing it. He's been playing so lights out, so strong on stream. See what he gets. He's kept an R and an S. He's drawn a blank, but all consonants. And
That's
wow,
so many vowels.
awful draw to start off for Chayota.
Yeah.
Want to play UNAI somewhere probably
Yeah,
here.
probably on top of Lurex, making 3 overlaps. UR, NE, and AX looks really solid. That's about as good as he can score for 18 points. Cleans up the leave of this rack. I guess if he wants to, he could play UOI, EUOI from the E of Lurex, keeping a really nice AINR leave. But whatever he chooses, it's not going to feel good.
Yeah, you're already down 40. You don't have any prime tiles, no S, no blank, no E. But yeah, Unai is the best you can do. Still tons of game left to be played. Uri is a possibility as well. Chayota's lined that up to the E and Lurex. I think that's slightly worse. Unai does score more points, but it gives back a lot. That's the biggest issue. It gives back a lot on top of the REX. Once you see UR, NE, and AX on the board, you could see a 3-tile play there scoring easily 40 or more points. So maybe that's potentially too risky to do here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it could give back quite a bit. Luckily for Chayota in this position, Madhav with no vowels is going to have a hard time making use of that spot at all. But in most situations, your opponent will have one vowel, maybe an A, an E, and O, to go over the NE that would be made with Unai. And that would be a huge play after your opponent's already gone up 40. You're only scoring 18. That said, UI also gives back a lot. No good options.
Engine suggesting playing off the I and the O, making XI for 12 points, keeping AINRU, which is not a great leave, but you could maybe draw a bingo into the E of Lurex through the L, maybe a 7-letter word, and you're setting up the N for ion, but oh my god, that's such a weird looking move.
Yeah.
Unai also possible, but Uri is the choice here. One of the top plays as well, recommended by the engine. That's 10 points, and let's see what Chayota can get out of the bag here. Over to Madov, who has a bunch of consonants, but a blank, so he's going to want to play off probably ideally 3 of those in order to maximize his chances of a balanced rack next turn. He can do so by playing Vrot through the O of Uri. Not KNOT is 2 more points, but maybe Tonk is slightly better to set up the S for Tonks. I don't know. Do you keep the V here? Normally you get rid of the V, but with the R and the S, that's a very, very strong combination. We saw Versins, so Servings and Versins, played by the same player, Akshay, over the last couple days. But yeah, I think Tonk is a pretty strong play.
Yeah, Tonk looks good. Vrot looks good. These plays are pretty close. This is nice to set up an S hook for ST. Yeah, this looks great.
Tonk coming down, and the redraw NIA was the leave. AGEN allows a bingo to be played for Chayota, so this is exactly what he needed. He can play through the R of Uri, a nearing. He has to find this.
Yes, a nearing is a must find. There's no good options, really. I mean, there's actually some decent things, but this bingo far better than any other option. He needs to find a nearing, hopefully pretty soon. Doesn't look like he's setting it up yet. This is the type of word that would stand out to you, and you'd probably realize pretty quickly it's the only bingo available. So let's hope. There he goes. There he goes. So there's the bingo. That'll come down pretty soon, I expect. And over to Madhav. I'm not sure if he's hit a bingo.
No, he hasn't. That V pairs so poorly with so many different combinations. But RSV would have been great if you drew an E. He did not draw an E. He drew 2 O's. So he's not going to be able to bingo this turn. At least he's not going to be able to play a valid bingo. But what do you do now if you're Madhav? You have 2 S's, so you can play one of them. But Vors and Tonks opening up that huge triple on the top, is that really worth doing? That's his best score and leave together. But oof.
I don't like that. It feels like what you don't want to do at this point. You don't want to give easy scoring plays to your opponent when you're at a bit of a deficit. That said, the play of that doesn't do that. I'm only really seeing Vor under Lurex making LO and UR. That totally is closing down the bottom left half corner of the board. Doesn't feel good to do that either when you're in this position, when you're trying to bingo.
I think it's okay. I think playing for 16, keeping that extra S, not giving back too much to the opponent. There are many, many spots on the board that Madhav can play a 7-letter word, as Chayota drawing the J and the Q with 2 P's together. So that's going to be very interesting to see what he does next turn. But yeah, maybe just Vor under the LU. You can bingo under the A of a nearing. You can use ST on the top of the board to play a 7-letter word. There are going to be options with a close score. I think Vor is probably totally fine.
Yeah.
If he plays Vors and Tonks, he's going to get completely destroyed by Jive
Oh, yeah.
for 66. So although that's still a fine play, Vors, I think he needs to settle for a little bit less of an aggressive play.
Right. Yeah, I just don't think it makes sense for the extra 7 points to set up such a good scoring spot for your opponent. It's so often, even if they're not hitting it with Jive for whatever 60 or so, they're gonna hit it for 30 something. So I like this play of Vor. Seems much better than me.
Indeed, this is a great option. Another option we didn't mention was Sovs and Tonks. If Chayota somehow doesn't use that spot up, Madhav has great chances at a triple-triple, but that would have been totally crazy.
Now over to Chayota with Jeep set up. It looks like he'll play that on top of a nearing, making PA. Seems pretty reasonable to me. Do you see anything else that stands out, Josh?
Well, the first thing you might want to do with a rack like this is play off the Q. The problem is the best spot to do that, QI and IT, sets up a gigantic scoring spot. that dark blue square, allowing you to play a 5-letter word to the pink square, could score upwards of 50, 60, even up to 100 points if Madhav has drawn the Z. So it's very, very dangerous, but maybe you still do it. Jeep and PA is okay. There's a couple used to draw for maybe something like equip next turn or quip. It's just a really awful position. I don't really know where to start.
Yeah, I feel like Jeep, it's not necessarily what you want to do, but you just don't find anything better. You could play Jeep 2 spots over for no real reason. I think I would just do Jeep for 30. Looks like Toyota going with QI. This is pretty risky. It'll work out for him here, though.
Yeah, actually, QIN to the N in the nearing, just sacrificing 2 points is probably worth it here in order to not give back the big scoring spot. That's actually much, much
Yeah.
better. Didn't see that
That
until
makes
now.
a lot more sense.
Very good job by
Yeah.
Toyota. Good
Yeah.
find.
This restricts the options for Madhav. There are still bingo spots on the board. I'm not sure how much Toyota's putting him on a bingo range. Obviously, the play of Vor was not very high scoring. Maybe Toyota's assuming mostly low scoring tiles for Madhav.
A blank
Whoa.
on the redraw, just a 2-tile draw there. Another benefit of QIN is you still have Jet for 26 next turn, whereas QI and IT would have blocked that. So Madhav to bingo here, he has 2 7-letter words, mitosis and oikists. Very obscure, but mitosis would be the correct one to choose. Both of those play under the A of a nearing. The reason to play mitosis over oikis is you're going to be placing a tile in the middle of that triple lane.
Looks like maybe Madhav hasn't spotted his bingos yet. Okay, there he goes.
Yeah, so he's lined up mitosis. The reason to play that over oikis is that you're placing a tile in the triple lane, but you want to place the blank there probably. But maybe you pass up the bingo. It's possible that it's just not worth 61 points to play this. He's considering IOS atop the NK of Tonk, just hoping for a better option next turn. It's very, very interesting. You have the blank and you have the S, so you're going to bingo so often. Okay, instead icons for 20. That's also a 20-point play, and he's setting up the E with this play. This is a very, very cool decision by Madhav saying, I don't need this bingo now. Let me wait and see if I get a better option. But now Toyota is probably going to cue into that E hook, and he's going to be able to score decently using it now.
Yeah, well, he can play Jebel with his blank if he wants to burn it, making icons EIKONS, or he can just go with Jeep and keep the blank.
Yeah, Jeep keeping BP blank. That combination is really bad, so I actually think 68 instead of 36 playing the blank is worth it, but I think he's gonna...
It's going a little too fast.
Yeah, it's so hard to consider getting rid of a blank in a position like this when you could just keep it and score 40, but I think possibly Jebel was correct here.
Yeah, the PB combo just really doesn't go well together. I like the play of Jebel. It's 32 more points than Jeep was. Usually we value the blank around 25 points or so. So I think it was worth it here, especially given how unsynergistic the sleeve was.
I agree.
Seems like he just went a bit too fast on that turn. I think if he had looked for options, burning the blank, getting the J on that triple leather score, he would have found Jebel and could at least considered it.
Yeah, I think a small missed opportunity for Chayota. Over back to Madhav, who's found his best bingo. This is the only bingo that he has, except for Tertia's underneath the OR of Vor that doesn't open a triple. So distrait, that's a D. That's a French word meaning distracted. That's 68 points. That's a beautiful find through the A, through the I on the board that really didn't look like anything.
Yeah, I found it so quickly too. Really nice find. Now, Chayota with a really consonant heavy, kind of clunky rack. This is the problem of keeping PB. When you pick up a G and a W to go with it, you're not going to be able to do much. Yeah, he might be looking for plays on top of distraight. Maybe Gobi works, but then that sets up plays on top of it for a lot. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, this is a pretty ugly position, but the scores are close, and Chayota has the last blank, so he's probably not feeling too bad about his position. Gobi on top, like you said, making OD, BI, and IS seems pretty good. There's some downside if Manav can re-overlap with another O, making OBI. That could hurt a little bit, and you're eliminating some of the parts of the board you kind of want to use to bingo. But with 4 awkward tiles, the PB, G, and W, you're going to need probably a couple of moves to get back into range of bingoing. So I think I like taking the points, tying the game up, and just hoping for something down the line. PW blank can certainly bingo next turn. You already have the P for ERP in the center of the board, hooking onto the UR. And there are many, many options available if you draw an S, for example, hooking onto AA, which is first word in the dictionary. You might be looking at that word and saying, what? That's a word in Scrabble? It is. It is a Hawaiian word. It's a type of lava. That's the first word we learn in Scrabble. It's the first word in the dictionary,
Yep.
Chloe.
We learned those 2 letter words before anything else. So useful in Scrabble. And like you said, Josh, AA is the first one in that list in the dictionary. Hugely important.
Yeah, there's no real other way to score other than Gobi,
Mhm.
and Chowda hasn't lined it up yet,
Yeah.
but I think if he sees this, he's going to want to play it. The other option, according to the engine, is to play through the S of Distraite, WISP. The reason to do that is you're keeping the most bingo-friendly leave you can. BOG blank, apparently, is going to hit underneath UR with herb as often as possible and not give back as much counterplay. So instead, we're seeing POWs, a similar idea, BIG blank. You might think, okay, I can make that blank an N and get an ING bingo. You might be right. This is definitely not a terrible play. Just gives a little bit more back than usual.
Yeah, and Madhav with a really big draw, lots of high scoring tiles on his rack. He's picked up the Z along with a bunch of consonants. He'll be able to do something like Fozy through the O that Chayota just played. That'll score 38 points. I think that makes a lot of sense for him here.
Yeah, and with that S remaining on the rack, he already has the possibility of playing Ish and Jeeps on the top right. You might even get something better, Ism and Ish. Could see a higher scoring play come into play after Fozy. I think Fozy is just an insta play here.
Yeah, looks great. Chayota picking it, drawing well. He'll at least be able to play Dobbings next turn, if nothing better.
Bobbings would fit
From
from the
Distraite.
D of Distraite. So using that blank, that's a tough find. Yeah, Fozy coming down as expected, rarely quickly. HIMS, that's actually a great combination. He's even setting the M up for MY. So I think
That's
I'm
really
feeling
nice.
pretty good here. The board is pretty much under control, save for that lane under the UR of Vor, and he's got a 47-point lead, and he's got scoring for days.
It looks like Chayota set up Balking, Bauking. That'll play underneath the UR, making herb for 68 points.
If he does that, Madhav is drawn into holism,
Oh.
WHOLISM, balking or whatever he makes the blank would make it a very, very difficult situation after holism. So I don't think you can get off of this. Bubinga, the other option there, BAUKING is going to give back a bingo to Madhav. Wow.
Yeah, I think this is playing in this spot is the right move. These bingos score more than the only bingo in the other spot, Dobbings. That said, they're just better plays, so you take the better play. Bubinga scoring 2 more would have been the best, but maybe better to put the G in that triple lane instead of the A anyway.
Yeah, not much between Bubinga and balking. We're assuming that is a blank K. We'll get confirmation. Bauding, actually not a valid word. But even if it isn't, Madhav might not challenge because he's just gotten a spot for holism.
For 90. This will score, and I expect this to come down pretty soon.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
an amazing,
big
amazing
turn.
find. So quick. We've come to expect this out of the 15-year-old, and Chayota's going to need some help. But that V, not the help he might really need here. So 70 points now between Madhav and Chayota, and that's
draw. Wow.
that is brutal. At least one vowel would have given Chayota some playable words here, but man, do you have to exchange now, or do you play something like Volt through the O of holism just to open a little bit of space? This is just awful. I don't even know where to start.
This is terrible. There's no good options. Exchanging means you're basically guaranteeing you will be down more than the bingo. You'll have more of a deficit to surmount, more than just a bingo required to win this game. On the other hand, a play like Volt, keeping BMDG just looks awful.
Yeah, there are scoring spots on the board. That O of holism would allow for some overlaps, high scoring overlaps. From Chowta's perspective, 19 vowels, 16 consonants. That G in balking is a scoring spot. He can't do anything about that one. So despite the fact that he has the move and he's only down 70, which is around bingo range, he's actually more like down 100 with a rack like
Yeah.
this one. You either exchange here, play Vogue or Volt through the O. I think the more human approach would be to exchange and just try to draw into something next turn. But what do you keep? It's very interesting if you do exchange. The engine's saying slightly better than everything else is to keep a lone M, because that M is going to fit nicely above the O of holism and is also fitting above the Y of Fozy. But instead, we're seeing an exchange 7, which is totally understandable. I don't like this, though, because there are too many vowels out. What if Chayota draws 7 vowels? That would just, I don't
That would
know.
feel
That
awful.
would just be awful, awful. So unlikely. But with more vowels than consonants remaining, I think this was maybe too big of a decision.
Yeah.
Exchanging all 7, I would have kept something on the rack.
Yeah, it's a bit rash. It's easy when you're in this position. You have 7 consonants on your rack to feel like, ugh, these are all awful. And none of them stands out as I need to keep this. That said, you have to look at the pool and notice the unseen pool of letters and notice that there were 19 vowels out to the 16 consonants in the back. What is going on?
No vowel
What?
yet? Are
Okay,
you
there's
serious?
one
Okay. Unbelievable. This is the randomness of Scrabble at play. Well, I guess it's a good thing he didn't keep a consonant because
Yeah.
boy, oh boy, that's a lot of consonants. So now for Mudub, unseen to him, 15 vowels, 20 consonants, but actually 5 of those are on Chauta's rack, so it's more balanced than he realizes in terms of vowels and consonants. But yeah, what is he going to do here? Probably at this stage of the game, you just play through the G. That's the first thing I would consider. Just
Yeah.
cargo here.
Cargo seems fine. Maybe Cager if you want a couple extra points. There's a lot of E's out, so I don't really hate that. That said, I don't like making the S hook actually under Cagers, so probably Cargo.
Yeah, you could also play Crowea through the W, Crowea, if you want to take out access to the left side of the board. To play like Crowea, you prevent Chayota from making plays underlapping the WH, but I think this is the most sensible approach. Cargo doesn't give anything back unless something like cargo bike is work. But
Yeah, and
yeah.
taking a lead here, you want to eliminate possibilities of the triple triple through the G. You take up the spot, you don't open anything new. I like this play from Madhav.
Indeed. So now for Chayota, things have evened out in terms of the remaining vowels and consonants, but in terms of the score, he's down almost 100.
Yeah.
He's looking at playing something like Dine and WE under the W of holism to try and fork the board open.
Yeah.
LYNE also possible in that spot. You could play WYND from the W to keep the E and try and draw that final S, but I think this is the most logical approach here.
Yeah.
But he's in terrible shape.
This seems great. Opening 2 spots to bingo, especially the D being appealing here. I'm sure Madhav will take that spot this turn. But this is the right idea. Not a good position either way, but he's got to hope for something to work out and go in his favor moving forward.
Yeah, he's got decent chances of drawing something under the NE of Dine or just the WE and making the game a little bit closer. But Madhav has the first action here, and he's probably going to play something to the D. AVALED makes sense. Just LAVED if he wants to keep more of a balance. All of these plays are great. There's no downside to them at all.
Yeah, I think just playing through the D is the only real thing that he has to do. Looks like a Veiled getting set up. This seems like a really quick play. No need to take too long and think about the minutia of which leaves to keep. He just needs to continue scoring, ensure his lead is maintained. Where is he thinking of reveal?
Reveal plays on top of the WHO.
Oh, I see. Yes, that could
But-
lead to some triple possibilities, though I wouldn't do that.
I think he's getting off of that. According to the engine, slight preference to playing leaved and keeping the A instead of the E. Normally the E, much better tile than the A, but when you're ahead and there are lots of E's to come, sometimes it's worth just getting rid of them, not triplicating or duplicating them. The A can actually sometimes be much more flexible in tight positions than the E can because it forms more 2- and 3-letter words. We'll see what he does. Veiled, leaved,
Availed, all
availed.
very comparable. Just
Yeah.
going with availed in the end seems like a good choice.
I guess there's one other thing to consider is that if you place the V a bit lower down, you don't allow Chayota to play through the Y for points and opening the bottom of the board. A very, very small detail there. So over to Chayota, who has BOTLINE. He's going to challenge Availed. He knows he's in a terrible position now. He doesn't have a 7- or 8-letter word. So we're going to go off to the challenge camera, challenge computer, and see the result of this challenge, which will go in Mudov's favor. And he'll get 5 extra points. See the check mark Availed is valid. Right back to the board we go. And 347 now to 249 for the 15-year-old who is almost certain to win this game at this point. Now, if you're Chayota, guess you just hope that you draw something here. You play BO and VOL and BO in the center of the board. Just hope Madov can't block everything. There's still that N of balking. I guess you could potentially draw an 8-letter word through that, going all the way down to the bottom. But you have an N of your own. This is just awful, awful position. You need a miracle here.
Yeah, this is a really bad position. I guess, you just play off BO somewhere. You hope, maybe set up something new if you can, but it's not looking good for Chayota here.
Yeah, and with Madov's draw of an F and an H, he's going to be able to use those to score very well. If he wants it next turn, he can create a distraction, a diversion, and play on top of the Y of Fozy, set up that triple, but there's not enough space for a bingo. And he's saying, well, Chayota, if you're going to bingo, go ahead. I'm going to score way up there. And if you're not going to bingo and you play up there, well, I'm going to clamp down on the board. So I think this is pretty much curtains for Chayota.
Yeah, he's looking at OB probably on top of holism, making OH and BO. Seems very reasonable. Maybe wants to do BO the other direction for one more point, making VOL. But whatever he does here, it's not going to open up anything new. And it's kind of impossible to do that on this board where all of the bingo options, all of the space where a bingo can fit is on the bottom half of the board.
It's very interesting. OB might be slightly better for a very bizarre reason. That reason being, if you play with VOL, you're allowing the underlap of an E, making VOLE, which would help block the board up. That's a very bizarre thing. If he's thinking about that, that's some very high level thought, but it's all very small margins here. You have to get a miracle to win this game if you're Chayota. Maybe look for some sort of resource elsewhere on the board. Maybe you want to open something with Yob from the Y in Dine. Hope for that final S. Maybe he's thinking about OB or OB under the WE of holism. He's now looking at Obali in that spot to score a little bit more, but that gets rid of his only good bingo spot. So yeah, it's looking awful.
Yeah, it's getting rid of one bingo spot and just creating a worse one. Don't love this idea, but I don't love any idea. I think I would probably just go OB like he'd been considering earlier, and move forward.
Yeah, I think he's going to play BO. One of the things you want to do when you're down 100 points is, just hope and pray. But the way to potentially steal a game is to score as much as possible. Obali only scores 28, which is 2 more points than BO. So going with the better leave, EILNT could definitely result in a bingo draw. And it's not super easy to block everything from Madov right now. If he wants it, he can just play def underneath VOL and BO, making bod, vol, and if. And that would block most of the bingos down there, except for the fact that Chayota has drawn that last S, so it wouldn't stop him I think he's almost certain to bingo next move. I don't see a way for Madhav to block everything in this position.
I think you still play def. It blocks a lot of things that requires your opponent to have an F for IFF or an S for ifs to pluralize the IF underneath holism. But yes, Chayota has drawn a rack with many bingos. He will be bingoing next turn. I think, though, Madhav will still be in the lead. It'll be closer.
Definitely. It's still a little bit of a game. Right now, there are 72 points between the two players. Madhav ahead, and Def would score around 30 and put him up 100 again. Chayota's best bingo will reduce that deficit to a little bit under 30 points, I believe. And he's going to need one of the best draws of all time to stay in this game. I still don't think there's much of a chance at all. Is there some bingo here that opens something new? I think not. I think the only bingos make ifs, Saltine, Salient, Staniel, and Schlenche.
I mean, Madhav just has way too flexible tiles, way too good tiles for Chayota to be able to come back from. I think this rack is going to allow Madhav good scoring going into the end game. This will be really tough for Chayota to come back from, even after his bingo of Salient.
Yeah, he pretty much has to hope Madhav kept all consonants on the last play and drew more consonants, and then he's able to somehow sort through the end game, score way, way better than Madhav. But yeah, I think both players know this is pretty much over 105 points on a board like this with only 10 tiles in the bag. That's insurmountable in most cases, but Salient to come down. It'll be a closer game after this, and Chayota will stay close to the top of the standings no matter what. If you're watching at home, let us know where you're watching from. We love to hear the international nature of this Scrabble audience. English Scrabble is very popular here in Southeast Asia. It's used as an educational tool. Tons of kids take it up in elementary school. I'm sure Madhav is one of them. Considering how good he is, he probably started playing Scrabble at 3 years old, Chloe.
Yeah. I wonder if there's anything Madhav needs to be worried about now. Maybe a 6-tile underlap bingo of Salient. Really seems to be the only possible line to even play a bingo on this board. So Madhav will probably look for those, make sure he's not missing anything that remains in the pool as a possibility for Chayota's rack. And once he determines that there's no threat, or maybe blocking a threat, he'll then make his play.
Yeah, so a similar situation to the game between Madhav and Akshay earlier, where the unseen letters don't seem to form any possible bingos. There's no possibility of a weeds word through the WE since that S is now gone. There's not enough space for a bingo elsewhere on the board, and the only spot, like Chloe said, is under Salient. So maybe there is something to be said about playing Saltine to make it a bit easier to underlap with the bingo. In any case, these are infinitely small margins. Madhav needs to look at what's unseen and assume or block, like you said, any possible threat with a 6-tile underlap. I'm not seeing it. I don't want to even look. It's just a very annoying thing to do near the end of the game.
Yeah.
It's annoying, but you're still happy in this particular instance. He's looking at Tech TEC through the E of Salient, setting up his H. That is beautiful. That blocks all of the possible 7-letter words, even if there are none, and sets up the H in a virtually unblockable situation. That would be amazing, leaving 1 tile in the bag. I love this move.
Yeah, that's so much fun. There's no S's left for Chayota to pluralize tech with, and Madhav has the only H remaining on his rack, so he'll be almost guaranteeing himself a big score next turn, hooking the H onto tech and going for one of the triples.
And just the tactical awareness this late in the game, one of the things you'd like to do is look at the letters you have and compare it to the unseen pool of tiles. Once you've tracked all your tiles, you can look at what letters you have that your opponent cannot have and see if you can set those letters up. And this is a perfect way to do it. The C making it so difficult to block everything underneath making tech, the only thing you can do is play really from the C.
And
And
even then, plays might still fit.
indeed, but with the double D and triple E
Yeah.
draw, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe now coat or something like that for Chayota will obstruct that spot.
Yeah, and it's important to note that if you're Chayota, you know that Madhav has the H. You don't actually know. It could be the last tile in the bag somehow, but you know that he's setting it up. You know that he has it. You know that you want to block it, but it's very difficult to do so.
Yeah.
Maybe here you just make a distraction setup. Maybe you play off one tile on the left of the board, YONO, WET, something like that, and try to set up for a bingo that Madhav's going to have to deal with, and then you block his setup. This is getting very interesting. Unfortunately, the result is foregone. If Madhav sees a bingo that he has to block after a one-tile play, he will do so and will still win the game by a decent margin. But maybe this is a time for a counter setup, Chloe.
Yeah, what can he even play to set up on the other side of the board, like that he can also draw something with? You said YO. I'm just
Yeah, that
not
would
seeing
draw.
what that would draw into.
Yeah, Migrate Ragtime wouldn't quite fit.
Well,
Well, yeah,
Migrate
NO would
would.
do that. NO would,
NO, yeah, NO and Migrate would work.
yeah, NO, if you play NO for 4 from the N and Dine and draw the R, which is not in the bag, actually, the U is in the bag, unfortunately, you will set up Migrate and Ragtime, and Madhav will have to block that to win the game. Actually, he might not have to. He could still just play Heed and outscore it. Let me do the math there, Chloe, while you talk us through this.
Yeah, so a play of NO from the N of Dine we're talking about. This would, if the R is in the bag that Chayota would draw, he could draw into the bingo Migrate, which would fit making NOR. These are the kinds of things you have to look for in this position. These off chance, these maybe 1 in 8 possibilities that you draw the tile you need to bingo out. Of course, a player like Madhav would definitely sniff this out. It's very easy when the bag is empty, as long as you've done your tracking correctly, to know what exactly your opponent has on his rack, to figure out what bingos he has available to him, and then deal with that accordingly. So Madhav would certainly sniff this out if Chayota did draw the R. Of course, we just said he'll be drawing the U, and Madhav won't even have to worry about it.
Oh, and he's thinking about playing off one tile. Very, very interesting.
Maybe LI?
Yeah, AILI. So I did the math. If NO came down, if the R were the last tile in the bag, Madhav would have to block my Ragtime, because if he played Heed and Tech, TECH, which is what he set up last turn, he would actually lose the game by a few points. Cool stuff, cool beans. This is the sort of things you have to think about in a complicated position like this one. If you're over the board, we don't have to think about it, but
Yeah, we
you
know what's happening.
that's me. I love thinking about these things.
Yeah, I don't even know what does fishing the eye draw into?
Well, that's the thing. In a position like this, 4 minutes left for Chayota, by the way, he's gonna have to move soon. You look for one tile fishes, one tile plays that try to draw into a bingo. Start with whatever letter you choose to. Do I draw into a 7-letter word if I play my I? Look at the unseen letters. No, the only thing you can draw with an I is an N, and there are no N's
Right.
unseen.
So
You
yeah,
play off the M. What do you draw into? You draw into Godisha. AM for 4 would draw into that with Ami or Ama.
yes.
Also draw into Godier.
Yeah. I mean, AM just so easy to block with any play hooking the E to the back for AME. So not only will Chayota have to consider which fish might work out, he also has to think of ones that maybe are in another spot of the board that would be a bit harder to block, though none of them impossible, of course.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious what the actual best play is here. We all know, we've said it multiple times, this is Mudov's game, but it's very interesting to consider these options. Maybe you don't want to rack your brain too hard if you're Chayota, but yeah, Am is a very interesting choice. You play Am, it has to get blocked, potentially. I mean, it won't have to in this particular instance, but once it gets blocked, you can block the setup of Tech yourself, and maybe that will be the best choice forward, because you're preventing your opponent from doing what they want, setting yourself up for what you want to do, and then you're preventing your opponent again. This is very, very tactical Scrabble, and this is my favorite type of Scrabble, Chloe.
Yes, very fun. To be Well, I was gonna say it's very fun to be in these positions. From Toyota's perspective, I don't think he's having a lot of fun right now. I think he knows that he's grasping for the smallest of chances at winning this game, and that even after whatever play he makes here, fishing one tile, he'll have to rely on an extreme mistake, an extreme error, an extreme oversight from Madhav, which, knowing how good Madhav is not likely.
Yeah, but I love this play. He's gonna draw the U, get the bad news, and Madhav is gonna be like, okay, well, that's an interesting choice. Nice try. I think he's just gonna go ahead and play Heed and go out next turn because Chota can't really get too much out of this. He could play, I think, Goatee.
Yeah. Madhav might just check his tracking right now to make sure he knows exactly what Chayota has on his rack. He's counting the tiles on the board that have been played, making sure that Chayota does not have a bingo, because that would be an awful way to lose a game.
Indeed. Actually, according to the engine analysis, the best play for Chota was to play on top of the YFOs. You sort of discarded that earlier as a possibility for Madhav, but now that Madhav is setting himself up, MOIT on the top of Fozy, making MY, creating a big spot for himself, and also potentially threatening outplays with certain draws was the best that Choto could do. And if you want a little bit more math, this is very math heavy, it would lose by an average of 50 points. So yeah, that's his best move. Still losing by 50, no way to win. Crazy stuff. So the best end game for Madhav here is to play Herd and TECH, keeping DEE. That'll allow him to go out for the most points next turn. But Heed instead in the same spot, both 49 points. That one is 1 point worse. Not a big deal.
Yeah, and this game has been in Madhav's control basically since the holism turn. I would say there are a few missed opportunities for Chayota in the middle there. That play of Jeep maybe made a bit too quickly. Maybe if Chayota had seen Jebel, things would be looking different. Maybe instead of Pow's, the play of Gobi a bit better. But for the most part, a really solidly played game by both players. And yes, Madhav going ahead with Heed. And that'll do it.
That'll be the game. 2 minutes left for Chayota. Potentially his best option would be to play underneath the AM, but actually he's got outie, the new word OUTIE, meaning an outward facing belly button is 32 points underneath the YNE of Dine, forming YONUWET and BODE. That is a tough spot for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Agudi being considered the same as Outage. This just scores 3 points less than Audi at 32, getting rid of an extra tile. It's just one worse overall.
Okay, so both players making a huge 1 point mistake in this end game.
Oof.
As Aguti comes down,
He's
Madhav's best play after this is what exactly? He's going to play it right now. Dyer for 19 points, and that'll be a 455 to 380 victory for Madhav. Actually, 460. 460 with the challenge. Yeah, an 80-point win. Nicely done. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Bye. I didn't have a spot. Yeah. Maybe if you play tabooing. Oh no, sorry, no, sorry, UI. What am I saying? What am I saying? Never mind. I don't know. Dubbing is. This is good. It's unlucky.
Alrighty. Not much to be said there in the postmortem, but a nice round 80-point victory for Madhav, potentially keeping him in first place. We have to see what happened in the Dave Wiegand game on table 1 versus Darren Koo. It looks like that game is just about to end, and Dave destroying Darren 418 to 288. So I believe that that's going to put Dave back into the lead after this more than 100-point victory. Very close stuff at the top. Wow, 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 wow. All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, everybody, we have a lunch break now, I believe. And we're going to have around an hour and a little bit between this round and next round. So if you're still chilling at home, wherever you're watching from, you have a lot to follow up with. Tons of games have been annotated, tons of Nigel games if you're interested in those to watch, lots of stuff to review, but you could also take a break and come back with us in just an hour, just over an hour.
Yeah.
Anyway,
We'll see you soon.
see you soon. Alrighty, lunch is over and we are back at the Causeway Challenge. Josh Sokol joined by Chloe Fatsis for round 25.
Yes, we've got an exciting game ahead of us. We've got Madhav currently sitting in second place versus Jason Keller, who's in third place. Madhav with one more win than Jason right now, but we'll see how this game goes to determine who will remain ahead of the other in the standings.
Absolutely. It's a very important game with 24 out of 36 rounds. We have reached more than the 2/3 point. I could have said that a little bit better. But players are ready, seated at the board. The round is going to start in around a minute. So we have a standings update for you guys. Like Chloe just said, Madhav is in second place. Dave Wiegand has just pipped him with a big victory over Darren Koo right before lunch. So Dave Wiegand and Madhav with the same win-loss ratio. However, Dave with a slightly better tiebreaker. Let's pan over to the board. Okay, everybody coming in to the room. People just come back from lunch. 400 plus players. Game is beginning. Madhav going first. And wow, look what we have. An update for you guys. Some scores on the other two
Ooh.
boards.
Very exciting. This is high-tech stuff. This is the future. We're going to get live updates, I believe, on the other two games that are being live streamed. On board 1, we'll have the game of Dave Wiegand versus Chayota. On board 3, there's David Eldar versus Tacha. All great games, but here we go in our game. Madhav going first with his opening draw.
Wow, great opening draw. ADEEMNS.
Yes, he will be bingoing Demeans, Amendes, Seedman. That's how you say that. Will all play. Looks like he's found Amendes first. Looks great. No need to waste any time. I like this. Demeans maybe a bit better. I don't think so.
Very interesting. So putting the S in the center of the board when he doesn't have to.
Yeah, I don't love that.
Very interesting decision. I think you want to, of course, triple the M. So Demeans, Amonds, Seedman, you can do that. But both Seedman and Demeans, to triple the M, you have to float an S out in space. The S is the best tile to start and end words. So a little bit aggressive to start things off. Maybe the possibility of overlaps blocking the board is what Mudda was thinking here.
Yeah, maybe.
It's interesting.
Either way, Jason will probably follow this up with Juvie down to the E of Demeans, hitting the double word score. Looks like a great way of getting rid of some of the ugliest letters on his rack, the J, the U, the V. I like this choice.
And yeah, that will block most of the damage. Not of threatening to play something like Zoo or Zoot, overlapping the EMEA. After the play of Juvie, he can still play Tiz, but that would keep an awful AOOQ.
Yeah.
So maybe not the right choice to do that. I think maybe now Qadi, Qadi, through the D in Demeans, despite opening a big potential spot on the left-hand side of the board going downwards, that's probably the right play here.
Yeah, that seems right to me, and it looks like Madhav is not going to waste any time in playing this. You know you got to get rid of the Q. You can't afford to keep those two O's with the Q. Nice play.
Yeah, it was looking really, really awful for Jason, but suddenly the X pops out of the bag as his last tile. I wonder if there's any merit to playing JEU for 10, hoping for an I or a U to play FAIX or FAUX onto the triple. That would score 90 points if he gets that sequence, 100 points potentially over the next 2 turns, but you have to draw an I or a U. Probably not worth it to keep 3 A's just in case you miss, but an interesting thought to start things off.
It's a really fun idea there. I like the idea. It might not score just enough to justify this turn with the fact that it's not so likely with just playing 2 tiles. He'll draw the I or U that he would need for that play of FAIX. He's looking right now, I think, or for a second was at FAA, making JA. That would hold on to the X, which will go in a couple spots for decent scores so far on this board, but there's not a ton of amazing spots. Also pointed out he could draw into flax as well with that JEU play.
Oh yeah, flax too. So that is the potential for 13 tiles out of the remaining 79, but with a 2-tile draw, the chances of that happening are pretty low. That's the sort of play you want to think about when you have an X. Can I set it up? Even if you miss, you're setting it up for 40, 50 in multiple spots. But
Mhm.
FAA and JA, perhaps the more sensible approach here, that also sets the X up with AX to the right. So I wonder if that's going to be the choice for Jason. He had EAUX lined up. He could play that above the NS of demeans, but that does not score anything, does not leave anything good either. He's considering AUA,
Mm.
making JA perhaps, or somewhere else on the board.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the merit of AUA is. It doesn't really help set up the X anymore. I guess he's just assuming he can clean up the rack a bit now, hopefully draw something better, or if not, he'll at least be able to keep fix through the Eye of Kadi, making EX as a backup play for next turn. I don't like the idea of EAUX, so it only scores 18, doesn't do anything good with the X, keeps FAA. I would rather play FAA now and hope to draw something better with the X for next turn.
Yeah, definitely an ugly position. Your opponent opens the bingo and a Q play, and you have 3 A's and a U. You're nowhere close to bingo if you're Jason. You have to just slow things down, try to score over the next few moves, and build towards a bingo. You might also be thinking, how do I keep the board open? There are 2 huge spots available for bingos to the left of the Eye of Kadi, and like we said, through that S, either starting or ending with it, ideally. FAA seems to be the play, according to the engine, but yeah, it's a very interesting situation.
Yeah, I guess he could consider FAUX through the A of demeans. I don't see a spot for FAUX otherwise. Looks like he's going with Jaffa. Um,
Huh, why that? I think he just missed the 3-letter word?
yeah, I think he must have missed FAA. Otherwise, this doesn't do anything. It doesn't set up the X in any way, effectively for Jason. So I think we can call this a miss.
If you add the play of JEU to the engine loves it actually. But yeah, anyways, Jaffa definitely a miss here. That's 15 points. He could have scored 8 more with FAA, so probably at least 8 points left on the table for Jason Keller. Of course, also not setting his X up. Bizarre
Yeah.
miss.
Yeah, so right now, Madhav looking at Oroide. I wonder if he'll see the 59-point play in that same spot down to the E of D means he has Rozited available, ROZITED, for 59.
Wow, that is beautiful. 59 points, keeping a lone O. You're already up by 65. That's the play for sure. Madhav has not spotted it, or else it probably would already be on the board. Oroid is a very strong option in its own right, 34, but you can't say no to 59 here,
Yeah,
can you?
yeah, looks like right now he's just considering ZO atop Jaffa, I think. But I think he wants to take a little longer here. Or sorry, Zoa was the consideration. But either way, yeah, definitely a missed opportunity for that really high scoring play.
Yeah, Zoa might be a better play than Oroid. Madhav has great chances of a high scoring play through that E next turn, but he had it already. And the problem is Jason took around 3 to 4 minutes on his last turn. And Madhav had all that time to look for potential plays on this board, and he didn't spot Rozited. So it's probably not a play he was going to spot since he didn't see it at first. So a big miss for both players in this very important round 25 match. Gonna get that round number fixed on the screen for you guys. But yeah, we are after lunch. Round 24 was last round. EAUX, those are the letters that Jason wanted to play after drawing a second U.
Oof.
So he's going with that 24, but he's in a terrible position. He's going to need a really good draw here. Let's see what comes out of the bag. For Madhav, DHIORTT, DHOTI is the first word that comes to mind, but I don't think there's a good spot for that.
Yeah, I see the best option here of third underneath EAUX, making XI, UH, and AT. That'll score 41 points. I think that must be his best play.
Yeah, but he spotted Thorite. Thorite fits to the E of D means, like we said. He had great chances of drawing a pretty high scoring play there, but third scores even more.
Yeah.
And I think that's the play.
Yeah, I guess you could do third and keep the D, but probably don't want to create all those hooks. Third taking the back D, also an L, no S though.
All right, so he's actually choosing to play Thorite. Maybe he doesn't like keeping the O with so many O's left to redraw. Maybe he wants to play an extra tile. It's definitely not, if it is a mistake, not a huge one. Third would also set up potential bingos from the R, potential bingos hooking onto thirds. So it's definitely some defensive merit to this play as well.
Yeah. Jason now looking at FEU. I think I like the idea maybe of playing faucet instead, though he's keeping the rack a bit more balanced.
Yeah, this play could get hammered though.
Yeah,
On
I
the
know.
left side, there's a few hooks to UH. You can see a 3-4 letter word there. This is a very quick decision by Jason Keller. I feel like he could have taken a little bit longer. Faucet, keeping the lone E would certainly have been a better choice, I think.
Yeah, and now the question is, does Madhav know the 6-letter word Kidgie, Kidgie? That looks like his best option, making KAE, but this word Kidgier being valid, so it's a question of how well Madhav knows his 6-letter words, I think.
Yeah, Kiji is probably the play, making KAE atop the A of Jaffa. But does that work? Is it just a DGY word? Is it just a DGIE word? I'm sure he knows Kidgies from somewhere, but you have to be sure of something like this to play it. So,
There's no Kidgies, just Kidgier.
oh, wow, that's even more complicated
Yeah.
than I thought. Okay, so yeah, those adjectives or those nouns, do they end in Y? Do they end in IE? The English language can be very, very complex sometimes, stealing so many words from other languages. But GIT is what Madhav is thinking about, making UG and XI.
Yeah, this looks pretty reasonable as an option aside from Kidji. Keeps a balanced leave, takes out one of the bigger scoring spots on the board. Um, Sets up his E, I guess, to play Geit. But of course, there are many E's in Scrabble, so you always assume your opponent has one as well.
Yeah, this is probably the second best play in the position, but Kiji maybe slightly better. This is also nice. It keeps the balance. There's a decent chance of an O draw for OK in the top left. DEIK is very balanced. You're going to be able to do something next turn.
Yes.
And now for Jason Keller, this looks pretty good, but somehow he doesn't have playable bingo. Actioned catenoid through an N doesn't work. Associate is not a verb, does not take the D. So he's hopefully going to get off of those ideas, but yeah, he's in big trouble, down 102 points.
Looks like he's thinking of Modica from the M of D means. It's an interesting thought. Scores 22. I feel like I don't love opening up all of those lines, though. At his deficit, he does need to create some more action on the bottom of the board, so I take it back. Could be a type of aggression that's warranted. There's a bunch of lanes for 7s on the board, but not so many for 8s.
Yeah, it's interesting. The lane from the S in Demines is really nice and is pretty protected right now. All of the action happening on the top part of the board. I don't find it necessary to do this, but it's a good play. I mean, it's definitely a good play, but maybe he could have played Coif, COIF to the F in Jaffa, keep the very strong ADET leave, and try to bingo from that S. I think getting rid of the C was a good idea. Normally the C is a great bingo tile, but on this board, not so much. You can't start a word with C unless you hook onto Git. So yeah, a decent play for sure.
Yeah, now I think Madhav, if he wants to just go the scoring route, can play OK in the top left corner, making of and Ket. Scores 40 points. We'll put him up 130.
Yeah, so that was part of the reason Git was a good play, is if you draw one of those many remaining O's, you have an easy 40 points in the top left. Madhav looking through the tiles on the board, seeing if there's an 8-letter word. He's decided there isn't, and he's just going to go with the simple OK. Very nice. 40 points. Padding his lead up to 130. Jason's going to need a lot of help, but there is help in the bag. 2 blanks still remain unseen. Lots of good tiles. This game's been going by very quickly, but Jason Keller's been taking a lot of hits.
Yeah, did you see what his last leather is?
I have not seen it, so we're going to see if Jason's able to unobscure, I'd probably challenge that word, his tiles.
That's a
Let
T,
us
I think.
know what he's thinking. O-W,
It's a T.
yeah, O-W-T-R-O-T-E. Not great.
No.
Balanced, but nothing great to do. So I wonder what he's going to come up with here.
Yeah, maybe we're in the same spot where he could have played Quaff. He can now do Woof, making Z-O and O-O to the F of Jaffa. It's his highest scoring option. Might just need to do that. Keeping R-E-T-T is not so bad. 2T, obviously you don't want to keep duplicate letters, but the T's aren't the worst letter to have duplicated.
Yeah, absolutely. Woof is a pretty good play. You have very good chances of drawing a bingo from the S of demeans, particularly, or a 7-letter word to the left of Kadi. Only one more T to draw for the rest of the game, so triplication, not super likely. However, 4 R's. Jason draws another R and not enough vowels. He might be in big, big trouble, but you have to hope for something good at a deficit like this one. You know you're probably less than 10% to win this game. You have to try and draw something. And ERTT can work quite well with a lot of different draws. We'll see what he gets. Blanks are still out. Many good tiles to pull from the bag. And Madhav now with BDEIRRV. So his play of Verbid was just blocked. VAE would have been very nice, right above the A of Jaffa, but Woof inhibited that play. But he can just play something like Wyver from the W of Woof, score very well. Opens a somewhat dangerous scoring spot, but not a huge deal. You're not giving back any bingos. I like that play.
Yeah, I like the play of Wyver as well. Like you said, it's a decent scoring spot, but not one that's cause for huge concern. Not a ton of letters go under the E, and you would need to have the second letter be an E to go under the R. This seems pretty reasonable. Looks like he's thinking of Bravi right now through the A of Modica, or maybe Braved. So something to those plays would both take out a couple of the 8 lines available on the board. I still think taking the points with Wyver makes more sense. Just continue to increase and cement this massive lead.
The more I look at it, though, maybe not. There's 16 vowels to 30 consonants. That's almost a 2-to-1 ratio in favor of consonants. Madhav might be worried if he plays both of his vowels, he won't redraw one. And when you're up by so much, safety is the number one priority. And so maybe Braved keeping one vowel or Bravi is a better choice. And this also does a great job blocking the board. This blocks the S of D means, it blocks the 7s lane Kadi opened all that while back. This is a great defensive option. I think we were sleeping on it, Chloe.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It's really nice to block the S. That's the best bingo lane on the board. And I like what your point about keeping the safety of the I, keeping a security vowel to ensure no disaster draws happen in which Madhav got stuck with 7 consonants. Jason, though, picking up many of those consonants himself after Woof, he will not be bingoing this turn. And actually Madhav drawing much better.
Indeed, those 2 blanks still out there, though. Jason still has a chance in hell of winning this game. He had WRB separated. Maybe he was thinking of playing Bra prior to the play of Braved. Now, what do you do? Do you play Newt through the E of Braved, set up a triple potential for yourself? Do you underlap, play Went, and hope Madhav has terrible tiles? This is awful, awful for Jason Keller. Terrible redraw.
Terrible position. Really can't score anything other than Went and EW with Brave, but that looks awful, setting up way too much scoring for Madhav. Maybe he's considering Wort through the E of Braved.
Yeah, another option the engine's suggesting is B Went through the E of Braved, opening that triple and getting rid of that annoying B. The B is not a great bingo tile, but Rit is totally fine here. It makes a lot of sense. Maybe a little bit better to keep the R rather than the N even though there are a couple. Yeah, there are tons of ends to redraw. That's probably why.
Yeah, I think still no blank draw for Jason. Madhav, though, will be able to score really well this turn, warily playing from the W of Woof. Looks great.
Oh, Warily, the obscure spelling of that word. No, most players probably know the bingo, Wearily, but this is a normal English word, Warily. It's just, it's obscure in a Scrabble sense. You don't see it as often, Chloe.
Okay, I
But
guess.
he's seen it here.
Sure, whatever you say. This is not obscure to me, but maybe in the Scrabble sense, yes, 6-letter words do not come up as often. This seems like the place to play, the play to play, and Madhav will be playing it pretty quickly. Looks great, scoring 48 points, taking a huge 167-point lead.
Yeah, things are looking great for Madhav. We know that the blanks are still in the bag. We'll see. Is he going to draw one of those blanks? Is he going to draw both of them like we saw against Ben Schonbrunn? Only time will tell. Jason with another not so great rack. If this was a close game, this would be fine. This would be a little bit balanced. But yeah, he's thinking about Betel through the E of Brave. That's a great idea to set up some danger on the board, setting up an S hook. But little does he know, Madhav kept an S with his last play. But he's, yeah, wow, okay,
Yeah.
that's a great draw.
Yeah. So Madhav will be able to use this S hook. Yeah, things are looking good for Madhav here. He has actually the bingo brethrens available as well from the B of Betel. So he's spotted that already. I expect that to come down pretty soon. Jason picking up an S himself. I can't see what his last letter is. He has Ascent and another letter. But brethren's coming down.
Yeah, great find. So quick by Madhav, noticing this is his only playable bingo. And that is a PACE NPST. No O on the board for Capstone again for Jason Keller. He played that earlier in his 4 bingo in a row game against former world champion Akshay. So I don't see a playable bingo. Oh, there is one. It still fits. Catneps still fits with GITE. Wow.
Yeah, wow. Has Jason seen that yet? I imagine he would already be setting that up if he has. It's not often you have a word that ends in P like catnip. But I expect Jason to find this and play this word making gite, Gite.
Yeah, it's a very funny spelling, I think, of catnip. Probably lots of fans of cats. Actually, there's a big overlap between fans of cats and Scrabble players,
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Yeah, based on Jason's body language right now, I'm not sure if he's seen this word. Yeah.
Clearly not. He's a very fast player. He sees his bingos quickly. Now he has alphabetized.
Okay.
He might be recognizing the pattern here. If he does, he'll very quickly jolt up and play catnips with GITE. But if he misses this, oh man, he's down 207, Chloe.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is over regardless, unless something crazy happens. Maybe we get a triple opened up by Jason. Maybe Madhav doesn't block, of course. We think that Madhav will be able to deal with any threat that Jason opens up. Looks like Jason just considering enacts. This basically, I guess, throws in the towel, goes for the blanks. Little does Jason know he actually has a bingo now available to play.
Yeah, his only chance to win this game is to find catneps and then maybe bingo twice in a row on a tough board, but he has the chance to do it.
There he goes.
And wow, he is so shaky here. Like, oh my God, I saw it. Like I told you, he's gonna jolt up and play this if he sees it. So catneps is on the board. Manav probably like, oh, okay, nice job, you found it. But noticing the only threat to Manav is multiple bingos, and noticing that Jason does not have one of those 2 blanks,
Yes.
with 10 tiles left in the bag, Jason's chances of drawing an S or one of those 2 blanks or both is extremely high, and Manav suddenly in a little bit, not really of danger, but like, oh, I could actually possibly lose this game. He's up 124. There's 1 blank. There is MUGEN. Yeah, Jason likes to turn his tiles over slowly when he's close to a bingo.
So yes, Mungo with an E and a blank, the draw for Jason. This will there's definitely some sevens here. It's currently not a board very conducive to those unless there's an S in the middle of those words. We'll see if Jason can come up with anything. The play of Hoisin might be considered by Madhav through the S of catnaps, but that does provide an end for Jason to play through. So Madhav might be averse to opening up any new lanes on this board and probably wants to somehow deal with the S hook of Betel if he can. The problem is it's not an easy lane to block.
Yeah, however, with 10 tiles in the bag, I think the call here is to play 4 or more. Why? Because if you play 4 tiles, 6 are left. That means Jason cannot bingo twice. So as long as you play 4 or 5, game is over. Jason's not going to be able to score enough just mathematically to win this game. So Hoisin, I think, is
Okay.
the play here.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. If Jason cannot bingo twice, Madhav is pretty much safe. Up now 124. Can't make all that up with just one bingo.
Indeed. So it's a tough bind through the S of Catnaps, Hoisin. We know Madhav can find just about anything.
Yeah.
Jason, of course, playing catnaps and drawing into mewing. That blank can be an I. That is one of the spellings of meow, but that doesn't fit on the board. Lots of cats going on. Cat lovers in the chat, let us know. I might sound like one, actually, with all these references, but I'm not. I'm indifferent towards cats, which
What?
they are towards us.
That was it. That was a dig at cats and cat lovers. Yeah, I wonder what else you consider here if you don't find Hoisin.
Yeah,
You
just
probably just try not to open up anything new.
just check the bag, see how many tiles are left, and then that will direct you to what you want to do. Yeah, but without Hoisin, there really isn't much great to do on the sport, and I think Madhav wants to maximize his winning margin, so it's a bit of a difficult situation for him if he doesn't spot Hoisin. It's not difficult in the sense he might lose, but anyways, while we're waiting, we have the updated scores on the top left of the screen. Chayota 249 to 158. David Eldar 265 to 200. Why are those scores so much lower than this game? Well, look at the clock times. Look how many tiles are on the board. These guys have been playing rapid Scrabble.
Looks like maybe SINH being considered by Madhav. This I think just obstructs some space, gets rid of the duplicate I and N on his rack. Might give him some more flexibility going into the endgame, but you're right, it would be much nicer to play off more tiles to prevent 2 bingos from Jason.
Yeah, if you don't play 4 or 5 tiles, you can actually technically lose this game. So going from an 100% winning chance to under 100% would be the case if you play 3 tiles off here. There's enough space on the board for multiple bingos to fit, but SINH would do a great job at almost cutting everything off from the T of Betel and from the L of Betel, but you could still potentially see a bingo through the N of SINH, opening up the board, and then an out bingo either through the tile on the right side of the board or hooking onto Betel's. So this actually gives back a technical winning chance to Jason Keller.
Yeah.
But it's not going to really matter, I'm pretty sure, as Jason's rack is going to bingo, but not in a spot that's going to open enough space to set up a second bingo.
Yeah, so Jason has Murgeons available, Murgeons, making the blank an S through the R of Brethrens. This will open up some immediate space, but Madhav will certainly close down the line that Murgeons opens up through the S on that bottom row.
Yeah, and great find by Jason Keller quickly, but it's just not going to be good enough. He's even going to still be down 80 points after this. So he's going to get some respite in this game. It's going to take him over the 300-point mark, and he is likely, actually, guaranteed to draw the final blank here. So yeah, after all is said and done, Jason Keller is going to draw AEGPSY blank. So there is a possibility remote of an I getting out in space for Gypsalian, but that is not happening here. Jason is lost, and Madhav's just going to try and work through this endgame, block the S of Mergens probably, block the S hook on Betel's, and win this game.
Yeah, all it will take is some play through that middle bottom triple, something like N-isle, E-N-I-S-L-E looks really good. But really whatever Madhav comes up with that goes through that spot will do the job for him.
Absolutely. There might be something to be said about looking through the disconnected T, E, and N in the center of the board. Maybe Jason's drawn a ridiculous golden bingo through those 3 disconnected tiles. There is enough space for that, but not to be for Jason Keller. A few missed opportunities this game for him early on. Quickly played game by both players. Mudov also missing a couple things on his end, but with all the draws with the opening bingo, with all the scoring power that Mudov had this game, he was able to just keep on the pressure and win an easy one against Jason Keller.
Yeah, and somehow now looking at these other scores, David Elder all of a sudden has a massive lead over Tatcha. I don't remember the difference being so large when we last
Tatcha
looked at
played
this.
18 points and David must have tripled.
Yeah,
Wow. Insanity.
Yeah. And Wiegand has come back in the game versus Chayota, so that one looks quite close. Could be an exciting one as it gets later in that game.
And for those joining us on table 2, 2 other tables, table 1 and 3, are being live streamed on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel and streamed to our media partner, MeWatch. Please download the app on your phone or smart TV if you haven't already. This is a great historic moment for Scrabble that we have live TV coverage as well as live stream coverage. A huge effort undertaken by Michael Tang, Manop, so many people behind the scenes, Josh Greenway, making this all possible, getting commentators out here, getting staff on site, making sure the producers are here, the best producers in the world for Scrabble. Christian K, Andrew K are here as well. It's lovely to see all of this. These 3 games are on screen. There are 7 more games you can look up on woogles.io on the Causeway Challenge broadcast. 10 games being annotated by members of the Bangkok Scrabble Club.
Yeah, huge production over here in Bangkok. So many people involved in putting this tournament on. It has been a massive effort, and it's so fun to see all these people committed to the same goal of putting on the best tournament possible, giving everyone access to as much Scrabble content as possible. So wonderful to have you all tuning in and being a part of this as well.
Worth mentioning that if somehow Madhav doesn't use the triple or plays a phony word, Jason will win this game with paysages to the S in the center bottom of the board, but still winnable for Jason, of course, but that would be insane. That would be the most crazy thing to happen on stream. Madhav just throwing the game. He's looking at playing Legion through the blank S of Mergens.
Yeah, and
That's a very good option for him. Lots of options to win the game as long as he blocks that S.
yeah, I think Madhav probably just looking for a word that one, he is 100% sure, 1000% certain is valid, and 2, leaves him an outplay for next turn. He wants to play the best end game here, regardless of the fact that this game is already decided, as long as he makes a valid play. So, he sees yellowed. Yellows does not play. Oh, this would be a massive mistake.
Yeah, he's just I think being funny. He's probably not 100% sure that Betel takes an L or not. It doesn't. If it did, Nielos would fit to that S, but he's probably just doing some entertainment for the camera. Oh, we are nervously laughing here, aren't we, Chloe?
I'm not sure if he's joking about this.
Wow. All right. He might not be. He wants us to know, at the very least, that he sees this, but Bedell, Bedel does take the L, so it could be a little bit of confusion here for the youngster, but I think if he's not 100% sure, he has to take the sure win, unless he doesn't know that Jason is threatening paysages. Maybe he thinks that that is not a possible play for Jason Keller. Maybe he has the wrong tracking. There are possibilities still here of Madhav throwing this game, so I wasn't joking about that, but the likelihood of this happening is just so low. Noise is on the board, 12 points. The clock is about to be hit. I think Manav is a little bit annoyed because he's not totally sure that he's not making a huge spread blunder here.
Oh
He's
my
taking
gosh.
it off the board. He's gonna play
Lesion.
Legion instead, keeping the
yeah.
EL, scoring 18 instead of
Yeah.
12.
Worth noting that neither Nielos nor Betel would be valid words in this situation. Nielos only spelled without the second E. Nielod is a verb with a D at the end, but this would, yeah, that would be a massive error. Yeah, take the sure win. Play noise.
Plays noise. This is very mature out of Madhav. Sometimes when you're a little bit on the young side, you have slightly poorer impulse control, but this was a great decision. Just take the sure win. Might not be your best play, but you have to win games at this stage. You cannot throw a position like this. Madhav was in a similar situation in round 2 in the crazy 534 versus 531 game. You can look back to that game on the live stream, live broadcast, or on Woogles against Euclid Hui, where all Madhav had to do was make a valid move to win the game. Sometimes that's when people chicken out of really cool things just to take the short win. Over to Jason Keller, who unfortunately has gotten the bad news, noise blocking his winning play. I'm sure he was expecting that though.
Yeah, I'm sure maybe his heart skipped a beat when he saw Madhav put down the second L at the end of Betel, but it was not to be for Jason in this round.
So we'll see what he ends up doing here in the end game. According to our engine, best play is just to maximize your score and get rid of as many high scoring tiles as possible. So yeps or yaps on the right of SINH, NY, HA, or HE, 28 points, blocking Mudav's best outplay of ELL for 11. That is the top endgame for Jason. It looks like he is doing his tracking this stage of the game. He's going to make Madav wait for his cookie. Jason Keller often does not track. It's a similar thing. Some Nigerian players do this as well. It's a common thing outside of North America, I would say, to not track your tiles till later in the game. I think Jason's finished the job. He knows Madav has ELL, and it's only a matter of time before victory sets in for the young Indian.
Yeah, Madhav will now be able to go out after a play like Yeps or Yaps with Leal through the A of Catnips. Jason's highest scoring play is Myases. It's a hard to spot word, Myases, through the M of Mergens and the S of Catnips, but because that keeps the P and the G on his rack, Yaps ends up being the better spread play, especially because it blocks Madhav's highest scoring outplay.
So updates from the other two boards. David Eldar completely destroying Tacha Kurwat. Two-time world champion sometimes doesn't mess around, and David's been on a tear. He was at 12-9, I believe, or 12 and yeah, I think he was 12 wins, 9 losses, and I don't think he's lost since then. Nigel Richards, on the other hand, is threatening, I guess the opposite of threatening, to not be able to win this tournament. He's already at as many losses as he could probably afford in this 36 gamer. So very surprising, of course, to see Nigel doing poorly. Of course, he's probably playing better than everyone else. We can only imagine, but this does happen. There's a little bit of variance in Scrabble.
Yes, it just goes to show this is all kind of why we play Scrabble, though. If everything was so simple, we would have gone to a game where there was no luck aspect, no variance factor. But in choosing to play a game like Scrabble, you accept that sometimes the best player won't win.
Yeah, if the best player always won, I think no one would be playing Scrabble. Everyone would be like, okay, Nigel, you win, take the crown, day is over. But there's so much to the game. There's so much possibility. You could do something in Scrabble that leads Nigel astray even, and you could beat him. You can even outplay Nigel sometimes. It's very rare. But anyways, he is in trouble. David Eldar, though, surging back into the fold. He's back on the live stream, and he's about to take a huge victory over Tacha Kurwat. the local player from Thailand.
Yeah.
And Chayota, another Thai player, is doing extremely well against Dave Wiegand. He's up 107 points
Yeah.
as we speak.
Somehow another big swing in that game, and it looked like Chayota was up 100, then Dave came back to within 10 or 15 points, and now Chayota up more than 100 again. Don't know what's going on over there. I would like to check in and see. I'm excited to get the update after that game is over. But yeah, we've got exciting things happening near the top of the Premier Division here at the Causeway Challenge.
You see Madhav with his eyes closed. It's a perfect time to take a rest. Just wait for your opponent to lose the game. I remember one of the first times I played in the top division, I was playing a very fast player and time pressure was on, but I got into a totally winning position as SB comes down. I got into a totally winning position, and then the fast player suddenly slowed down, took 10, 15 minutes late in the game. I was like, come on, you've lost the game. Stop taking so long. Anyways, this is not an identical situation here. ELL for 11 points. ASG blank off the rack of Jason Keller. This is a very, very important victory for Madhav. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
It doesn't take another level.
Yeah, I was gonna be
Yeah.
like
No, I had yellows. None of them meant.
yeah, like, well, that was, I mean, that's, if you saw what I had, I needed you to do exactly
Passages,
that.
right?
What?
Passages.
Yeah.
Passages.
It was like, if you did that, I would
Yeah.
make if I just make sure to challenge, but
Yeah, good thing I didn't.
yeah, I just got over a bit, like, I left FAE here, and then I do AUX, or AUX, so that was, I don't know what I don't know.
Rossiter wasn't good.
What?
No, I had Rossiter here when I played Zoa, and some reason thought I wasn't sure if it
Oh,
that would have been 59.
yeah, I mean, it didn't,
Yeah. Nah,
I mean,
sure.
especially,
I don't know why I wasn't
especially
sure if Rossiter.
yeah, and then, like, I needed a U for outrote. Yeah, there was not a lot until I'm at least glad that I was like, wait a second, there's oh, okay, yeah. I mean,
I did not play that.
you know what? I'm sure that there are things that I could have done differently too. Like I said, I don't know exactly what my reasoning is for that. I mean, what the correct reasoning is for a better play. Because I mean, I thought so, but E as a lead. I thought about O, and like it also didn't strike me as A. I figured that was kind of like a patient sort of, let's get some balls, and at least I'm fortunate that you didn't play here so that I could play that. But then it took me a little too long to make it.
Yeah. Yeah, I just kept scoring. And
Yeah, and it's like, and I like, yeah, and a bunch of these things. Like, gotta, I mean, and I'm, you know, and I'm glad I kept applying so late too. That could have made this a really dreadful.
I expected to draw some good stuff after Bretons because there was 2 blanks and 2
Yeah,
S's
right.
unseen to me. And instead I drew IHN, INOE.
Oh yeah, and I was like, oh, well, let's. Yeah. Oh. All right.
All right, a nice postmortem between these two guys at the top of the standings. That was round 25 of a round 36 tournament. 5 games left today. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 to go. And tomorrow, I wanted to mention to everybody at home, we have an updated start time of 8 a.m. local time rather than 8:30, given that they're going to be doing hot pairings. What does hot pairings mean? Well, throughout this event, things have been running smoothly because the next pairing for the next round was done prior to the beginning of the previous round. So that means that everybody knows who they're playing right after they're done. However, tomorrow, the pairings are different. Player 1, first place, plays second place, third place, plays fourth place, etc., etc., all 6 rounds. So we have to wait for every single result to be entered before making the next round pairing, that means that things are going to be a little bit more delayed than usual. So that's why we're starting at 8 a.m. local time in Thailand. If you're not in this time zone, please feel free to look it up. We're at UTC +7, I believe, here
Yes.
in Southeast Asia. But let us know where you're watching from. Let us know if you're entertained, what your favorite games, favorite plays have been so far. There are going to be 108 total games streamed, and wow, so much Scrabble left to play. But we're more than 2/3 of the way through this tournament. We're going to take a short break before the next round. This game did end pretty swiftly, so probably another 15 minutes before round 26. We'll see you in just a moment. Hello and welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. It is round 26 of 36 here at board 2. We have a hell of a matchup for you guys coming right up.
Yes, we do. David Elder has finally made it back to board 2 after I think it was round 1 when we first saw him. Now he will be facing Madhav, who we just saw. We've seen many times on our stream. He's been doing amazing this tournament. Elder didn't get off to the best start, but he's now been clawing his way back and has been on a really nice winning streak. I think the past 4 or 5 games he's won. So he's now back in it.
Yeah, I think he's on a 5-game winning streak. Let's see if he can continue. Madhav still doing fantastically, very near the top of the standings. Let's pan to the board. Righty. Most of the tiles back in the bag. David Eldar going first. I'm just going to double check that there are no tiles in weird spots under the board, around the board.
Always
Get
want
the
to be
thumbs
sure.
up. And we also got word that Nigel Richards lost his last game. So with 11 defeats, it seems very, very unlikely he's going to be able to win this tournament. Crazy stuff,
Yes.
crazy drama at the Causeway Challenge. But David Eldar is back in the thick of it. Let's see if he can continue. And he's drawing his 7 tiles. Normally he shakes the bag a little bit more than that. Start things off. David Eldar, a very emotive player, a very strong player, maybe the second best player in the world. He might argue something differently, but at any point in time, if you want someone to take on Nigel, it's probably David Eldar. AAEENTW to start things off, and probably just a simple AWE with the E on the star is what I would do here, Chloe.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really nice to keep that AENT leave. Those work so well for bingos. I don't really see any reason to play a tween and blow up the rack, open more floaters for 20 points. Of course, it's a bit of a point sacrifice, but I definitely prefer this play. Very nice.
Yes, and Madhav with Peanut and an extra E. Will he play Peanut to the left of AWE, making PA, EW, and AE? Will he do something a little bit shorter? He could play maybe TAUPE. There's not a great place to do that. Maybe with AWE. I like the play of Peanut actually
Yeah,
here.
Peanut is actually kind of defensive. The AE that it will create takes no back hooks. This seems pretty nice.
It would be a very apt play for
Yes.
a tie tournament. And yeah, it's at the top of the list according to the engine. So 20 points, keeping a lone E. Maybe you play a little short. Maybe you just keep the NUT on your rack. Despite the U, TUNE is a good combination of tiles, and you're not giving back nearly as much to David if you just play PEA. But
yeah. And you might think this will block David's bingo of Deviant, but Peanut still allows Deviant to play on the right of AWE, making Pan and Oot EWT. So this bingo will still come down.
all right, Peanut is on the board, and yes, Deviant, the rack for David Eldar, 78 points in the position Chloe just mentioned to the right of the PA and the EW on the board. That is his only spot. He's probably going to take a second to double check there's nothing through the T, Peanut, through the U, Peanut. Doesn't necessarily want to open up that triple on the top, but it's his only bingo option, 78 points. Next best option is 38, AVINE, making TA. You can't sacrifice 40 points here to not open a triple. And man, Madhav drawing the Q, so he's probably going to quickly play Kadi in response through the D of Deviant, but leave 3 E's on his rack, so this is not a great situation for him.
He can also play Kelea, Quelea, through the U of Peanut. Of course, he wants to address the D on the board. I think it's probably still right to play Kadi through the D, but I think it's worth considering the play of Kelea, keeping a bit more of a balanced leave.
Yeah, how dangerous is the triple up there is the question here. Do you play Kadi Kaid to the D to block David from scoring, or do you focus more on yourself? Kilea for 37, keeping a much more palatable EI, is at the top of the recommended plays by our engine here in the booth. So will Madhav say, all right, I'm going to let you have it. I don't want to sink deeper into my bad tiles. And here he goes. This is a nice response to the bingo of David Eldar, who's drawn into CEFHIOR.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice rack. For scoring, he'll be able to do quite well with something like forced on this turn to the D of deviance, or choired, CHOIRED. These will score close around 50 points, both of them. So David's looking like he has some good options here.
That's right. Choired, highest score here of 51, keeping the lone F. Forced would be 48, keeping HI. H is definitely a better tile than the F, but how much better is it? Will you sacrifice 3 points to keep the H? I think probably just take choired, play 6 tiles, keep that F, maybe be able to score with it next turn. Choired actually sets up a nice spot for the F underneath the I on that dark blue triple square. That's probably why we're seeing choired, the top play recommended by the engines.
Yeah, that's a nice added perk of choired, setting up the F. Sometimes you can't do very well with it, but knowing that you have a guaranteed 25, 30, maybe even more points with it makes this play of choired look even more appealing.
And Madav, on the other hand, to his EI has drawn ADGTX. So decently balanced rack for him. He's threatening a 52 point, a 53 point, excuse me, AX or EX bomb next to the DE of Deviant, but that is going away almost certainly, and he'll have to settle for something a little bit less high scoring.
Yeah, so David considering both forced and choired. It's a very close call either way.
Yeah, I think the one thing in favor of choired is that scoring spot you're opening up underneath. We'll see what David decides to do. I guess choired is a little bit more of a committal play, because by placing the C out there in space, it seems somewhat likely that'll stay open. The C very, very difficult to underlap. So that C in the top left of the board, making it very likely we'll see an 8-letter word from it. If we look at the English language, the most 8-letter words start with the letter S if you're comparing every individual letter, but right behind that, maybe not right behind that, but in second place is the C. So many words start with C, and it's the hardest tile to master in Scrabble, I believe, because it's very difficult to navigate the board with the C. It's so hard to make 2-letter words with it, but it is such a strong tile when you use it properly. So we're seeing forced come down, and will we see a potential extension? Will there be a possibility of a 3-tile play going behind forced? That would be something interesting to consider, but I think David has done his diligence to see that there's only one of those. Ren forced, RENFORCED. If that hits the board, that's only 45 points. Not a huge deal, but definitely something to consider later on. And now Madhav actually finding a very high scoring play. Exited is going to score massively. That's not a play that was on my radar.
Yeah, that looks great. That's by far his best play. Expect this will come down pretty soon. Just scores so much more than the next best option. 16 more than Axed underneath Kalea for 44. Got to take the 60 points here.
Absolutely. 60 is a great score. It's a bingo score. The AG leave, not terrible. Now over back to David Eldar. Has he gotten some help? He's drawn HIOOSTU. Nice word lined up on the rack there. And I guess the first thing I would consider would be, do I have a weird 8-letter word? Second thing is, if I don't, am I going to play to the top triple? Probably. That's a pretty big spot up there. A 5-letter word could score massively, but I don't see a great way of using the U, which is the worst tile on David's rack.
Yeah, he might not be able to use the U up there in that spot on the board, but there are still some decent options available to get rid of the U. He could play the word out hit, make to the T of peanut. I think that might be his best option here if he wants to clean up this rack. And it looks like he's spotted it.
Yeah, that is 29. Hoy on the top is 26, keeping OSTU Toho also available to block the triple by playing underneath the ITED of exited, making 4 two-letter words and setting up the S. That's 31 points, but the ISU leave not so great. Tons of options are close here. I think it's a question of style. What sort of play do you want to make here? Do you want to make a blocking play? Do you want to make a board opening play? Do you want to balance your rack a little bit more? Out hit is a nice option, but it creates a little bit of danger on this board. David already has an S hook for peanuts. Maybe he wants to keep that alive, not open the left side of the board, do something else.
Yeah, maybe Toho does make more sense. Setting up the S when you know you have one is nice. That hook really isn't going anywhere until it gets used, though.
That's right. And with 3 remaining S's and 2 blanks, it's not really just David
Yeah.
Eldar's hook. So there's a little bit of danger to that too. If you take off the T and play Oho instead, that allows for no hook. Oho does not take an S hook, and that T might create a little bit more balance for you. A lot to consider for the 2-time world champion as Madhav sitting on AGIIJRS. Probably hoping he can score very well with the J. Right now, Jagir, Jirga fits through the eye of Deviant for 42, but keeps 2 eyes, and now out hit coming on the board. At first looks great, giving that O to Madhav, but he actually will not have a big J play through it.
Yeah.
He just scored big on the triple letter double word score on the second to top row with that X, but he's not going to be able to do the same with the J.
Yeah, I still think Jirga through the Eye of Deviant might just be his best option. It scores a lot better than any of his other plays. He might consider Goji's through the O of out hit if he's really worried about that spot. But I think taking the points of Jirga and keeping IIS makes more sense.
We see a great blank draw from David Eldar, a second S,
Nice.
another benefit to playing 5 tiles, likelier than usual to draw one of those 2 blanks. And yeah, Jirga or maybe Jig somewhere would be a good play for Madhav. He's probably just going to take the points if he sees them. I assume he's seen them.
Yeah.
David Eldar
Yeah, he's
to respond.
threatening odalisks in multiple spots. Elder is certainly bingoing next turn. So he'll be taking a big lead here in this game, even after a play like Jirga, which will effectively tie the game.
So Madhav maybe considering Jig underneath out hit, making OI and UG to sort of eliminate some scoring, but create an easy spot to start with J. He was about to make a decision and he emoted there. He's like, I don't know.
Guess it creates multiple threats. There are plays from the J, and it also creates a big S hook.
Absolutely. You could play it on top for a 4-point sacrifice, making IO and GU, making it a lot harder to play from the J. But the reason to do this and sacrifice 18 or 22 points is the leave of AIRS so much stronger than IIS, which is the tiles that Madhav would keep after Jirga.
Yeah, an interesting call here. Looks like he's going for it. This is a bold move.
Definitely a bold move, Cotton. So 24 points on the board for Madhav, 143 to 167, 24-point deficit, but it's about to be much more as
Sorry, continue.
as David Eldar to respond. Is he going to play odalisks or is he going to play dolts through the T of out hit? That's a nice 40 points, keeping KS blank. Odalisks is 76 through the I and deviant, but dolts, I don't know, that might be a better play. The blank is worth around 25 to keep. The S is worth around 10 to keep. These are numbers that vary depending on the board position, depending on so many different factors. Do you want to take the sure 76, or do you want to start with a 40-point play and try to bingo next turn? It's very interesting.
Yeah, I
position.
think it's a close call. I might go with dolts here. I just have a strong feeling my opponent has the S with a play like Jig.
Oh, great point. That's why Madhav was doing that,
Yeah.
right? Setting his S up.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think in recognizing that threat and taking out that big scoring spot for Madhav, maybe Madhav will be forced to then play. I mean, forced. He'll probably score around 30 something if he plays from the J, but taking out the massive scoring opportunity of a play hooking jigs, using it himself and bingoing next turn seems like a better option for David here.
We'll see what he considers as Madhav has drawn into AEIILRS. That is a bingo rack, but will it go down? I think it might.
Yeah, I mean, he has Lariest to the T of out hit, so it really depends on if, well, even if David blocks with Dolts, Madhav will still have Lairize down to the D, making ED. So it seems likely that Madhav will be bingoing. Maybe something would Tisk and Jigs block the bingos, or will there still be other options?
Well, let's see. If Odalisks hits the board, Madhav will not be able to bingo. His best play would not be a bingo, but Dolt's coming down for 40, and Lairize is going to fit. So Odalisks through the eye, that would have been really, really interesting. Apparently, I'm looking ahead. If that had hit the board, Madhav's best play would be Virelay, Virelai from the V and Deviant, which doesn't fit now. It would only fit after Odalisks. That would have been insane, but that didn't happen. And here we're seeing
Interesting.
Lairize with Quileas.
Okay, yeah, he's taking the 5 extra points of this placement, creating the hooks of Lairized. Here, instead of playing next to the D of Dolts with Lairize for only 69, this will score 74. It's a bit riskier creating this scoring spot, but I guess he realizes there are enough spots on the board that maybe the points are just worth it.
Yeah, maybe. I kind of like this idea. There's already so many scoring spots on the board. Why not just take the points? Madhav currently up 10 points. He doesn't know David has that blank, so he's probably feeling decently about his chances of drawing one himself. He has not, though. ADILMVY, and David has drawn some weird stuff. He's drawn a Z to go with his SK blank.
Yeah, he's going to score massively on this turn. He can play Zek at the top right corner, making ZE and Ed. If he's really concerned about plays hooking Lairize, he can play Zeks and Lairizes for 60. Sorry, for 50, but Zek in the top right scoring 62. So hard to pass up.
Yeah, you have to do this again. This board is full of scoring opportunities. So even though you're creating a possibility of a huge underlap under Zek, it's definitely worth it here. 62 points, keeping PSS blank.
Wow.
So strong. As long as David draws a vowel or two, he's very much primed to score another massive amount of points next turn. So Madhav now to respond with ADILMVY. He's in a little bit of trouble now.
Yes, except he has the play Jivey available from the J. Of course, we know David sitting on the SS blank. He's very likely going to bingo next turn. Jivey looks great. It scores 51 points. Keeps this a tie game, essentially.
Absolutely, yeah. Jivey just an easy 51, keeping ADLM, giving Madhav lots of chances to draw a bingo potentially to the left of the DO of Dolts or elsewhere on the board with the D hook on Lairize. So a little bit concerned he's pulled Avidly out, which would fit for 44 making Lairize, but I feel like that's not worth it over
Yeah.
Jivey. Jivey, a nice 51, blocking that easy J spot. I wonder if he's going to see Jivey. Yes, there we
now
go.
he's seen it. But yeah, I agree. Now that he's seen this play, I think the Lairize spot, it's not the most amazing scoring spot ever, but it's pretty good. Yeah, that might draw his attention at first. He might have even forgotten about the J by now, up until he saw this play of Jivey. And I think he'll realize this is the play that ADLM leave is quite good. He's also considering Davy and Lairized. This is closer. I still think Jivey a bit preferable.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead
Yeah.
and do that. Just show us that he's seen all of the candidate moves. This game playing very quickly once again. We look at the scores in the top left. Dave Weekend and Tacha rematch there is not going very far. Chayota and Jason Keller as well. So this is a quick.
Yes.
Want to come here for quick Scrabble, or do you want to see slower Scrabble? Depends what you're looking for. But yeah, David Eldar has pulled out one vowel, and he's looking at sparser, which fits with layerizes. That doesn't take an S as far as I'm aware. So that is going to be great, and it's going to block monadal, although monadial is still going to fit, and monadal next to the DO of dolts. We have a game, Chloe.
Yeah, wow.
We're going to see a bingo exchange.
Yeah, very exciting. Sparser looks great. That's the best option for David. But yeah, this will be met with monadal to the left of dolts, making add and LO. Really exciting stuff. Back and forth.
Absolutely. So we'll see what David draws out of the bag. His bingo scoring 84, I believe, and Madhav to respond with a number of options of his own. Mandola, monadal, monadial.
Just domanial.
Oh, domanial. I always get that one messed up. Thank you. Mandorla also playable through the R now that Sparser has created, but I think at a close to even score, I think you play monadal.
Yeah, monadal definitely. Mandorla looks way too risky. Just opens up a huge scoring spot, and a big S hook. I definitely prefer monadal, and I think Madhav will as well.
Yeah, he's lined it up now. It's 82 points. Mandorla would be 80.
Wow, it's quite the reaction to seeing Mandorla.
Both of these players are very emotive. We love to see it on the screen. I was talking to Nigel Richards earlier about how the difference between watching him and watching David is all in the face. So monadal for 82. 350 will be Madhav's score after this move. And he's going to need the blank probably to win this game. Whoever draws the blank is probably winning in this position, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. David Eldar with A, B, E, F, G, I, R, and he's looking to play to the left of monadal after that. He's actually holding this play, so maybe if he challenges, Madhav will be up by 2. Not a huge difference, but if you challenge this word, you're giving Madhav 5 extra points, or he's taking his play off the board. So if David is not sure enough of this word's validity, he's going to press that stop button on the Scrabble clock, but he has accepted.
Good call to accept this play. We don't want this to be a game decided by the 5 points of a challenge. David has some really good options now for scoring on the left side of monadal. He can play fib, making fa, ID, and bad. That'll score 38 points. Really won't give anything back on the left of it. No front hooks for fa, no front hooks for bad.
Oh, but there's the blank for Madhav.
What a draw.
MOOTU blank. So wow. That is a little bit insane, but the blank, super, super happy to see that, I'm sure, as Madhav. He'll have a couple of turns to deal with his duplicate U's and O's. Yeah, David Eldar here. What is he going to do? Probably something like fib, but what if you play fig? You're setting up your own E for egad behind, and the only reason you might want to do that is it's possible long term you want to block the lane that would be created or would be maintained. So if you play to the left of monadal, there's a lane to the right of the DO of dolts. And if you play fib or fab, that will create the possibility of BADE words. But if you play fig and then egad comes on the board, egad doesn't take any hooks. So that would be potentially a reason to play the G here just for the long term. But instead, we're seeing FIE underlapping. That makes perfect sense here, trying to score as much as possible and take care of that scoring spot, but at the expense of the leave. There's a lot of clunk, a lot of consonants left for David Eldar. I'm not sure I would have played that considering what's unseen, but it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Egad does take the S hook, though, I think. So it's still some things would be possible, though there's no S's out. Maybe just using the blank. And now for Madhav, he's got the 2 U's, the 2 O's, the blank. No bingos available for him. But oh, sorry, I lied. Tumorous available for Madhav.
Oh, wow. That does fit through the R of sparser. Is he going to be sure of this word? I've spoken to Madhav about his studying, He's only gotten to top 10,000 words by probability. There are 30 to 40,000 7 or 8-letter words in the Scrabble dictionary, the most probable of which use letters like E, I, L, N, R, S, T, A. Play of tumorous, the word tumorous is far, far below that threshold, probably in the 25,000 range. So it's
Oh.
possible that he's seen this word before, but not studied it. And so is he going to be sure of it?
Yeah, and will he find the other bingo out humor if he isn't sure of tumorous? Neither of these an easy find, neither of them an easy word to play. Both of them are plausible words. When you see that and you're not 100% sure, you might think, am I just making this up? Word uncertainty is such a difficult thing in Scrabble, especially with Madhav being rather new to studying as a young player. And we've got the players, they've paused the clock. I think they're checking the score. But yes, will Madhav be able to talk himself into tumorous? Will he play through this rack? Will he play MOU somewhere and hope to draw bingo next turn? What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, it's such a big difference between tumorous or out humor, and it's such a big difference between bingoing and not bingoing at this score line with 13 tiles in the bag. This is a huge moment for the 15-year-old. Is he going to be sure enough of the word tumorous to play it? And if he does play it, he's going to have great chances of winning. And it looks like he's designated in the blank. It looks like he is going to play this. Wow, unbelievable.
Wow.
This is so, so good.
This is huge for him at this stage of the game. I don't think it's necessarily over yet, but this does put him up 34 points. Now it's up to David to manage to score enough to come back. However, the pool's looking pretty good for Madhav for what he's drawing into. Depends if he draw all consonants now. This pull from the bag will be so huge.
This is an incredible find and an incredible level of confidence for Madhav, the 2025 World Youth Scrabble Champion. David Eldar putting this play on hold. He knows that if he accepts this play, it's anyone's game. 6 tiles in the bag. He's going to challenge, and he's going to give Madhav 5 points.
That could be huge.
Both players have no idea whether this word is going to be valid or invalid. The tension is palpable. Let's see. Boom. That is a green check of relief for the 15-year-old.
Wow.
David Eldar will get his turn, but he's going to be down 39 points. 6 tiles in the bag. He's definitely realized that he's not in great position here. Is he going to play something more desperate? If he empties the bag with just banger on the right of tumorous, he's going to give Madhav free access to the end game with 7 tiles on his rack, 7 tiles on David's rack. I don't believe you can do that. Is
No.
David going to play something going for a bingo, or is he going to score some points to try and outscore Madhav in the end game? If he plays a 5-tile word, Chloe, like Begar to the right of the TUMO, he's going to only get even with 1 tile in the bag. He still has to realize that he's in a bad position, but look at that draw.
Yeah.
Madhav has not seen one of the 4 remaining vowels from David's perspective.
Yeah, I think he should play Bragg holding on to Renforced that you mentioned earlier.
Whoa, Renforced finally coming in. So the play of Forced made so many turns ago, the 1 extension REN is now available on David's rack. You could play it now, but I love your idea, Chloe, of just playing Bragg to the right of Tumorous, scoring a nice 30 points, keeping the 45-pointer behind. It's a
And
great idea.
although this doesn't look like the best draw for Madhav, he does have nth available to the bottom right triple that'll at least score a lot for him. He'll be keeping some really clunky consonants, so it might be too many clunky consonants to keep going into this endgame. He honestly even might block Renforce with a play like Y, WHY, to the left of Monadal, making HM and Yo. So this play of Renforce not guaranteed even if David sees it and goes for Bragg. Maybe Renforce goes first.
Will David see it? Will Madhav see it? These are all questions we're definitely at the edge of our seats waiting to know the answers to. 8 minutes left for the two-time world champion out of Australia.
Yeah.
And Madhav, with 14 minutes left, he's hopefully going to start thinking about what he might want to do next turn, all of his candidate moves, but it really, really heavily depends on what David does.
I think Madhav might still be able to outscore this Bragg and Renforced combo. Madhav has Nth, like I pointed out, to the bottom right triple, making on and SH. He also has Arai through the A and R of Kaleas and Sparser. Those are scoring plays that will clean up his rack well. He might just be outscoring David here.
Maybe. Definitely that 5 points might have meant the difference between a win and a loss for David Eldar, but he was not sure enough. If Tumors comes off the board, David is in fantastic shape to win this game. So definitely surprised when you see a two-time world champion challenge a valid word, but he had to check it. He had to check it. Madhav was not sure of it either, I'm pretty sure. So anyways, lots to think about for David Eldar. So many plays to consider. The game tree is blooming right before our eyes. So much going on. What
Yeah.
is he going to do?
I think it has to be one of Bragg or Renforced now. Maybe does David have to hope this is one of those situations where Madhav has drawn all consonants? There are only 4 vowels compared to the 9 consonants in the bag. Does David play Renforced first, holding on to Bragg? Does he play Bragg, keeping ENR, potentially even drawing into bingos, and leaving 2 in the bag?
Yeah, there are 2 things that can go well. Keeping a leave like ENR, you can draw a bingo to the S of Tumorous if somehow Madhav doesn't play there. So it's very much, you could also even maybe draw something from the V of
I know,
Jivey. This
yeah.
board's still a little bit open here. So the upside of a play like Bragg is very high. The only problem with the play of Bragg in my eye, Chloe, is just that it scores only 30.
Yeah, he's down 39. Like, this is a big deficit to come back from when Madhav has a few good scoring plays available himself. So it's going to be really tough, I think, for David here. But depending on the next couple plays, this sequence could be really important.
Absolutely. So let's try a little bit to do the math you were mentioning. Oh, never mind.
Wow.
Brad coming down. This is not a play that was on our radar. So Brad for 21 is going to keep AGENR, maximizing David's chances of drawing a bingo. That bingo will fit to the S of Tumorous. It'll probably fit to the right of Tumorous as well. This is a fantastic idea for David Eldar to maximize his chances of winning this game.
Yeah, so
And
now,
Brad being challenged.
wow, what?
Very interesting stuff.
That's very odd.
David's confused face. So 5 points back to David Eldar. But I think the situation is that Madhav knows that this play probably keeps a very strong lead. So if there's any chance that it is invalid, there's so many anagrams: Bard, Darb, Drab. Yeah, maybe this one's not a word. I think maybe Baird is not a word. Bart is not a word. There's so many words that are similar
Very odd.
to this, but OI is the draw. So Origane playing to the right of Tumorous and Organize. Triple. I think David Eldar has just won this game. What an incredible draw.
That's insane.
Insane.
So all
in
of a
the
sudden,
membrane.
what looked like Madhav had a really good shot to win with all these scoring plays available. Now, David, what a play of Brad. I wonder how often he draws into this bag and draws enough vowels for something like this to happen. Maybe he realized that Madhav can always outscore him if he doesn't bingo, so he has to hope for one of these scenarios when he's drawing into a bag of mostly vowels.
Okay, careful though. So I'm looking ahead. If nth comes on the board, blocking Organize,
Leaves one.
and David Eldar plays Origane, and the last tile in the bag is a C.
Will he be ceased?
Will David Eldar be stuck with the C, unable to make a play for the rest of the game?
Well, there's lock, LOC, but that's only 5 points.
Well, it's a question of once David Eldar plays his bingo after nth, draws the C, is there more than one spot, Chloe? I don't see it. I only see LOC for 5 points. This could be insane. Nth, no, nth creates a second spot. Nth creates cut.
Nth creates cut.
Oh, that one cuts deep. Cuts deep. So maybe there's a chance that nth is wrong. Okay, 4 tiles in the bag. Of course, Madhav has no idea what David Eldar has, but if there's a chance the C is in the bag, perhaps this position is so deep that you have to make a different play than nth.
Or do so many of the bingos go to the S that this blocks the most bingos? Maybe you do just need to play nth and hope.
Nth does block tons of bingos. It scores so well. Madhav now up 45, and David Eldar is going to just play or regain. I think he just needs to. Whoa.
This might still not win.
Or regain coming down for David Eldar. This is going to be a score of 89, bringing him to 506, but he's left the E in the bag.
Madhav
Bogey.
defeated the E
Bogey would have been playable
for 60.
for 60 to the left of Mo Nadel, but would that have been enough? Would that have been enough? David is just double checking. Do I have a spot if I draw the C?
It would not have been enough.
Okay.
I think, depending on what was in the bag.
Yeah, I think so. I think no matter what, I think Bogey would still not have won for Madhav. That would have brought us to a final score in the 500s for both of these players. David Eldar just double checking. Is there anything I can lose to? But I think he's noticed the 2 C spots. The E is the last tile in the bag.
What was that reaction?
Did he think there was nothing left? Did he think the game was over? What in the world?
What?
Guess we'll find out. That was so
He looks
crazy.
extremely confused.
511 to 469. They're talking. Maybe we can listen to the overhead mic.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
fine.
no, they're done. They're
Game's
done.
over.
Okay. Madhav's best play now is
He's looking at this. He's like, I want to play cowboying
Oh my god.
through the disconnected O and I.
This
Amazing.
is amazing. So I was about to say Madhav's best play in this endgame is cowboy for 32. It's a hard word to see on its own, but to see the fact that you could play with that I almost cowboying is just amazing.
I think David Elder's mistracked. I think that's what happened. And maybe he didn't check the bag, or maybe I'm just very confused.
Yeah, we'll need to ask him about that.
Wow. Wow, wee wah. Unbelievable scene in round 26.
Wow. Both players will score over 500 in this game. Cowboy.
Yeah,
to
if
score-
Madhav plays cowboy. He also has a couple higher scores actually for 35
Yeah.
and 32 and a
But
bunch
Cowboy's
of
the best
31s.
endgame. I mean,
But
he'll
yeah,
calculate this out.
Cowboy for 32 would bring Madhav to 501. He's just gone under the 10-minute mark. He's been playing so accurately, so quickly.
So fast, yeah. We were saying we have the fast board, and I think I know why. It's because we have Madhav here so many games in a row. He is a youth player. They tend to play faster. That said, most of them are not playing nearly as well as Madhav has been playing all tournament. There's a reason he's up there. He's been playing extraordinarily well.
If he's a youth player, I'm a kitchen table player. Cowboy hitting the board 501 to 511 right before the final move. David Eldar's best score here is 9 points, placing the E between the M and the W at the top left of the board. M, E, and EW would bring him to 520 plus 6. At the end of the game, you get double the value of your opponent's leftover tiles. David wants to double check his tracking because he's just like, what did I do wrong? He has the time to do it and do it after the game too, but you could also just, yeah. Oh no, he's not, okay, he's not tracking.
No,
he's
he's
doing
looking
what you're
for the
supposed to do.
clue.
This is great. Oh, this is very educational.
Or actually, a cool method.
Yeah, if you want to find the best spot for one tile, just hover over the board.
What is he-
try to
they're
find the
having
spot.
a riot over there. Okay, that
And he
is
still hasn't found his 9-pointer. Is he
Yeah.
serious?
covered it there.
I thought this was a good method, Chloe. Oh no, David! How could you miss M-E and
He hovered the
E-W?
E there. He hovered the E next to that M and somehow didn't notice it. Okay. Odd.
Overhead mic. Let's see if they can
Don't worry.
entertain us a little bit, even though they've already
5-5,
entertained themselves.
5-0-1. Next game.
Yeah, good game. She's 500 each. Oh my
Yeah.
god. I don't think I played well. Again.
I don't know what I could have done. Yeah, I drew 7 consonants on this.
Whoa, I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, I haven't studied it. I just
Out-
like felt it
Out
right.
humor is good, I think.
What?
Out humor.
Is it? Yeah. I had to take my
I
chance.
would have played it too. if
Yeah, I had
hadn't.
to take the chance.
That's pretty. It sounds like a word.
Yeah.
Is it orange-ish? I don't think so. It should be.
It's not.
Yeah, it's
not,
crazy.
yeah, okay.
Only without
It's-
the E.
it's only
but
without the E,
orange
okay.
aid is with the E. That's bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at that. I thought there was something there.
Yeah, man. You had the one track I didn't want you to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, even then I figured if the C is in the bag and you draw it, I always win.
What, Parisian?
Hmm?
You can still win against Parisian or whatever.
So, no. If you bingo and you draw anything other than the C, you win.
Oh, I'm
If
stuck.
I left the C, yeah.
Oh, my
There's
stuck.
only one spot, but even if you're not stuck, I'd score enough with bogey to
Oh, okay.
outrun in that case. Because you don't need to score it. I think you are stuck though. Just got.
Oh, well, then you win by like 50.
Yeah. Yeah, then
Oh, no, lock.
Oh.
Shoot. Oh, man, I
No,
should
but
have.
I think bogey outruns. I go to 5-9 with bogey and I'm giving back 10 off count back. So you need 8 and you don't have 8. Yeah.
Whoa, crazy.
Yeah. So I would win by 3 points again.
Holy
I would win by
shit.
3 or something.
On this
like that.
challenge.
Hmm?
On the challenge.
I give it right back.
Oh, you did too. Yeah, but still.
That broad is not good. No,
No, it's
they're
good.
both good. Okay.
I think it's a very Brad. I think they're both good.
Brad is good.
No,
Yeah, it
Brad.
is. Yeah, shoot. I don't know why I was unsure of. What are the extensions to this? It's only reinforced.
Which?
REN is the only extension. Okay.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Bugger.
When you played this, I was wondering why you didn't play outforced, and then I realized
No,
it's
no,
not
it's not
good.
good.
I know it's
Force
not
out,
good. I
force
know
out,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I realized that very late.
I was wondering.
When I
if
had
you-
this rack, I was contemplating it, and then I'm like, shit, it's only force out.
Ren. I forgot about Ren. I don't think I had.
Do you have it here? But
Yeah. Oh.
yeah.
Damn, that was wild. Man. What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean,
Monadal is good, right?
what?
Monadal. Yeah.
Yeah.
I played Mandola earlier today.
Yeah, I know. I think I saw it on your
Oh,
board.
okay. That's
Yeah,
real.
I was considering playing Mandorla.
Yeah, I saw that. I figured you must know.
Yeah, I
No,
know
no
it.
way you play that.
It
It's
just,
not
yeah,
brain.
that's just
Yeah.
not right.
It's not even close.
That's just not right.
Nah, it's too terrible.
I mean, the draw, it looks bad, but
Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. It was a great
no, I
draw.
would have liked to leave the use in the back for you to draw. But
Oh, can't have it all.
yep. What do you have with this?
Anger.
Yeah, I figured you would have something like that.
Yeah, well, I had the opportunity to play barge or whatever,
Ah,
and then
that-
tie up the
that's always
scores, but like
loses.
I just lose.
Let's
yeah.
just lose this. There's
Yeah,
too much
maybe-
scoring power
maybe-
in the
Yeah,
bag.
exactly. Yeah, you just go out in two probably.
Even if I don't even need to go out and do it, I'll just score
Yeah.
for. I was just gonna play BW here. And,
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that
yeah.
basically.
I had Honky followed by Bosch.
Yeah, okay,
I had
whatever.
some pretty sick outages.
Yeah, I'm too far behind.
Yeah. But you can't go into an endgame level on points.
Yeah.
Not with. Well, yeah. With 2 spots, I can't do much.
No.
Maybe out humor was good. I haven't studied that far, so I haven't. If I knew out humor, I might have played it.
It's reasonable.
Yeah, I think it's correct.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know about that. The bag's really bad.
66, right? No, the bag was good enough.
You reckon?
Yeah, there was 2 E's, 3 N's, 2 R's, 6. Actually, no. When I played it, the bag was 6 vowels and 14 consonants.
I could be convinced.
So, yeah, it was close,
What's he?
in my opinion.
Oh,
what's it?
yeah, maybe you're right.
You need
Oh,
to
yeah,
do
sorry.
it, Yeah. Yeah, I think out humor is correct though.
I could see it.
Wow. A historic
But I only go up by like
postmortem,
20.
a
that's
historic game, a historic matchup. We might see more of this in the future. Only brightness in Madhav's future, going toe to toe with the 2-time world champion David Eldar, coming up short, scoring 500
Wow.
points.
What an amazing game that was.
Unbelievable.
Amazing ending. There's so much to discuss there. I'm sure we'll be looking back at that one more to think about the Brad turn, what could David have done there? Was that the right move? It worked out beautifully in this game. So many interesting things considered by these two players. So smart, both players.
Absolutely. So, with that in mind, I think the other two games still in progress on the other two streams, but we're going to take a break, come back at around half past the hour for round 27. And if today is any indication, we're going to have another banger for you guys. Banger didn't hit the board
No,
last game.
It could
It
have.
could have, but the game itself was one for the ages. So
Oh,
don't go anywhere. We'll see you again with round 27 of the 2026 Causeway Challenge. Hello, welcome back to Bangkok, Thailand for the Causeway Challenge. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis, round 27.
Yes, it is. We just had a super exciting game between Madhav and David Eldar, who will be staying at board 2, facing off against Dave Wiegand. In this next game, it's Dave versus David, and it should be a really exciting game. I am really excited for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. What a treat to watch the two-time world champion against one of the best players of all time, Dave Wiegand. So we're going to try and disambiguate here as we can cut to the board. Players are ready to go. David Eldar will be Eldar. Dave Wiegand will be Wiegand. Hopefully you understand at home. Thank you for your viewership. If you are on MeWatch, if you are on Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube, it's good to have you here. Let us know where you're watching from, what time it is, what you're most excited for. Was that a heck of a game last round? Yes, it was. So hopefully with these two behemoths, I've mentioned, a David versus Goliath. No, this is a David versus David situation, figuratively and literally. Dave Wiegand to go first. He just lost to Tacha Kurwat on board 1, and he is 1 game behind pace Madhav in clear first place after round 26.
Yes, this will be very exciting. So looking forward to seeing this Dave to go first, Wiegand to go first, as we'll try our best to differentiate between these names and minimize confusion.
No handshake there.
All seriousness. No
I mean,
friendliness.
Ulfar's been on an incredible run.
Yeah, seriously.
And it's crazy to see. He thought he was out of it. I remember when he was 12-9, he's like, yeah, it's over. But here he is in, I think, 4th place here. So Dave Wiegand here with the opening play of Fixie, most likely.
Yeah, that looks great. Or not a
Sorry, not
not a
Fixie.
word.
Oh my goodness. All right. Opening play of Fix for 26. Fixie is not valid. That is just a type of bike. My apologies. I am too much of a cyclist and not enough of a Scrabble player. Yes. Miss Fix is not valid, though. Please don't play that. Okay, good.
Yes,
Fix
Fix
coming
looks great. Keep a really nice EIMS sleeve and move forward.
Indeed. Fix will take the T hook.
Yeah.
IXT.
And over to David now. He's drawn a few high-scoring consonants. He can play the word yoke on top of Fix, YOKE, making OF, KI, and EX. That'll score really nicely at 35 points and keep a balanced leave.
So yoke definitely a possibility. YO under FI is the first thing that comes to David Eldar's mind. I think that's just not enough points, but very, very defensive. So yeah, I think yoke looks really good. That'll set up the R hook. Yoker is valid. Revoke or evoke also possible if you really hate the V, but I think ERV is okay.
Yeah.
ERV is a good leave, despite one of the worst tiles in Scrabble. Goes very nicely with the ER.
Yes, I don't mind so much the leave of ERV. I think it's preferable to just the Y, which evoker or revoke would leave. I think yoke is the play.
So that's what David Eldar is considering. Dave Wiegand here with the redraw of AIP. So probably not what he needed to get an early lead with a bonus.
Yeah.
But after yoke, Wiegand is going to be able to potentially use that Y to his advantage. He could play aim and MY for a nice 24. PISE, potentially even stronger than MISE as a leave for Binkos. So potentially improving upon his previous turn. Not really seeing anything other than aim.
Yeah, that looks pretty solid to me. Keeping a balanced leave again. Doesn't open up too much for the opponent. MY takes no front hooks, no letters go before MY. So what it gives back in terms of scoring is really not that bad, despite slotting a vowel below the double word score. I like this play.
This Dave Wiegand hoping for that Y in a different position. Epimisia, MYSIA, would have been playable if that Y was out in space. But yeah, aim coming down without much thought. Dave Wiegand's been low on the clock in a lot of these games on the top tables, and he's been mentioning to me that he wants to play a little bit faster, but sometimes the position calls for it. You have to take your time. BVL, not a great draw either.
Yeah.
So AEGRRRV for David Eldar. He's drawn 2 more R's. I think just Graver here and Joker looks
Yeah.
really good to me.
Graver and Joker looks great. I don't really see a reason to do that through the A of aim. Instead, take the extra 6 points. He could do Ravager, I guess, through the A of aim, but again, I think Graver just looks better.
Yeah, Graver through the A is 22. Graver with Joker is 28. Ravager is 24. All those plays are reasonable. Graver probably just slightly better than both. Just has to think double check there isn't anything weird going on in this position. But that looks pretty good. Pretty simple choices early on this game for both players. And we see Graver lined up. Probably going to come down within 20 seconds of this moment. Prediction out.
Old move of you, Josh.
And again, if you are just joining us, we have an improvement. Many improvements have been happening technologically throughout this tournament. On the top left, you can see the games from the other 2 streamed boards. Darren Koo up 48-0. Josh Castellano coming up in the standings up 164 against Chayota. So Graver coming down for 28. We'd like to see this play. Over to Dave Wiegand with VISPBLE lined up in that particular order.
Yes. So maybe he was hoping for some sort of I for visible, but instead he is viable through the A of Graver. That looks like a really strong play for 30 points. I think that seems like his best option here, and I think that's going to come down pretty quickly. He's already setting it up.
And it was already lined up, the SP just in the middle. Some magician Dave Wiegand is. He just got the letter he needed. Viable for 30. Keeping a P and an S. There's really no downside to this play.
Yeah.
Gets rid of the V and the B, which is already a terrible combination, but also not great tiles. We like this play. David Eldar, on the other hand, has drawn EGHRSTY. And in response to viable, he's not going to have too much.
Yeah, not great options. A lot of consonants here. He can play TYG maybe. Get rid of that G, get rid of the Y. Those are some of the letters that are not so good on his rack that he'll want to get rid of. Maybe he'll play TYG above AIM, making YA and GI. Seems like a very reasonable play. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I think that's a very good option, actually. TYG, very important 3-letter word using no vowels, would score 25 points on the top left of the board. And RESH, the leave, very, very strong. So this board looking a little bit tight early on this game, but EX in the center of the board will take an O for EXO. OF will take a T or an F for often off. So there's still some access, some easy access to the bottom of the board. And when we see things contained to the top of the board like this, it's only a matter of time. The English language tends to start with lots of letters rather than end with lots of letters. So the English language goes further right and further downward in a Scrabble or crossword context. So we usually see things trickle down near the middle game or the end game. So I don't believe this board is in any danger of closing anytime soon.
And I think it'll get opened right on this next turn by Dave Wiegand here. He's drawn simpler among some other 7-letter bingos. He can play that making yokers. That I think that'll probably be his best bingo option.
Yeah, that's a great draw for him. And David Eldar taking some time here. TYG looks great. There's also 36 points available for him if he wants to play the crazy guy trash. GYTRASH. The definition of that word is spirit that haunts lonely roads.
Wow.
So if you knew that word, well, good job to you. You're one of very few. Scrabble is a language in and of itself. So many English words you've never heard. Tide coming down for David Eldar. We love to see it. Dave Weekend to take first blood with a bingo of Simpler and Yokers. This is only bingo.
Yes, exactly. It's only bingo, so as long as he's seen this word, it will be coming down, I expect, very soon. I wonder if David, if David just didn't know this TYG for a little while. It seemed like a standout play there. And once he set it up, he played it pretty quickly. So expect to see Simpler come down soon. Some I's, some H's on David's rack. Those will prevent him probably from bingoing.
Oh, they won't.
Oh.
You'll have two playable
I
8-letter
take it
words.
back. I take it back.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
You might see HHII and say, all right, I'm playing one of those, HI somewhere, but high rise plays right now through the G of Graver, a great Bangkok word,
True.
and airship, HEIRSHIP. If he somehow misses high rise or doesn't like the danger that it sets up, high rise would open a triple through an E and a huge triple above that H. And
Wow.
is this on hold? Is David Eldar holding Yokers? He's not holding Simply, that's for
I
sure.
would hope not.
But airship is 70. And there's a word that is just like that, airship with an A, but HEIRSHIP is 70. Doesn't open nearly as much, but David
Here comes
Eldar
High
isn't
Rise.
even thinking about it. He's like,
Yeah,
wait
oh,
a sec.
he pulled
Whoa,
it
whoa,
back.
whoa.
Now he sees airship, I think.
That's amazing. Amazing
Mhm.
recognition. Like, wait,
There
wait,
he goes.
wait. Do I want to play this instead? It's a 10-point sacrifice, Chloe. Would you sacrifice 10 points here?
Oh, it's such a hard call. Sometimes when these bingos that open up plays like High Rise does, they open up so many risky plays that you're like, okay, I'll score 60 points, you score 60 points. We'll just trade really high scoring plays. I kind of like though the less risky option of airship. I don't know. He needs the points. I think taking the 10 points makes sense at an even game.
Yeah, it's going to be an even game, but it's going to be Dave Wiegand to go first. So regardless, he's going to be a little bit ahead. So creating a little bit of volatility on this board. Hard to say no to it for a 10-point increase over airship. And that is committed 168 to 165. And the post bingo draw of Dave Wiegand looking a little bit vowel heavy. 2 A's, 2 E's, I, U, J. So he's definitely going to play to the left, I think.
Yeah.
Hooking that H of high rise. And David Eldar is going to get a big chance at a potential huge play through the E of high rise or overlapping. Let's see what he gets.
Yeah, I think Dave Wiegand will probably play a G, maybe JEU on top of the H of high rise, the first H that is. Whoa. Okay, what do we have here? Is there anything?
Wow, that second N saving Dave Wiegand's life. There won't be a triple available for David Eldar. He'll certainly look for one after the play of a G probably hits the board for Dave Wiegand. A nice 48 points, but he can't be happy about leaving that big spot on the right open. But that's the nature of the play of high rise. It's a complete and utter fork. There are two huge spots. Dave Wiegand can only use one of them. He only has one move per move.
Yeah, I think a G makes more sense than JEU here. Just taking the extra points. I don't mind the leave of AIU in comparison to AAEI. So I would take the extra points here and go with a G.
David Eldar deep in thought. He has to think on Dave Wiegand's time to see if he has a potential triple. Now, when we have a blank, we've mentioned this before, it makes finding plays all the more difficult. You have 26 letters of the English alphabet to work with to try and see if you have an 8-letter word through that E. But given that the E is stuck on the board in second position, that definitely narrows the search tree for David Eldar. So I don't expect him to take all that long. He's usually very confident in his word finding ability, especially low scoring tiles like these. With the duplicated N, it also reduces the possibilities here. And he's looking like, we don't miss something here.
What an awful draw for Dave. 3 more vowels to draw into his AIU leave. He will not have a very flexible rack to deal with whatever goes on once David plays a bingo. He has his best option of non-slip and simplers. He'll have to be sure that simpler takes an S. I would not expect that. A lot of people would expect simpler to be modifying the adjective simple, but not the case.
Indeed. So, yeah, non-slip is the best option for David Eldar. How long will he take before he decides that he doesn't have anything better? This is really crazy. Is that the only 7-letter word on the rack, non-slip?
I think so. It looks like it. Yes, and just non-slip. There are some 8-letter words available, but those will score 10 or 12 less, 10 or 12 fewer
Oh,
points.
Stolinen,
Oh,
the other
Solomon
one.
just doesn't play. Yes, these will score much less than non-slip hooking simplers. Non-slip does create another big scoring spot on an already very volatile board, putting the N one spot above the bottom middle triple word score. So maybe David will just embrace the full risky approach here.
Yes, so this is not great for Dave Weekend. He's sitting there, and the longer David Eldar takes, the more worried David Weekend is probably going to get about what David is holding on his rack. But he has to just wait and find out. And once David Eldar plays some bingo here, Dave Weekend's going to be able to actually get out of his mess with the play like AGUE or AGIO on top of the RISE of high rise, but he doesn't know that that spot is staying open. He really just has to wait and hope.
Yeah, really the only scenario in which this spot stays open is the one in which David Eldar bingos in another spot on this turn. I don't think David can believe that there's no triple triple. He was shaking his head earlier about this, but Dave Weekend will get a pleasant surprise when this spot stays open, though, only because Eldar will be bingoing.
So 3 minutes have been taken so far, and I would be in this position taking probably 10 minutes just to double check. It's just crazy. These are such good letters. The last letter David Eldar drew was that second N. I was going a little bit crazy
It was
after seeing
worthy.
it.
It was a worthy moment. It was quite the draw, even despite not drawing a triple triple. It was a great post bingo draw for Eldar, and he will be back in this game. He'll be taking a lead once he plays a bingo here, but Dave will catch right back up with a nice bailout play of AGUE on that top right triple that David can do nothing about.
Right. So 45 points between Weekend and Eldar here. Eldar has 78 if he finds non-slip and simplers. That will create another juicy scoring spot, one at the top right of the board, the one above the N in space after the play of non-slip and simplers. If David Eldar misses non-slip, his next best option is 66 points through the E of simpler. That is far, far worse because then there's only one high scoring spot open. Dave Weekend's going to average around 50 points in that spot. David Eldar will still be behind after all is said and done. So the only way to maintain his advantage in this game, according to an engine, is to play non-slip.
Yeah, significantly better to create that counter threat that non-slip creates, and also that's not to mention the extra 10 points of non-slip over the second high scoring option of Lignurons. So this is a must-find play.
Absolutely. Yeah, Lignurons through the R 68. And let's see. What is he lining up? Insolent. That is not it.
Okay, so this is a miss.
Does he know simplers? That's the question. Because if he does, I feel like he finds non-slip.
Right, he's gone. We know he must have gone through the whole alphabet. They're permuting through each letter that blank could be to go with the E of high rise. In doing so, he was probably also considering 7-letter words for the blank, and he must have passed the P. Maybe he found non-slip and didn't see or know simplers.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out.
Maybe Weekend knows it and has seen it, and maybe now we'll have some confidence that Eldar is missing it.
Oh my god, there's the other blank. So Agu or Agio coming down on the top right, but David Eldar with a fantastic post bingo draw. What are those last two tiles? URACDRRU blank. Very, very important draw for David Eldar. Will we see Agio? Will we see Agu, Ag, whatever you want, whatever the play is, however you pronounce it? Those are the two options for 32 points above the RISE of High Rise. Dave Wiegand will retake the lead after either of these. I prefer getting rid of the U.
Yeah, I usually go for getting rid of the U. I guess the E is useful. There's only 4 left. Not a ton. I think it's very close between the two options. So now I don't see any available bingos for Eldar on his next turn. He'll be able to score decently. Maybe something underneath a G would work. He can play Krura. Maybe he'll do something keeping more of these bingo-friendly letters like Kur or Dur on top of TYG, making UT and Raya. Nothing will be amazing for him. He would like to bingo and take a solid lead at this point in the game, but potentially will have to wait another turn to do so.
Yeah, so a very, very rare miss for David Eldar on that insolent play. He definitely gave away a lot of winning chances, but Dave Wiegand is stuck with such ugly stuff. So will we see Egg or Agio? And Dave keeps shuffling between the two. He doesn't know which one is better. Neither do we, Mr. Wiegand. Neither do we. Very sorry for you. Like you mentioned, Krura under the AJ of a G looks very, very strong. Next move for David Eldar, keeping a D and a blank behind and scoring very nicely. When you have a blank and you're able to score with it, very nice.
Yeah, so now there's 2 S hooks on this board, Simplers and Insolents. Insolent also takes an S. Neither of them particularly obvious, though, so I wonder if either of those will get used this game. We already have some doubts over whether David has seen the Simplers hook or is unsure of it. So maybe Insolents will also come up.
Yeah, I think David playing Insolent knows this takes an S.
That's a
But
good
for Simplers, either he knows it and has forgotten because English wise, it's like you see Simplers like, okay, well, that's just simple, simpler, simplest. Anyways, another awful draw for Dave Wiegand. He kept a U and he drew another one. That's part of the reason I
Yeah.
liked Agu a little bit more,
Yeah,
but keeping the E was still a very good idea too. So
Yeah, with 3 U's unseen in that position, maybe that tilts the favors slightly in favor of Egg.
So DAUR being considered for David Eldar, DUAR as well in the same spot. Those are great plays. The reason being, you're setting up a triple triple. If Dave Wiegand doesn't use that triple triple, David Eldar has tons of chances to hit it next turn. He was 1 letter off just a turn ago. Let's see what he gets out of the bag, and will Wiegand inhibit that spot?
Yeah, I don't know what he can even do to play there and use one of his U's. I don't think the best plays are there.
Oh, but
Oh,
UW on the draw for David Eldar. Wow.
wow. Okay, not the draw Eldar was looking for there. So, Dave Wiegand safe for now from a bingo from Eldar. What will he do? Would you go for a high scoring option here? Maybe there are some high scoring options keeping the U's, but those look terrible. You could do Pareo or Pore through the R of simpler. Those look so bad keeping UUT.
Yeah, that's just not something you want to do at this score. Is keep 2 U's on your rack. You're down 17 points. What are you expecting to draw? Q? Okay, sure. Then you can maybe play one of them, but what else do? You can only score 33 points on this turn. Like, what the heck else is there? The next best move is like 20 points.
Yeah, you can do what, like Upo on top of Insolent, maybe? Doesn't look all that exciting or promising.
Do you play something like Put Out through the T of Insolent, setting up a second triple triple? And you also have to wonder, why did David Eldar play this? I guess it works with a lot of racks. I guess if he has a second U himself or duplicated R's, maybe you're not super concerned about the opening there, but man, this is so weird. Tons of plays make sense here, none of them are great.
No.
Upta on the top right, making AT and JA is 21, keeping OUE. That might turn into something okay
Yeah.
through the T and Insolent. Tons of plays, according to the engine, are extremely close in value. And we're seeing Uma, which is another decent option for Weekend, leaving the balance, the P and the T together with the E and the U. It's the best he can do. And David Elder's probably like, wow, that's good. That's lucky.
Yeah, now David very quickly finding this play in cut, making NA from the eye of simpler to the triple. Seems like one of his highest scoring options. He's gonna play that pretty quickly. He
Yeah.
didn't have much else available there.
Yeah, and you have to play the T. You can't play incur here because there are 4 T's remaining, and actually, you have much better chances of tripling through the D, or even playing a bingo from the T and in cut with this leave of RW blank. So definitely the right choice here. And let's see what he gets. There's some great tiles unseen. E, D, N, R. That is very, very good. Wandered is going to be threatened through the D of Dower, but even if that gets blocked, David Eldar is going to bingo again.
Yeah, I think this will maybe get blocked. Something like Putto making At and JO will block that spot, but David will certainly be threatening other bingos.
Yeah, Depute also possible. The one play that doesn't block is to pay on top of the I and S of Insolent. Maybe Dave Wiegand's going to play that and try to go for that blank. I don't think so. That doesn't make any sense. Pedo Putto will play underneath the AJ of a G and potentially lessen the blow here for Dave Wiegand.
Yeah, it seems
63 to 289.
Yeah, seems very unlikely that this triple stays open, but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
And it
Oh,
sucks
he's
to,
setting up two.
it kind of sucks to keep 2 E's, but it also sucks to keep an EU. So I feel like Depute makes the most sense here, but it's just not enough points. Depute or Duetto. Depute is 27, Duetto is 21, Pedo or Putto are 31. You have to take the points here, I think.
Yeah, I think the one saving grace of keeping the U is that it's the last U remaining in the game, and there is still a Q out, so in some ways, sometimes you like to keep the U. I wouldn't say it's necessary or even necessarily a good choice. I would rather get rid of it, but it's not the worst thing. But he's choosing to play it off with Putto. This will block the triple, so
The only
is there nothing available?
bad thing here would be now after this, if Dave Wiegand draws the Q after being stuck with 2 U's, he's decided to get rid of it. Pedo and Putto very close in value. If he draws the Q, that'd be so bad. But yeah, Donard is
pretty
now
bad.
coming onto the board.
Ooh.
David's already seen that, but some decent tiles for Dave Wiegand. Unfortunately, 1 E too many.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent draw. This will be helpful to him, especially if he's seen the Simpler's hook. That seems to be his for now, is what we're assuming. Either David that missed it or isn't sure of it. So this could be big. He might just play off his 2 of his E's right now and go for a bingo now that he's down one himself.
Yeah, playing 2 E's is the first thing that comes to mind, but there isn't a great spot for that, so probably playing a little bit longer, even though there are 10 tiles left and a Q to draw, VEAL or VEALE from the V engraver, 26 and 28 points respectively. Those are the 2 plays you can consider here, but considering the fact that Dave Wiegand is already down 81, it might not be enough. Even if he gets a bingo, if he draws the Q, he's probably screwed. There's still a lot of problems for him, and David Aller is going to do his best to try and maintain his lead. So after a 4 or 3 tile play, David Eldar is going to be able to make a 3, 4, or 5 tile play of his own, score some points. To the left of Donard, right now we see that he has the F to do so. And Dave Wiegand might not have enough to win.
Yeah, importantly, missing the Q there, that could become a problem for for Dave Wiegand. The bag is dwindling, the Q is still lurking. There's also a Z still to draw. There's a lot of ways that this could play out now. It looks like Dave Wiegand considering Veal either with or without the E at the end of it. This will keep him more in range of actually coming back if and when he gets a bingo down.
Yeah, and this is such a good draw for David Eldar. He doesn't have a 5-tile play that he can make next to the ED of Donard, but he's going to be able to keep tiles that work well with the Q. There's also a Z out, so there's so much scoring power left in the bag. I think David Eldar is quite likely to win this game, but we'll see what happens after Wiegand's next play. Will he draw bingo? Will he draw big play? Will he draw something he can score with? He's going to have one more turn after this play to either bingo or go for a bingo. And we have to find out. It's definitely Dave Wiegand on his back foot in this round 27 matchup, Chloe.
Yeah, and if you're Eldar now, you're starting to think, how can I restrict this board as much as possible moving forward? Obviously, the Simpler's hook is going to be very big for getting a bingo down. There's also now a lane on the second column of the board going parallel to Donard. There are 7s that will fit underneath or atop Insolent, and the T of Incut might be the biggest threat. Bingos there will score more probably than anywhere else on the board. So a lot to think about in David's position as well.
Definitely, but I feel like you can't just play 2 E's. Of course, the leave of AELST, the leave being the tiles left behind, so good. However, given the deficit, it's not going to be enough so often. So I really think you have to take the score in this position.
Yeah, I might go with Veal without the E at the end. It just seems like playing fewer tiles is better when there's the Q lurking and you want and there's no E's left as well, so he's not going to get the third E. I think that's probably the play. It's probably very close with Veal with the E at the end.
Yeah, Veal without or with the E, the difference is pretty small, but those are the 2 plays I think that Dave Wiegand should be looking at in this position. And by playing 3 tiles rather than 4, that might give Dave less of a chance to draw the cube, but also more of a chance next turn to make something happen. It might give him a couple of more options available because the bag is dwindling. Let's not forget, still only 10 tiles in the bag. Dave Wiegand will maybe get one more turn after this to make something happen. If he plays 3 tiles, 7 in the bag, let's say David Eldar plays Fab 3 tiles, that'll be 4 in the bag. That would allow Dave Wiegand to play 3 without emptying, 2 if he wants it. So more options next turn. So I think I agree with you to just play Veal without the second E. There aren't any other E's to draw. Dave Wiegand struggled with vowels this whole game, duplicated vowels, triplicated vowels. But at this point, he doesn't need to keep only one E.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe he's back to thinking about EE, maybe Veal. Hard to know. I think so after EE, that just puts him at 309 to David's 375. David's probably going to score around 30 at a minimum on this turn. That'll be a tough deficit to come back from.
Yeah, definitely. I really don't think you can afford to only score 15 here, but Dave Wiegand taking time. He needs to find the absolute best move when you're down by so much in such a bad position. Every little nuance counts. So with enough time to think about this position, knowing that Dave Wiegand basically has to bingo to win, it's probably not going to be a close end game. He's probably going to have enough time to think if he does bingo next turn and draws out. It's not going to be the most complicated position of all time. I say that it could happen, but I think with 7 minutes on the clock, you can afford to spend a couple more minutes. It's just that Dave Wiegand has only 1 point tiles, 3 E's. He's only got like 5 different tiles. So what else is there in the position?
Yeah, I think he's getting close to making a decision. At least he keeps shuffling them around. It's interesting. Seems like now should be the time to go and play Veal. Maybe he's just worried he's missing something. Like the shuffling is just a bit funny after looking at this rack for so long.
Absolutely. You definitely don't want to be missing something here if something is available. On the other hand, if you have a bingo through the T, it's not going to score much unless it starts with a T, so you might even be better off not taking it at this score. In any case, Dave Weekend to act David Eldar sitting there with AABFNOT. He's going to have a number of options to him. Excuse me, number of options next turn available after this play of Veal
Okay,
comes down.
we like this.
Yeah, we do like this. Will we see Fab? That's just a very normal play to the right of Donard making EF and DA. Will we see something slightly longer, something slightly more defensive? David Eldar with 11 minutes to think about this.
Yeah, I like the idea of
Look at the
BAFTA.
draw, descent.
Yeah, I know. Descent will play, making simplers. I don't think that's going anywhere. I was gonna say I like the idea of BAFTA underneath insolent, making it an NA. BAFTA would obstruct the second column of the board. Bingo's parallel Donard. It would obstruct Bingo's ending in S to simplers. It would obstruct Bingo's above and below insolent. Seems about as good as he can do in this position.
Yeah, that's great. Playing 5 tiles here, leaving Dave Weekend with very limited resources to get back in the game. I think that is what I would do if I knew the word BAFTA. And it played underneath, yeah, plays underneath Insolent, making it an NA. Blocks a lot of bingos, like you said, and leaves 2 in the bag. On the other hand, it might be better to leave 3 in the bag, given how bizarre some of those letters are, how clunky they are. Potentially, if you let Dave Weekend bingo next turn and draw 2 tiles, he's likelier to be able to threaten to go out. But very, very, very high level stuff in this position. And David Eldar already making a decision. He's going to go with Fob. He's like, all right, well, if I draw the Q, I will have Kanat. Maybe that's the thought here, keeping 2 A's. We'll see what he gets. The Q is lurking, and so is that Z. What is coming out? That's the Z. That's the best tile in the bag. And that's the W
Okay,
and
and
the
the
D. So the
Q-
Q is still out there.
Okay,
Oh no,
so-
QI out in the bag, but oh man, that's not going to be good.
So
It's not going to be good for Dave
yeah.
Weekend.
Now Descent plays both with simplers and parallel to Fob. You can make Fs, Doc, and BE for 2 extra points. That'll be 88 points. Definitely the safer placement than with simplers. So this must come down this turn, I think, unless for some reason Dave determines he can't win without the bingo. But I think he has to play this now with the Q and Z lurking. He can't count on drawing one later.
Yeah, and you have to play it to the right of Fob, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's much more dangerous making simplers. I mean, it just gives back a lot. Like, if your opponent has the Z or the Q, they're going to score 30, 40 in that spot. So I think definitely a must to play this parallel Fob.
So what happens when Descent hits the board? Will a win descend upon Dave Weekend, or will David Eldar be able to tough it out? From where I'm standing, it looks like the Q being out is just terrible. I think David Eldar is going to be able to pull this one off. Is Dave Weekend not going to bingo? Is he going to play 2 tiles off, 1 tile off? I can't see it.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's a path to victory. The pool is not good enough. The threat of drawing the Q or the Z is quite high.
But if David Eldar has the Q and Dave Weekend draws the
Z,
Z,
yeah,
which
it
is
could be.
probably still in the pool,
Yeah.
this could work.
Maybe that's the only path to victory. I don't know. He hasn't even set up Descent yet. I wonder what's going on for Weekend right now, what his considerations are.
Yeah, according to the engine, playing to the right of Fob, certainly going to lose in this particular instance, but is 10% to win. Playing with simplers is a little bit underneath at 9% to win. Is there anything better than playing the bingo now? It's hard to imagine, but yeah, leaving 4 tiles in the bag makes it very unlikely Dave Weekend is going to be able to draw an outplay. So I think Fob was a great instinctive decision by David Eldar, also putting the time pressure on. 3 minutes left for Dave Weekend. Will he bingo now and probably lose this game, or will he somehow sniff this out, play 3 tiles, play 2 tiles, play 1 tile, and try to bingo out next turn? Leave the Q in the bag. That's what he has to do.
Yeah. He can't draw the Q. He needs the Z.
I just don't know. This is so complicated.
Yeah, you have to be hoping for a very specific situation to happen in this position.
All right, descent coming down. No pun intended. And unfortunately, the bad news will come quick for Dave Wiegand. QIOO in the bag,
Oof.
I believe. And this will be David Eldar's game.
Maybe you can actually Q stick.
Yeah, maybe. Oh,
I
no.
think those are the best end games.
Oh man, yeah. There's only, even though there's a U in the middle of the board, there's only one area of the board where QI plays. Apparently,
Yeah, you're just supposed to play
boy.
DA, DI, and AN above insolent and block the only spot for the Q. You'll save this ZA play, making Bez and NA, which David currently has set up. So that is the best end game sequence here. Of course, it's all academic. I think even if David plays the Z now, he will win. But if he wants to maximize his spread, which at this point in the tournament is getting more and more important as we keep talking about, he should look for the best end game here.
Yeah, this is over, Dave Wiegand up by 1 point, but with QOOI, he doesn't even want to turn those tiles upright. He knows this is death on a plate. Drawing the Q at the end of the game, it's one of the worst feelings in Scrabble.
Yeah.
So David Eldar to act here, try to maximize his winning margin. I think he's worked out that this game is over in his favor. While we're waiting for that, Darren Koo, 320, Madhav 494. So Madhav is going to stay in the lead,
Wow.
potentially 2 games up on the field. Joshua Castellano, 471 to Chayota's 377. Looks like that's a game that he is going to win. So things are heating up, but the 15-year-old Madhav Gopal Kamat is in the
Amazing.
lead after 27 rounds of Scrabble.
we only
I
have-
guess the youthful exuberance, the stamina
Yeah.
is there.
Beating all the oldsters. He's doing superbly. He's having quite the tournament. It's amazing to watch. And now David was just checking the board. I think he was running his hand up and down looking for Q spots, is probably realizing there's only one spot for the Q on this board, and is now going to try to work out the best end game that sticks Dave Wiegand with the Q.
Indeed. So for those watching, welcome to the Causeway Challenge, a historic event, the event of the decade. 400 plus players from 30 different countries representing themselves, perhaps also representing their countries. We had the Indian team wearing all of their Indian gear yesterday, posing for photos. That was an incredible moment. I think 30 plus players from India, many players from Singapore, many players from Kuala Lumpur and the rest of Malaysia, but 110 Thai players as well representing their country at this all-inclusive Scrabble event.
Quite the event. We've been getting snacks provided to us in the middle of games in the morning and the afternoon. Right now, players are milling about between games, enjoying their tea and coffee and assorted treats. It's quite the event that's been put on here.
Oh my god, wait, did Manav just score another 100
Oh my
points?
gosh.
589 to 352? Is that the final score? Jesus, Murphy. In any case, if you're watching on MeWatch, welcome to Competitive Scrabble. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis, daughter of the famous Stefan Fatsis. And now you're doing your work in promoting the game, commentating across the world. How does it feel to be here, Chloe?
Oh, it feels amazing. This is such a great opportunity. It's my first time experiencing Scrabble outside of North America. It's been so fun meeting all of these players from all over the world, getting to see one of the biggest events that's ever been put on in Scrabble. It's an honor to be here and be part of this. And I can't wait to see how things shake out in the last 9 games.
Jeez, it's already almost over. I can't believe it. But yes, after this, 9 rounds still to go. Round 28, 29, and 30 today. Tomorrow, rounds start at 8 a.m., 30 minutes before the games today, yesterday, and the day before. So you won't want to miss that. 3 live streams on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel on MeWatch, our media partner. 10 games being annotated by members of the Thailand Scrabble community on woogles.io. This is amazing.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us from board 1, a quick update here. This is David Eldar's game currently. He is realizing that Dave Wiegand only has 1 spot for the queue, so he will be able to block that, stick Wiegand with the queue, and go out in a longer endgame sequence that will secure him the win. I think even if he doesn't block this queue play, he is totally fine. He has Bez and Za available for a large score. So no matter what happens, this is Eldar's game. Eldar is currently just working out the best endgame to try to maximize his spread.
And making Bez and Za isn't even the correct sequence. So I'm going to read out to the nerdiest among us. I'm going to read out what the best endgame sequence is. We have solved the endgame in Scrabble. The best sequence is Da for 8, making DI and AN, that is blocking QIS, QIN, QI, and QI. Anyways, all of the Q plays at once for 8 points. Then Dave Wiegand has 3 other tiles to work with, but he's stuck with the Q. He's going to play Doko from the D in Downard, which would block Bez and Za. That is Dave Eldar's best play. So we're going to have some blocking going on. That's 7 points. After that, War to the R in Simpler for 21. And then Woe from the W. Where is that W even? Woe from the W in Donard for 7 is Dave Wiegand's move. Ben from the BE on the board for 14, making ON after Doko. PIA through the P and the A on the board at the top for Dave Wiegand. DIT from the DI. My God, this is so complicated. I regret doing this. DIT from the DI, which is where?
It's here. It's from
Ah,
DA
yes,
setting up
DA
dits.
set up. Yeah.
What I'm wondering now is how come he can't set up dits and ZA or ZO going another way? I guess
Okay.
Wiegand first has to play all his letters before he does that, but I
The
think there's a way in which he could do that.
yeah, the reason to not David Elder can't do this. Wait, let me just finish the sequence, okay? DIT from the DI, and then Dave Wiegand has nothing left than to pass. Then Dits for 34 is the final play. That would win the game for 81 points for David Elder. That's his best sequence. That's Dave Wiegand's best sequence. Why can't you play Dit earlier to set up Dits and Za for 65? Because Dave Wiegand can pass his turn and wait for you to try and do that. And once you try and do that, he can block the setup himself with ANI from the AN that is not even yet on the board. We did it. We tried our best, Chloe. How did I do? 0 out of 10.
2. You got to work on it. I tuned you out. I can't lie.
We need a telestration tool here
Yeah.
for something like that.
Yeah.
We could try this. No, I think there's not enough time, but I could share a screen and show you what that sequence looks like. But yeah, David Eldar, 1.5 minutes left. He's like, yeah, I can't solve this. One person in the room can solve this. And that's Nigel Richards.
Oh,
Let's see what he comes up with. See if he comes anywhere close to winning by 82, but also actually 81. But also Dave Wiegand has to be precise. It could be that David Eldar can set up Dits in the end and win by over 100. We'll see.
Yeah, we should give this endgame to Nigel and see how quickly he solves it. What's your prediction?
Oh, I got an 8 out of 10 in the YouTube chat. Oh, sorry, say again.
What's your prediction? Said let's give this endgame to Nigel, see how quickly he solves it. What would you predict?
4 minutes.
Yeah.
I give him 4 minutes.
Okay.
My engine took like 1.5 minutes at least, or 2 minutes to solve this. Nigel still somewhat. Oh wow!
For the
He
sake.
gave up.
He gave
He
up.
gave up. He's like, ugh, whatever. Wow. David Eldar.
Come on, dude.
Terrible.
Yeah,
All right.
Seriously, after all that time, you're not going to give us anything?
And he knows it. He knows it. All right, now David Eldar's best sequence wins by 34.
Wow,
So
that's
we've
a lot
just
of
seen
points.
a 47-point mistake.
That could come back to bite him.
And actually, he played SWAT instead of
What?
SWAD.
What?
So
This is 5 points worse.
he's made a 44-point mistake. He's washed up, Chloe.
Yeah,
What
seriously.
can we say?
Get it together.
Alrighty. And the last play of the game, Rue, N-O, and T-O for Dave Wiegand.
It's not even his best out.
Don't worry about it. The game is over 480 to 440, 451. Let's listen to the overhead mic. Good game, David's.
I don't know if I did. Like, I guess I did. Yeah, definitely. But I had to play across here to block, and then
Yeah, I thought you were gonna
but
block
there's-
and then do a setup of some
but then
kind.
you just play O, and there's actually I have no follow up.
Setup dits.
Oh, did? Oh no, I can't make it work because I have to cover this square. Oh no, I don't. Oh, that was the answer. Shit. Oh no, you
DA.
you just play the A. Oh no, then you have it. Yeah. That was it. Yeah. Shit. I didn't actually think of it. Whoops. Yeah. T-A-N. No, sorry, not T-A-N. No. W-A-N.
DA first.
D-A?
And then
Yeah.
add the T later.
Yeah, D-A. You play O. No, then you play I. That doesn't work. T-A-N. B-A-N. No, W-A-N. W-A-N. You play O. I play D. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was like 50 spread. Whoops. Another day at the office being me.
Oh, good game.
Dave Weekend found the best play, taking David Eldar to
480.
school despite losing the game. Love to see it.
That was awesome. So quickly, too, he found that.
Yeah, so 480 to 448 victory. David Eldar on a winning streak, an incredible winning streak. We definitely knew it was possible. You didn't know if it was going to happen, if it was plausible. Anyways, we're going to take a break here. It is very, very loud out here in the lobby of the Miracle Grand Convention Hotel, where we're hosting the best Scrabble tournament of the decade. I'm Josh Shokel here with Chloe Fatsis, round 28 coming to you soon.
Yes, we'll be breaking for about 20 minutes and we'll be back at around 45, the 45 mark of the hour.
Sounds good. See you soon. Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. Another behemoth of a matchup for you guys in round 28.
Yes, we got Andrew Fisher playing against Dave Wiegand. We just saw Dave in a exciting match versus Eldar, and now we have Andrew back on board too. We saw him a couple times the first couple days, and here he is back again, still in the mix. It's a tight division. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how these last 8 games play out.
Absolutely. Andrew going first. The first draw, D, E, G, N, V, blank.
And R. Okay. I don't know why I said it like that.
Nice. Very good. Love the energy there. Blank hype. So what do you do here? You could play through, or you could exchange. I think probably worth playing through on this rack, playing Verd or Derv.
Yeah, Verd and Derv both look fine. I don't think it's worth exchanging. I think you take the points. Verd interestingly takes no hooks. Derv taking the back S. So I guess it'll be up to Andrew to decide what sort of board he wants to create, holding the blank.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely worth playing 3 consonants here rather than 2. Veg comes to mind to not keep a G, but I really think that playing that extra consonant, reducing the variance of your next draw makes the most sense here. But we could also see an exchange.
Yeah.
Exchanging on the first move, that's the best time to do it.
Yeah, if you're exchanging, what are you keeping? Are you exchanging VD, VG?
Right, there isn't a great option there either. I might even keep the V to try and score more with, but I think Verd or Derv, and like you said, Verd does not take any hooks. Derv does take an S hook, so I feel like it's all about Andrew Fisher trying to be as aggressive as possible here. I think Derv is a slightly better option to increase his chances of a bingo, but he's playing Verd with the D on the star.
Interesting play.
That wasn't on our radar, but that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Might even draw an 11-letter word, Verd over something-ing. That would be absolutely ridiculous.
That's a very interesting thought. This is also interesting. The standard placement of Verd would put the E on the star, but I think it's probably slightly easier to at least start words ending ing with the D. Just a hunch I have. Looks like he's drawn a P, an H, an A. I think he'll be bingoing next turn. But over to Dave, who has the K, the F, a couple of A's, the P. He set up Fank, but there's nowhere to play that. What are you thinking here, Josh?
Yeah, this is a tough situation. Verd opening a double, but the V in the double lane is really hard to work with. I'm not really sure where to start here. There doesn't seem to be a decent option for Dave Wiegand. Maybe play of Craft through the R, K-R-A-F-T is okay. It opens a triple, but gets rid of the highest scoring tiles on the rack. What are you thinking?
Yeah, Craft looks pretty good. I think I like getting rid of the K. I like the opportunity to get rid of the F as well. Doesn't give back too much, of course. Plays going down to the triple will do some damage sometimes, but I think it's justified in this situation to clean up the rack.
Yeah, and Frank also possible in that same spot for 1 less. But the engine's saying you should play a peak, A-P-E-A-K. Get rid of both of your vowels, but give almost nothing back. Although Kraft not far behind in the engine analysis. Tons of plays for close. Just like with Andrew Fisher, he had many placements of Verd and Derv to think about. And now, P-A-H-G-E-N, we already see it lined up. Pathogen or its anagram heptagon are 102 points using that newly opened T of Craft. This is very, very good for Andrew Fisher.
Yeah, this is huge and good on him for finding it so quickly, getting this down. He knows he's not going to find anything better than this because he's hitting the double-double. It's exactly what he wanted here. Great start for Andrew.
And it kind of feels like you took down the number 1, and the number 1 is sending in the backup. So David Eldar getting beaten last round, sending in his number 2 man, Andrew Fisher. But of course, Andrew is his own player, and he has so much potential to take down the American in this game, especially within a 100-point lead.
Yeah, and no T for Weekend here for B Paints, but he does have a super cool 6-tile underlap 6-letter word available. Sabine, Sabine, underneath crafts, HAOBGIENNE. That'll score 49 points.
Oh my goodness, that is such a cool play available to Dave Weekend. Is he going to have the vision to realize that he can underlap 6 times? 49 points for that play, cutting his deficit in half. Doesn't open anything for him, but so many points. I think you have to make that play.
Yeah, especially after this draw from Andrew Fisher. He has bingos available like clearing. This is a big turn.
Yeah, but even after Sabine,
Yeah,
Carline is going to fit.
with pathogene. Do these players know the back E hook for pathogen?
Wow, pathogene. Wonder if Andrew's gonna hone into that. His word knowledge is so strong, as is Dave Wiegand's. But first things first, do you see the 49-point Sabine? If you don't, the next best option may be PEBA, which is a pretty nice way to score points. That would be with pathogene.
Yeah, I think Dave sees it. It looks like this is what he has set up here. I don't see another great spot for PEBA. Maybe that would be making PA, but this seems likely, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, he's Dave Wiegand. Of course he sees pathogene.
Dave Wiegand knows the 9s, plays this for 30, but Sabine was 49, probably a slightly better play, missed by Dave Wiegand. No matter, Andrew Fisher is going to get his 2nd bonus in a row, and he's going to be off to a raring start.
Yes,
This must-win situation.
yes, Reliance or maybe Caroline to come down for 70 points to the E of pathogene. Those are his best bingos. He has some other options available, other 8-letter words, maybe relacing or clearing, or Carline, the 7 also plays, but that's quite risky. I don't think he'll be doing that.
Yeah, Carolina Reliance seem like the plays here through the E, but wow, okay.
Interesting misses. Okay, I think we can just call this a myth.
Yeah, a little surprising from Andrew Fisher, but after this is round 8 of day 3, so misses will definitely be surprising and happen. But yeah, 5 more points on the table for Caroline or Reliance. Clearing, of course, totally fine play in its own right, but no reason to sacrifice the 5 points. Now over to Dave Wiegand with 3 I's, an N, an S, a T, and a Y. Kind of awkward stuff.
Yeah, but he has the nice bailout word of TIYIN, tie-in. He can even play tie-ins and crafts, or he can choose to hold on to the S and just play tie-in. I think it's worth it to put the S on here. It's an extra 15 points to pluralize crafts.
Yeah, another underlapping move possible for Dave Wiegand. Looks like he's spotted it. 37 points. He's down by so much. He just has to score and hope for the best.
Another pretty good looking draw for Andrew Fisher. He might not have a letter he needs now for a bingo, but if not now, then I bet he'll be playing off vet or something like it to go for a bingo soon.
It looks like tie-ins is going to be played. Dave Wiegand at 48, going to increase his score to 85. But after this play, he's still down 100 points.
Yeah, he's down quite a bit now. Andrew has a couple options available to him. He could play vet, like I just said, making TE and it. That scores 18, or he can score well for 39 with revest on the triple from the R of clearing. I might go just for the scoring here. What do you think, Josh?
Well, of course, we've said it before. Who wins a Scrabble game but the person who scores the most? However, there is something to be said about stopping your opponent from scoring. If there's a nice place for vet, I'd like to play it. If there's a nice way to block the board, I'd like to do it. Vets and Pebas even could be something to consider just because you're up by so much, but it's too early in the game to be playing such defense, I think. So either you play vet for 18 under the TI of tie-ins, or you just take double the score, more even.
Yeah, and
21 more points.
quite the draw for Dave, picking up the J, the Z, a W. Not really what he needs here. He needs to be bingoing to get back in this game. Maybe he'll have some big play available, but this is going to take a couple turns for him to work through before he can try to even hope of getting a bingo down.
So tough situation here for Dave Weekend with a very, very bizarre draw. At least he's going to think, I guess I can score points many turns in a row, but in a position like this one, you want to get close to a bingo.
Yeah.
Right, Andrew Fisher under the 20-point mark. The clocks have evened out here. Will he go for the points? Revest is 39. Will he play for 18 with vet? Will he do something else? Maybe Venite through the eye?
No, I don't think you do Venite.
Takes an S, and there's already one S on the board, but given that you're up by so many points, probably not worth it to create an S hook, or the big scoring spot that Venite would create would actually give Dave
Huge
Weekend a huge, huge zit play in response.
Yeah, I don't think that is warranted here. I think just revest looks, honestly, he can't go wrong. Either revest or just vet. I think it's mainly a stylistic choice of how much he wants to go for the bingo versus just padding his lead such that Dave needs so much to get back in this game. It'll be very difficult.
So maybe Andrew Fisher a little bit unsure of revest. He's playing revets. You would prefer to play revest in a position like this because you don't want to put that S at the corner of the board, allowing 8-letter words to start or end with S. So another little bit of an inaccuracy, I think, for Andrew Fisher, but he's up by 137 points. I'm going to try to win this game by as much as he can. He probably knows he's in great shape now. He might even be the first to draw something to that
Yeah.
S of revets.
Yeah, now this is a position where Dave has some good options. He can play as parallel parallel to clearing. He might want to try to think of possible setups for one of these letters, either the J or the Z if possible. There's a lot to think about here of how he wants to work through this rack.
Yeah, it's so hard to know where to start. Do I want to play the J first, the Z first? I want to keep both of them. I don't want to play off the W. This is so bizarre. I don't.
It's really hard. It's a really
Especially
tough
late in the day, your brain is already mush. Like, wow.
You want easy turns, easy plays, and this is not one of those.
But Dave Weekend is a battler. He is capable, no matter what, of finding the best move. And whether he's played 8 games, 9 games, 12 games, I always see him during tournaments. I always see him after hours anagramming words with his friends. He loves to play the variant game of Scrabble, actually precursor to Scrabble, the game Anagrams. We use Scrabble tiles for that game, and it's basically a game of trying to find as many words as possible. There's no board, and Dave Weekend is such a killer at that game. And yeah, the fact that he's still willing after many games of Scrabble to play something like so brain-racking means that he is definitely capable of playing a marathon tournament like this one and not missing a beat.
Definitely. He is perhaps the world's best anagrams player. Can you think of anyone better than Dave Weekend?
Maybe Mac Miller, maybe David Eldar. There's definitely some contenders there. There isn't a rating system, so we have no way of knowing, but all right. The engine saying for Dave Weekend that he should play the move Jaw for 26 points through the A in clearing and keep ADIOZ. And the reason to play that is you probably get a lot of 8-letter words to the S in revets, but if you just draw an E, diazole is going to fit through the L of clearing. You're just one letter off of that. and that would hit both pink squares, both double word scores, for a score of 68 points.
Yeah, that's a really nice play. It's one of those when you're close to one of those doubles, jaw scores well. It scores all right. But it gets rid of the J. The more clunky of the two power tiles on Wiegand's rack goes for this big, huge diazole play, as well as bingos. He could draw into something like Sleazoid for a ton of points, diazoles as well. Both of those would get the Z on the double letter score and the triple word. Those would be massive bingos.
And there's another option, Wilja, through the L of clearing, setting up the Z for next turn. The problem with that is once you play the setup, you're blocking that S of revets. So that might not be the right choice here. Might also just give a high scoring play, a blocking play to Andrew Fisher. I wanted to mention for those new to Scrabble that after 2 moves, 98% of Scrabble games or something like that are completely new, never seen before. And not only that, most of the racks you draw in a game are racks that you've probably never seen before, even if you've played thousands of games. And I bet you this rack of ADIOWZJ has maybe only been seen once ever in Scrabble history, if any. It's so unlikely to draw any single rack. There are millions of combinations, some unlikelier than others. When you have a Z and a J, there's only one of each of those in the Scrabble set. The likelihood of having those together is super unlikely.
Yeah. The more I look
Super
at that, okay, Dave going with Nazi. I was just gonna say the more I look at that jaw play, the more the upside seems so good, high, so good for that play. But Nazi the play,
Yeah,
setting up
45 points.
yeah, 45 points, hard to pass up. Sets up an S hook that Dave does not have, but has to hope for at his huge deficit. And there he has it.
Right, he's drawn the S, and again, when you're down by so much, you have to throw punches. You have to create some chaos on the board and try to hope for good draws. And Andrew Fisher up by 92 points, but now he's staring at this board and he's like, wow, that's a big spot that was just opened up. Does Dave have the S? Does he not have the S? Doesn't really matter. It's something you might want to address if you can, but can Andrew do anything about this?
Nothing good. I think his best bet is just to keep scoring. He has some really high scoring plays. He can play Fund, Duty, something like that underneath TIYINS, making if, YU, pin, and. Those will score around 40 points.
Yeah, Fund is great. Duty is 38. Feud in the same spot is 40. It doesn't block the Nazis spot, but it scores, and the more you score, the more closer you get to victory. And Andrew Fisher sitting there, he doesn't really give us much information about what he's thinking about. And once he decides, he usually just puts the play on the board. But yeah, Fund is a great option. And there we go. He's setting it up. TEY, a very balanced leave. We haven't seen an O played on this board yet. Pathogene does contain an O, but that's a blank. All 8 O's remain unseen to Andrew Fisher. Dave only has 1 of them.
Wow, yeah. Nazi an even harder play to make, given that it also takes the R back hook. There's still 4 of those out. Maybe Dave was hoping for one of those. He drew the S. I'm not sure what exactly he'll be able to do this turn. Maybe Gouds? I guess that looks pretty good. Or
Yeah, he's lined it up
Gad-
already. Gadjos for
Gadjos.
63 is going to play with
that's
Nazis.
better,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was a crazy hook. We didn't even notice the R hook on Nazi Nazir. I wonder if Dave thought about that too. There was a couple R's on the board already, but 4 remain. So
Yeah.
I think taking out the spot, scoring 63 points is what you do here.
Yeah, that looks great. Now, Andrew Fisher with a few vowels, the U and the Y, those letters don't go nicely together. He might want to just play off YU, making YE and UT above revets. It'll partially obstruct the S of revets at his lead. He doesn't want to allow Wiegand to get a massive bingo down there, but it doesn't fully block the spot. Bingo's still possible if their second to last letter goes after YU, or if the bingo starts with S. That said, Weekend drawing pretty badly, picking up 2 U's and a W, but also the X.
Wow. Crazy stuff here. And yeah, that there becomes the issue of playing revets instead of revest. Now Andrew's only up 70 points, and he doesn't have a great way of scoring or eliminating all of the threats that S poses. So he could play something like YU, like you said, he could play Acuity through the Sea of Clearing. That would open space on the left of the board too. He could also do something nice like QT, Cutey from the Sea of Clearing to set up his own S and not open anything on the left side. That's the play I like the most in this position. But by playing YU, you're also maximizing your chances at getting the next bingo down. So that's a very sensible approach.
Yeah, I think either Acuity or YU seems to be the approach here. Acuity, yeah, it makes a spot that's pretty hard to deal with moving forward. That's kind of a bingo lane, that A floating where you could hook a leather on top of it. It's not likely that that gets taken up so soon by anything other than
O's remain. Couple of U's, couple of W's with a Q, no S's. Andrew has the last S, and there's really just one blank out there to hope for. So playing a lot of tiles and unbalancing the rack becomes worse in situations like this where most of the unseen tiles are not great and unbalanced. So I'm sort of liking YU the more I look at it. A lot of draws are going to really give you a killer blow next turn. But on the other hand, when you don't draw what you need, you're falling behind on scoring, you're falling behind on defense. So this is a double-edged move. Andrew's looking at this play, he's like, oh, is there a J left? Is there something that can really hurt me up there? But no, there isn't. So he's putting it on the board, 20 points. And now Dave Wiegand, nowhere to play Wuxia. It's probably going to go ahead and play XU and Zax.
Yeah, that looks pretty solid to me. Scores 37 points, doesn't really give anything back for Andrew. He can't do much better than that. No good spots for Uwu, nowhere for Wuxia. So this seems like a pretty reasonable play here. I don't see any other good options.
And if you're just joining us, this is round 28 of 30 of the Causeway Challenge. Day 3 almost over. One more day left after this. 6 games of King of the Hill pairings. First place plays second place. Third place plays fourth place. But 3 more rounds of a Swiss draw, which means players that are close to each other in the standings are going to face off against each other based on some other different metrics. And that's why we're seeing Andrew Fisher here playing Dave Wiegand. Dave, I think, is in 3rd or 4th place now. I'm not really sure. We could pull up the standings. No, he's down to 5th. But Andrew Fisher himself, he's in 10th place. So he's made a run for it as well. Right now, the standings are Mudov 1 game ahead of Jason Keller as XU comes down. So Mudov is the guy to catch. He is 15 years old. He's been playing lights out Scrabble, and he's on board 1 right now, playing against Joshua Castellano. 154 to 180 is the score. Tatcha playing against Jason Keller is in the lead, 166 to 103.
Yeah. Andrew Fisher with Ariest on his rack, but nowhere to play it. What do you think? Do you just fish an eye here?
Oh, wow. This is quite unfortunate. This is not what Andrew Fisher wanted. 1 letter off of a bingo, Listeria, Lariest. Those don't fit using the L of clearing. Playing off 1 eye seems so bad. I feel like now you want to start playing defense. How do you do that, though? Maybe you play from the C of clearing. Now that XU is on the board, that S of revets with YU obscuring it is not much of a threat at all.
Yeah, there's really not too many threats on this board apart from the C and the L of clearing. I might just go for the fishing route. It could get into some bad situations sometimes. Can't read that much into the play of XU. I think if Dave was keeping better with XU, he would have played it a bit faster though.
Interesting analysis there. Yeah, this is not easy. Only 1 point tiles. These are the death racks at the lower levels, but also at the higher levels of Scrabble. Most of my students ask me this one question over and over again. What do you do with these sorts of racks where you have 1 point tiles and you can't bingo? And the answer is this, you don't know. These are the toughest racks in Scrabble. Can you play longer? Can you play shorter?
Wow. That's crazy.
And It is the play by Andrew Fisher. What in the
Wow.
world? That is amazing. He's going all out on offense here. He's like, all right, I'm going to maximize my chance of bingoing next turn. Let's see what he draws.
Yeah. I
He's
mean,
gotten an E, so that is an M. Sorry, that's even better.
yeah.
The M is going to allow him to bingo everywhere on this board. And Dave Wiegand with his rack is just like, wow,
What?
well, you helped me here. Thank you. I'm going to play Wahoo for 35,
Yeah.
but that does not bode well for me.
Yeah, wow, that's a pretty bold move on Andrew's part. I guess he didn't love his chances after saying like KI and ID. That was the fishing play I was looking at. It was the highest scoring place for the I. But no, Andrew wanted to maximize the score of his potential bingos, ensure that Dave didn't close anything, I guess. I don't know. To me, this just seems like giving back an easy 30, 40 points to my opponent when they didn't necessarily have that, even if Dave wasn't going to bingo on this turn, could have also given him a good bingo lane.
Yeah, it's definitely the sort of play you don't expect when someone is in the lead. However, I think in this particular situation, it's a great move by Andrew. He's distracting Dave from all of the lanes that are open on the board and really just saying, all right, I'm going to bingo next turn most of the time. You can't do anything about that. If you bingo, I bingo back. I'm still in the lead 40. I'm still doing well, but it does give tons back to Dave Wiegand and saves a lot of his own racks. So I wonder why Wahoo isn't on the board yet. Is there something else to consider in this position? I guess you could score 40 points for who atop the YU in the center of the board, but I think you take out the triple here.
Yeah,
Perplexing move.
yeah, I do. Yeah, I agree. I think you take out the triple with Wahoo. Maybe he's just thinking of Woo. I'm not sure where. Maybe he just hasn't set up Wahoo yet, and he's debating between who, Wahoo. There's also options like Whoa that look a bit worse. I think it seems like a given he'll play on that triple, though maybe he'll do something crazy on his own and open up another big spot.
In poker, we kind of call this situation a cooler, where someone makes a move and you're just like, oh no, that is really,
Yeah.
really bad.
Yeah, he might have only scored 2 on that turn, but it does not bode well for Dave when you see your opponent playing off 1 letter for 2 points. You're like, okay, he's about to bingo. I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. Great.
I just don't really know what resources there are for Dave Wiegand. I feel like he is dilly-dallying a little bit too much here. Wahoo, 35 points, gets rid of O's you don't want. Maybe you draw the Q. The Q is still out there. You keep the U for it. There's still a blank out there. Still a lot to consider. I feel like Andrew wouldn't make the play of it with a blank.
Yeah, right. Usually with a blank, you don't need to do something like that. You have so much flexibility with the blank that you can just take advantage of the spots that are already open on the board. Yeah, I wonder why no Wahoo yet. Maybe he's looking at OO and Wit. Maybe he's just trying to block this spot.
There's
Keep a
something
confident. Yeah.
There's something to be said about
Okay.
this move of Owo. I think the thought is that 7-letter words still won't fit after this play, but after Wahoo, they might. Unfortunately for Dave, Andrew drew one of the draws that are really going to help him. Actually, most draws were going to help him. And he's looking at playing
Matrices.
matrices. He's already seen probably everything available to him, everything through the L possible. And matrices is the highest score here. Mistrace as well, 78 points. And that's a huge, huge lead now for Andrew Fisher. He's up 102 points.
Yeah, what an interesting swing of things in this game after that play of it. We all saw this bingo coming for Andrew. Just didn't quite expect it to come after such a bold play. Now Dave, still with all of these vowels he's been dealing with, like his last couple turns, still has the U. He has HUIA available. Seems pretty reasonable to just play that. That said, the board is getting more and more tough to bingo on. He's gonna need something big to happen in order to come back into this game.
And yeah, that's the downside of a play like Owo. If Andrew does indeed hit, Dave Wiegand is going to be in big trouble trying to keep this board alive. If he had played Wahoo, at least now there's still some life breathed into the board, but it's hard to keep things open when your opponent is so close to a bingo. Huya is a nice play, 26 points. Dave Wiegand can still bingo after that play, but Ahi instead for an extra score. This makes sense too.
Wow.
The reason to do this is that Dave is down by so much. He needs a lot to happen for him to win the game. The
Yeah.
problem is he's just blocked the S. I guess it was really unlikely that he'd be able to
Yeah.
use it.
But this actually saved him because Andrew was going to play Tollings and Yug there and totally lock up the game.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Dave Wiegand eyes in the back of his head, the sixth sense, just blocking this unlikely pull of Tollings out of the bag. I'm sure Andrew Fisher was expecting to get that down, but now he's got a bad rack.
Yeah, and Dave picking up the blank, suddenly there could be a chance for Dave back into this game. There's really not any good option for Andrew here right now. He'll want to do something a bit defensive. He doesn't want to open up anything new, certainly for Wiegand, but he has no good ways of really scoring. I guess he could do something like Lingot through the O of OO.
Yeah, I think if you're Andrew Fisher, a play like Glit underneath the MA of matrices eliminates a lot of the space that could be used for a bingo, balances the rack. It's quite unlikely a bingo will come down, but actually Dave Wiegand has at the very least Ukane available under the MAT. So I think if you're Andrew, you're looking under there, you're looking to eliminate space. Lingot is interesting too. That wouldn't really block things that much though. A lot of the bingos that would fit under or above matrices would still fit through the O. And since you're up by so many points, 68 points, you want to start looking at really bad case scenarios if you're Andrew Fisher. So yeah, maybe something like Glit. I'm not really sure what else there is to consider. I mean, there's a lot to consider, but yeah, Glit's the
Glit
first
looks
thing that comes
good.
to mind.
You're right, Glit looks good. I guess a slightly better version of Lingot is Low Ligo, but even that gives back some points. Still allows bingos on top of matrices. I like how Glit obstructs those lines. After Glit, you can only put an A on top of the M of matrices, whereas before you could have put any vowel except for the I there. So this makes a lot of sense for Andrew.
But another thing to consider with a play like Lingot is it scores more than Glit. And scoring a lot of points here, even if Dave Wiegand gets a bingo down, might be enough to outscore him later on. So it might be time for Andrew Fisher to just try and maximize his score, not open too much, and just try to run away with it.
Yeah, I think playing some defense makes more sense, given that the score difference is not so big between the two plays. Lingot only scoring 23, Glit scoring 20. Doesn't seem like it's worth the points there to allow those bingos still to come down.
It's always hard when we're commentating games. We know what's coming or what's potentially coming. It's hard to know how to analyze the position based on random chance, but we'll see what Andrew Fisher comes up with. He's under 10 minutes. Dave Wiegand's under 10 minutes, so we might have a little bit of a race, a little bit of time trouble later on in this game. So while we're waiting to see what Andrew Fisher does, and as I say that, he starts looking at things. He's going to play Ligon, which is a similar situation to Glit underneath matrices, eliminating a little bit more space, opening a little bit more space for 8-letter words and 7-letter words. But wait a second.
This is not a word.
Wait a minute. Are we playing a phony word here? Holy mackerel.
That's not what you want to do here.
Tygon is a word, liger is a word, but there's no Ligon? How has that not been added to the dictionary yet?
Why not just log in? He must have been very sure of this word. Wow, that's a huge swing. That's a huge error.
No way. That is crazy swing. Dave Wiegand's favor, but of course Ligon is a very common word. It's just the offspring of a lion and a liger, I thought.
Okay, I've never heard of this before, but
Maybe not very common. I've never heard of warily. Oh, huge swing. Dave Wiegand's gonna
The
play
thing is,
Ukane now.
yeah, and Ukane, will this give anything back to Andrew? I don't think so.
And leucine also possible. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable swing.
And
Not
he does not
expecting
look
that.
happy about that. And that is crushing.
So do you play leucine or Eucane? Those are the two playable sevens. Dave has probably found both of them already since he's had a lot of time to think. Suddenly he's going to take a 10-point lead. It's definitely anyone's game still, but leucine coming down. He's seen an L. I think this makes more sense than Eucane. He's seen Andrew's L, and putting an L in the triple is going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I definitely do leucine here. I know that Andrew has an L. I know he probably doesn't have any higher scoring tiles. I think those would have come down last turn instead of the GLINO that Andrew attempted to play. I like this choice a lot more. I think Eucane gives back way more points in general.
All right, so what will Andrew Fisher do now? 11 tiles in the bag. Do you play lolling? LOLLING, a nice internet word, but it's the ing extension of LOLL. Do you play tolling? Do you play low log through the O of OWO that was available last turn? Things are not so clear here.
Yeah, nothing looks good anymore for Andrew. He has, I guess, yeah, he has no real good options. He is nowhere good to use anything, like ing. If you were gonna try to keep some nice leathers for a leave, there's nowhere any bingo would go. He doesn't have good scoring options. It looks like he's just gonna go with lolling and blow up the rack and hope that he draws well.
Yeah, so this is a best he can score, 24, keeping a lone T. There's still a Q to come. Is that Q going to be a thorn in Andrew Fisher's side? There is a spot for it right now above the Eye of Matrices. A couple of other spots you could have the Q play in, but even when you have spots for the Q, it's such a thorn.
Yeah.
See what he gets.
He is really going to want to avoid that. He does not want to be forced to drop the Q for 21. This is a big draw.
Wow.
Okay.
Rotated is the draw. That's a good draw for Andrew Fisher. 5 tiles in the bag now, though.
Yeah.
Dave Wiegand's going to have the tempo in the end game. He can play 3 tiles or 4 tiles, not empty the bag, take a lead. It's going to be very, very close. So photo finish, the Q out there. If Dave Wiegand draws it, he's also maybe going to lose the game. So this could go either way, Chloe.
Yeah, there's a play. He could make a play like Mo or Bo down beside lolling, making LO and OW. That said, that will block some of the better Q plays if Dave is to draw the Q. So he has to decide what happens when I draw the Q. How can I minimize the damage that the Q does to my rack while also not allowing Andrew to benefit from the Q if he has it. So that's what he has to evaluate here.
Yeah, good point. The U in leucine allows for a lot of Q bailout plays. Does Dave want to block those? There's so many endgames or pre-endgames in Scrabble. This is the point in the game where that's right before the endgame where the Q comes into play and whoever draws it ends up losing the game most likely. What will Dave Wiegand do with 5 minutes on the clock? Also playable is something like Bower to the R of matrices, keeping a nice MEER leave.
Yeah, that looks
And that's what he's doing here. However, is this going to give Andrew Fisher a playable bingo? I don't think so. No, not quite. The B and the O out in space, not good enough for this rack.
Yeah.
Is Andrew Fisher going to go for a bingo here? The Q has just been drawn. That is a bad, bad draw. The last tile in the bag is an L. So what will Andrew Fisher do here? He's down 13 points, probably wants to score some points, try to threaten an outplay next turn with 2 tiles in the bag. The last 2 tiles are LR. How do you play a lot of tiles here, Chloe?
Yeah, maybe something through the U of leucine would work. But that won't score very much. He also has to make sure to score enough points. And he has to think about the scenario in which he draws the Q, or maybe he decides that if he draws the Q, he's just toast and going to lose this game. He'll have some options available. There's still QI available next to the Eye of Clearing. He could potentially keep cats as well, QAT, to play to the S of matrices. It's going to be a tough endgame to work out. He should take a lot of his time here to figure out the best path to victory.
At first glance, I love, since the play of Bauer covered that top middle triple, I love the idea of lotted, Lotted, from the L in lolling. That scores 22. It'll bring Andrew Fisher up by 9. But what's most important about this play is so many of the 2-tile draws he can get out of the bag are going to threaten, if not guarantee, outplays for him next turn, which might be the difference maker. The problem, again, is the Q. If he draws the Q after lotted, I think it's over. But what do you read out of the play of Bauer? Does that mean Dave Wiegand doesn't have the Q? Probably. And if
Yeah.
that's the case, there's a 2 out of 5 chance that the Q is still in the bag. Dave played 3 tiles out of 5, drew 3. That means there's 2 left. He had a 3 in 5 chance of drawing the Q. So at the very most, potentially the play of lotted is going to win 3 out of 5 times.
Yeah, lotted looks pretty good. I think he can assume that Dave would have played the Q last turn. Had he had it, he would have played QI in one of those spots. Yeah, he certainly would have. I don't think he would have risked that staying on his rack in those spots, getting closed, though there were 2. There's also the U. Lotted would block Roke, one of the better Q spots for Dave for his next turn. But would it potentially ruin or mess up Andrew's chances if he draws the Q? He would keep QI. Looks like he's going shrouded.
Yeah, this is even better. This is even better. He's going to draw LR out of the bag, and he's going to threaten outplays on multiple spots on the board. I
Nice
don't
play.
think Dave Wiegand's going to be able to outrun these.
Oh,
He has the Q. Wait a second.
This is
Crowded? Oh, no. For the second time, Andrew Fisher plays a phony word, animal-related word. And Dave Wiegand is saying hold. And once he realizes he can't win the game after
He's
this.
gonna be forced to challenge.
Oh,
That's brutal.
no way. He's just going to do the math. LAR goes out in so many spots.
Yeah, this
Challenge.
is a challenge. I mean, you have to challenge if you're Dave here.
S-
That is brutal. Dave Wiegand will now play Roke, and I think just go on to win this game.
Oh.
That's so crushing.
The bad news, but Andrew Fisher, such a good sportsman, just smiling, saying, all right, that does it.
So trouting is acceptable, but it's a noun. So I think that is probably the source of Andrew Fisher's confusion here.
Yeah, I think we've all been there. Tutored is a word, but not. It's phony anagram trouted. So yeah, roke. I feel like you just played that. I don't think there's anything to consider. I mean, the only thing to think about is maybe Andrew Fisher had a playable bingo that he missed, and maybe we want to try to block that. But no, the tables have turned in Dave Wiegand's favor. If he plays roke, he's going to take this game against Andrew Fisher.
Yeah, I expect this will come down pretty soon. Dave will realize there's basically no chance that Andrew missed a bingo here. And he can't bank on that anyway. He has to play roke. There's no other option.
Yeah, maybe routed instead would have been a better choice. I think so many plays, given what was unseen, would have actually won the game for Andrew Fisher. This is such a brutal loss for him. You hate to see it, even if you're rooting for Dave Wiegand, even if you're a fan of his. This is just not the way
No.
that you'd like to see someone win a game. But Scrabble is Scrabble. Can be brutal like this. You have to learn the words, and you have to not make mistakes like this one.
Now, Andrew with no winning plays. His best play looks to be tread through the E of matrices, making LA and ED, but even that will not be enough for him. That's
While we're waiting for the end of this game, Andrew Fisher with 4 minutes left to recognize that he has lost this game. Madov is 106 points down. Joshua Castellano
wow.
seems ready to take down the leader in this tournament, Dacha Kuriwat, taking a 78-point lead against Jason Keller. So a couple of upsets in the standings here are going to make things even more heated at the top.
Wow, yeah, Josh Castellano coming back from he hasn't really been in the mix yet this tournament. So he is coming into this top group and is taking down the division leader, the current division leader. This is getting exciting.
So Morel lined up on Dave Wiegand's rack. That play is above the ES of matrices. Andrew Fisher, despite being in a losing position, probably wants to block that outplay. Like Chloe said, tread, T-R-E-A-D, through the E in matrices. Will do that. This was definitely Andrew Fisher's game to win. And just one mistake too many, and that sometimes is all it takes in Scrabble. So if you're still with us, welcome. Thank you for watching. We're live in Bangkok, Thailand at this Causeway Challenge, the revival of this potentially defunct tournament. Michael Tang has brought it back, and it is bigger than ever. 400 plus players from around the world, 3 live streams for the first time ever in Scrabble history. MeWatch is our media partner. Those 3 live streams are being live broadcast. And we have also people watching on YouTube. Welcome. Please like and subscribe. It's good to have you here. Let us know where you're watching from. What are your favorite moments so far? Who do you want to win? Who do you want to lose? We'd love to hear from you.
Okay, nice find of tread, but too little, too late for Andrew Fisher here. He can't be feeling good right now. That is crushing to lose 2 turns on challenges near the end of this really important game.
He's been in the scene for so long. If anyone can shake it off, it is Andrew Fisher. He is such a formidable player. This was just a blink. This was just one game out of thousands he's played, but such a brutal one and such an important part of the tournament. It's going to take a while for him to recover, I think.
Yeah, this will bring Andrew down to 17 and 11. Dave will go up to 19 and 9. So Andrew will for now be among the other 17 and 11s, maybe dropping out of the money for a bit, but we still have 8 more, or I guess 7 more games after this one to play in this tournament. Lots of room for comebacks here.
Absolutely. And so, while we're waiting for the tail end of this game, thank you for watching. Huge shout out to so many people on the floor, on staff, volunteering to make this thing a reality. 10 games are being annotated live on Woogles.io. Thanks to the Bangkok Scrabble Club for providing the annotators. Brilliant. You can just follow everything at once on Woogles.io. Josh Greenway flown out to produce Christian K. Andrew K. flown out to produce. We have Kumar as well producing the 3rd stream from afar in Malaysia, and the 6 commentators, myself and Chloe, of course, Jesse Matthews and Nitz Chugti on board 3, and Robin Pollock and Matt Canick on board 1, as Dave Wiegand makes his final play of this game. More through the O of Pathogene. That was his best option. And Note and Rocket, the final play for Andrew Fisher. Very, very close game in the end, 428 to 442. But those 2 phony bingos, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Let's listen to the overhead mic. Phony plays, not phony bingos.
Mind meld or something.
Something like that. 428, 442.
442, 428. Yeah. I was even in the same 100 as you. Okay.
to give the screenshot.
Yeah,
of
not
it, anyway.
much to say after that one, unfortunately. But an all-important victory for Dave Weekend, as there are now 7 rounds remaining. Actually, 8 rounds remaining after this. 2 rounds to go on day 3 of the Causeway Challenge. We'll be back in around 10 minutes to get the next game, penultimate game of day 3. We'll see you soon. Okay, welcome back to the Causeway Challenge, round 29 of 36, penultimate round of the day. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. The day is getting darker, the pairings are getting tighter, the standings are getting hotter. Who do we have in our next round pairing, Chloe?
We have Jason Keller currently sitting in third at 19-9. Update, currently sitting in fourth at 19-9. He will be facing David Eldar, who's in sixth at 18-10. So we've got an exciting match coming up. We've seen both of these players a lot on stream this tournament, but haven't seen them play each other yet.
Indeed, and it's pretty much a must win for David Eldar. If he loses this game, he's going to have to win pretty much 6 out of 7 of the next. So, very important game. Things are getting more and more important at the top. Any mistake gets more and more brutal. Let's pan to the board. I think these guys are ready to go, or just about. The round is starting. It is 45 past the hour, and just like clockwork, 400 plus players are about to play their 29th round, 9th round of the day. It is such a marathon, Chloe.
Yes. A huge grind. 10 games a day is no small task. But these players are handling it like champs because this is what they came here for. We all love to play Scrabble. We can't get enough. And Jason Keller to go first. David giving it a good shake before Jason picks his tiles.
David Eldar, one of the best shakers in the game. And here we go. 7 tiles out of the bag. Those nice Causeway Pro tiles. Wanted to mention Pro tiles are back. Michael Tang. There's a blank. You see the Causeway logo. Michael Tang has bought Pro tiles. These are the best Scrabble tiles in the business. Jason Keller to play Whiz for 30 and hope for a couple of consonants. Swizz is a hook. Lots of possibilities to bingo next turn if he gets a good draw. So great start for him. Right, let's see. David Eldar has drawn ADEOTTK. So no bonus for him, but some nice balance and some nice underlapping potential, Chloe.
Yeah, I'm seeing Keto, Keto, underlapping Whiz, making we, it, and Zo. That looks very solid. Scores 30 points, keeps a balanced leave. ADT is pretty good. I think this is the move here.
Yeah, Keto looks fantastic, but on the other hand, Jason Keller's post whiz draw also fantastic. ELR going to allow him to bonus in many different spots on this board, depending on what David does, but no way of blocking him.
Yeah, these bingos are coming down. I think maybe
We'll go with Keto.
Yeah.
You have a D and you have an A to hook Zo, so the A is a much better tile than the O. So I understand the idea behind Kita. It's much more defensive, but sometimes you just gotta work on yourself. Oda, on the other hand, is very interesting in its own right. It's a very, very defensive play, not giving nearly as much back to Jason Keller and keeping the K behind to potentially score with, but I don't think it's worth it. Don't think keeping 2 T's like that is what you want to do early on in this game. So Kita, Toted as well. You could play Toted, Toted, underneath the WIZ. Keep the K behind. Lots of options. Toted would set up the K with Zek. That would make ZE. I like Keto. I think just keep it simple.
Yeah, I agree. I think some of these ideas are nice, but maybe just getting a little too fancy in lieu of just playing the play that is the equity choice, the choice that balances points with the leftover tiles on your rack.
And David Elder likes to think very hard about situations like this. He's thinking about what sorts of racks does Jason Keller play whiz with? Are there tiles that he's more or less likely to have? Does that change my decision-making process? This is why he's taken almost 3 minutes on this turn. Scrabble is not obvious. There's always other things than just your rack value, your point value to take into consideration. there's an aspect of what information has my opponent given me with their
Mhm.
last play? What sort of plays can I make that make it harder for my particular opponent? Because some opponents have tendencies. At this level, players know the weaknesses of some of their opposition.
Interesting.
So instead, we're seeing dote. That is another play that the engine likes, keeping the K behind a
What
similar
is that?
option. Yeah, similar option to toted, keeping the A for Zaya, the K for Zek, just keeping things tighter, reducing the value of underlaps. He's setting up TAK, so TAKI underneath, making Watt or um, something like that is going to be possible. TAKE, lots of options for Dave Eldar next turn. And if you are Jason Keller, you're going to play Eulogizer through the ZE. He now has a 9-letter word available for 69. Or are you going to play something more normal, such as Lowry's or Lousier?
Looks like he's getting set up to play lousier. I think this would be a mistake, though, if he plays it making Zell. That would open up a lot of space on this board, whereas something like Lowry's underlapping DI, Woe, and Its would keep things much tighter.
Absolutely. I think you have to keep things tight here with Lowry's, but instead the board is being blown open and David's gonna be like, all right, well, that's not what I wanted to see. But he's drawn that second blank. So is he gonna have something like stackful or trackful through the U? Is there something like that available to him? I very much wonder what is in store on this turn. No
but
trackful or stackful.
he does have some bingos available. Flackets to the S of Lousier or Lock Fast through that S. That'll be great. And it doesn't take a back S.
So lock fast through that blank S. Is that a blank S? We have to double check and confirm.
True, it could be an R. That's a
Yeah.
very good point. We
Yeah,
don't know
maybe
that.
it's an R.
Either way, Flacket will still play
Yeah, I
with.
think it's an R.
Okay, that makes more sense. Why would he make that an S?
Oh, wait.
No?
We need confirmation. The annotation just changed to make the blank an S.
That would be even wilder if he didn't make it an R. You generally don't want to float S's if you can avoid it, and also prefer floating two of the same tile. So because Lowrier would have an R already, it would make sense to make the blank the same letter that's already there, not give your opponent any more options of letters to play through.
So we've confirmed
It's an S.
the blank is an S. So definitely a mistake by Jason Keller. I have to mention, we saw this in a previous round, Jason being on stream. It's happening again. His hands are shaking. He gets very nervous especially when he's doing really well in a tournament. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've witnessed it firsthand. So when you get nervous like this, sometimes you make mistakes. Sometimes you're just not capable of really locking in. A certain level of nerves is very important at this level, but I think Jason Keller may be falling victim to a few nerves here.
Yeah, and now the onus is on Eldar to determine that Lockfast does not take a back S. This bingo scores 8 more points than the next best bingo of Flackets. Does he know that Lockfast does not have an S at the end of it? Does not take an S.
He has to find it first, right?
Yes, that's true. I think maybe he has found it and is wondering.
Yeah.
He's very expressive, as we were saying earlier.
We love the expressivity for David Eldar. On the other hand, look at the difference in score. Thatcha up 115 to 18 against Madov. Once we stopped watching him, Madov started losing. Feeling bad for the guy. Josh Castellano up 56 points on Dave Weekend. You can see this information on the top left of your screen. Kudos to our producers for getting that information up there. If you want to follow any of the 10 annotated games, including this one, go to wiggles.io. The Causeway Challenge will be on the screen, the broadcast showing all 10 top boards in this Premier Division.
So now Eldar still deliberating between some different bingo options. I'm pretty sure he's seen a couple. He's maybe not sure of something, maybe still looking for options, going through the different letters on the board, looking for 8-letter words. It's hard with a blank. You have to consider every single letter the blank could be potentially.
Yeah, and for Jason Keller, he's used 1 minute and 42 seconds of his 25 minutes allotted to him. His redraw after the bingo is ACEELPV. So he's going to have some nice options available. He's considering Parev, I believe, through the R of Lousier. And here comes Lockfast.
Nice play.
So both blanks on the same column. You don't see that every day. First one is an O, second one is an S. Got that nice Causeway logo.
Yeah. And now Jason will have some alarm bells ringing. He's wondering about this play. Does it take an S? Why did David take so long to play this?
Yeah, it is on hold. We haven't actually, have we seen Jason Keller challenge anything on stream yet?
I don't think so.
So, I believe David Eldar is drawing his provisional tiles. Let's mention once again the rule in Scrabble. If you're considering challenging a play, you have to verbally announce hold after your opponent hits their clock, after which your opponent has to hold for 15 seconds before drawing new tiles. And you can release the hold either by saying, I accept, something of that nature, or by making a play and hitting your clock. So Parev coming down for 42 points. Cleaver also possible to that R, but I think this is a nice way to keep a balanced CEL, decent combination. David Eldar has drawn his 7 tiles here. ADINNQV, I believe.
Yeah, not the best post bingo draw. And worth noting, Parev takes the back E for Parev. So this might become useful for Jason on his next turn. I didn't get a great look at his rack yet. Looking like Eldar is considering QIN Chin next to Lockfast for his next turn. That'll score 27 points. He could also play it below Dote, but that seems much worse for a couple of reasons. Scores 2 less, also puts the Q right above a double word score.
Yeah, I think you probably just play QIN here, unduplicate your ends, and yeah, play it in the higher scoring spot. It's a close game. 142 David Eldar, 2-time world champion. 144 Jason Keller, hoping to be 1-time Causeway champion.
Yes. Jason picking up the, what did he have? Picking up an S. So he'll be able to maybe hope to start building towards a bingo. He has a couple good options. YE making KY and FE looks really solid, keeping a great leave. He also has Lycée, LYCEE, and Parev, putting the E at the back of Parev.
Yeah, that's what he's considering right now, I think. Yeah, one of the good aspects of the play of Parev is setting your E up. Lots of E's in Scrabble, but no telling whether David had one. He didn't. He also has drawn very, very poorly here. ADVN drawing into GGN. Very, very awful draw. So Lycée coming down. No worry anymore about whether Lockfast takes an S hook or not. So now we'll see if David Eldar can untangle from this awful looking rack.
It's a brutal rack. No good options. He can maybe dump a bunch of his tiles with dangling through the LI of Lockfast and Chin. That looks really unappealing, but nothing looks good.
Indeed, yeah, we might see an exchange here, but I think this is just good enough to not exchange. Dangling, keeping a lone V, dangling a G and a D in triple word score territory. This is really bad.
Yeah, he's looking at Dong and Doted, I think, which scores just 2 less but keeps Vang instead of just the V. I think I prefer playing more tiles here. There's really no need to keep the extra G. He's giving himself more chances at drawing better bailout letters if he goes with dangling.
Yes, things have definitely defogged here, and now we know, and David Eldar knows that he is not in a good position. He's down to 33 points. His letters are not good. Both blanks are gone. 4 S's unseen. Lots of good tiles remain, but he doesn't have any of them.
Meanwhile, Jason picking up the X as one of his tiles from his draw. He will be looking to score with that. I'm not seeing anything great off the bat for him, but he'll be doing his best to get that down. Maybe something like fix and DI and walks over on the left side of the board beneath Dote.
That's what he's looking at right now. I think he's got his letters lined up to the left. That's usually what he does. Plays considering, he separates it from the rest of his tiles, putting the rest of the tiles on the right side of his rack. Lots of players do that. I think Jason Keller especially likes to separate his moves.
Some good insight into Jason Keller's style. Let's see, I think maybe David saw dangling. It looked like he had it set up and then chose dong. Maybe he preferred the synergy of the NG combination on his rack. I'm not sure why he wouldn't go with that.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't like opening those two
Yeah.
triples and blowing the board open, wanting to keep things tight. Maybe
Mhm.
Jason Keller's not going to have anything good and he'll have to score lowly or potentially even exchange. Maybe David Eldar could draw a 9-letter word through the LI on his redraw. So that's a decent draw for him.
Yeah, he didn't want that extra G, but the rest of it is not bad. He can hopefully play Vogue somewhere. That's what he'll be wanting to get rid of here and move on.
Yeah, Vogue plays above the WI in the center of the board, making O1 and Git. Gov plays to the right of QIN. So he's going to be able to get rid of those bad tiles. And Jason Keller now considering just dropping an X. What are you
Yeah.
thinking about that?
AX and XI, I think, between Lockfast and Lousier, that scores well. It's 34 points. I think what he would want to do there, if he's considering that, is figure out which letters he could draw that would give him a bingo. That's often what you think about when you make a one-tile play. If he determines that it doesn't really hit many bingos, he'll probably want to do fix to give himself better chances at drawing good tiles.
Indeed. So fix looks pretty good to me. I think FAIX also possible underneath. Lots of A's to redraw. Not really sure what the best play is here, but lots of plays are close. Just dropping the X is also pretty good. There's no blanks to draw. There's no need to turn over tiles, but I like this play by Jason Keller. David Eldar to respond, probably now with a VAG underneath.
He just play that instantly. I don't think there's much to think about there. Does exactly what he wants, scores better than anything else. Gets rid of the V, the G. Looks pretty solid.
Yeah, it's still a game 184 to 208 in favor of Jason Keller, who is on turn, but that draw is awful. AIIORSU.
Yeah.
How do you untangle from this?
It's not a good draw. It's not a good situation. What Jason will want to do is get rid of a couple vowels. He might just play OI on the left of Lockfast, making OK and if. It does nothing really for the board. He gets rid of some of his vowels. He won't open up anything for David. Seems totally fine and reasonable.
That's what he's considering right now. He's already had it lined up on his rack. David Elbow. But something like Aulic to the C and Lockfast is also possible to try and, sorry, not Aulic, or Auric to the C and Lockfast, just to turn over a few more tiles. Maybe something hooking QINS is in store for Jason Keller, but this is not a great move. So OI, OK, and IF. What's being considered. Jason Keller, usually a very fast player, but a turn like this, very complicated, stumps even him.
Yeah, it's tough. There's nothing that looks good. I expect him to not do something like Auric, and yeah, here he goes with OI. I think Auric just seems not quite like Jason's style to open up a new spot right now.
So OI coming down, and now David Eldar to respond with lounges, nowhere to play it. Will he go with something like Volgo from the V or just Vug? Playing from the V, trying to open some space on the board. He is behind 37 points. Is he going to try and navigate a closed board against Jason Keller? Is he going to try and get a bingo down soon? He's considering playing OU, maybe to play Oozle
Maybe.
to the Zell on the board. That doesn't open really a spot for a bingo, but it will open the top of the board, pretty much threatening or inviting plays to the right or the left of the O. If you get a 6-tile play, that'll hit the top middle triple. If you get a 5-tile play, you'll hit both of those triple letter scores. Let's see if David does this. Yeah.
Huh.
Wow, interesting. He's really just trying to ply the board open. And if Jason does make one of those types of moves on the right or left side, it's going to give David tons of tiles to play through. And I think this is an inference-based move, Chloe.
What do you think he's reading? He's reading a low point rack from Jason after OI, maybe close to some bingos. Nothing great though. He probably wouldn't have realized that Jason had what he has now because Jason just drew those. The Jumars will play for 50 now, making SO. That'll be big.
Yeah, that's a really, really good draw of the J. And I think Jason's just going to go ahead and play this Jumar, for example, on the right is 36, retaining the S. And the benefit of that is it gives less bingos back. If Jumar gets played, I don't think David Eldar is bingoing. But if Jumars gets played, Donagals will fit through the A of Jumars. So I think this is what Jason Keller is going to do. Take the 50 points. He's already up 22. This increases his lead to over 70. But Donegal is going to come down and the game will be tied.
Yeah, Donegal's the only bingo for David. I expect him to play this quickly. I don't think he's happy to see Jumars come down. He probably wasn't expecting to get hit so hard after the play of Oozle. But he'll realize that he has this comeback bingo. He has to play it, and we've got ourselves a tie game.
Jason Keller drawing a second I, a Y, MRUW. So pretty ugly stuff, although he will be able to score something next turn. But yeah, here's Donegal's. That is a 70-point play. So 269 now for David Eldar to Jason Keller's 271. And Jason's already lined up wiry underneath the DON of Donegal's. That is a nice 35 on a pretty closed board. So Jason Keller's still at the advantage here.
Yeah, Jason still seems to be in a good position. There's not a ton of options left on this board. Wiry will close things down even more. Nothing can re-parallel Wiry on top. Nothing goes in front of DI, the 2-letter word. So it really depends on this draw for David. How flexible will it be? What will he get? Pretty good draw. He drew Beastie at the bottom, actually.
Whoa. Wow. Incredible pull for David Eldar. Out of nowhere is going to bingo twice in a row on an otherwise very closed board.
Yeah. Do you play Beauties or Beastie here? Beauties plays through the U of Jumars for 10 less. But Beastie can give back so much.
So Beastie playing under the LY of Lycée for 74 points, but opening 3 triples at once. The bottom left, bottom middle, and bottom right. Thing is, can Jason Keller cover enough ground to prevent David in turn from using one of those triples? Maybe it's a situation where we saw the play of High Rise against Dave Wiegand where 2 big triples were open. Maybe David Eldar wants to do this in order to guarantee or almost guarantee himself a good score next turn. But Beauty is 64 points. That's 10 points giving up, opening only 1 triple. In either case, after the next move, Jason Keller is going to get close by again.
Yeah, this is a tough position. I wonder. I mean, Beauties also opens up some triples. They won't score as much. I think this is a closer call than that High Rise versus Airship position, I think, because the spots that High Rise opened up were roughly equally good. I still think you take the points of Beastie here. It's not so easy to underlap any of these spots that Beastie creates.
Yeah, we'll have to see what David decides. He's emoting a lot here. Jason Keller might be emoting a lot, but we can't see most of his face from underneath the mask. But yeah, it's another simply puzzling position for David Eldar. Beauties 64 through the U of Jumars, Beastie 74 underneath the LY of Lycée. if he plays Beastie, I think he's going to be in a really good position.
Mhm.
Jason Keller, little does David know, does not have prime tiles to respond. Unseen to David Eldar are 2 H's and 1 M and 1 P. Sorry, 2 H's and 1 P that go underneath the YE that Beastie would create. That YE is probably the toughest spot on the board.
Oh, but this is actually gonna get hit. Maybe. Well, what? No, it won't get hit so hard. But still, I think that David wouldn't have been hit as hard as he was imagining after Beastie. Jason not having the H's, the P. Nothing great to do under Beastie at all.
Is Jason Keller going to find his best move here? Jumbie, Jumbie from the J, now fits with 4 overlaps, scores 31 points, keeping an I and an S. That would put him only 4 points in the lead. And the unseen letters are so weird. No I's left. 4 A's, 1 D, 3 E's, 2 H's. So many duplicates and triplicates and quadruplicates there. And so it's no surprise that David Elder has drawn 2 N's and 2 R's. But yeah, Jumbie for 31. What a weird find there.
Yeah.
If Jason misses that, what is he going to do? Mib?
Yeah, it looks like he's considering MIB for 30. This goes alongside QIN, making QI and lib. Doesn't seem too much worse, but Jumbie's still certainly preferable. Not giving anything back now. There will be plays to the triple, making QI, and that'll score pretty well for David.
Yeah, I think now just 10 for David Eldar.
Or Perron at the top left.
Wow, okay.
Perron, making OB and NE will also work. This is definitely worth considering. I think that might just be better.
Yeah, Pen is 31.
That leave is terrible.
Perron is
I think
33.
the leave of pen of NORR, or yes, of NORR is just so bad.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the right call for David Eldar. He is not sidetracked by the play of Mib and the overlaps that it gives. He's leaving 7 tiles in the bag, so if Jason uses that spot, David Eldar should have 1 more turn to try and untangle and retake the lead here. Let's see what he gets. AENOR. That's pretty good so far. There's still an H unseen to score with, and a D also. Let's see, what's the last 2 tiles? Another N and an E. Okay, not so great in the end for David Eldar, but he's up 30 points. What does Jason Keller do
Yeah,
now?
many good options. Maybe he just does Ohia at the top on top of beauties, making OI, HE, and IS. Maybe he just does OH on the top left.
I think this is a time where you
So
just part with your S. I'm liking the play of OUS on the top right for 25 points. The problem with that is it doesn't even get you over the top of David Eldar, so maybe you have to do something a little bit more desperate. Maybe Jason Keller's going to try and go for a bingo. Maybe he's going to play something from the V of VAG. VAU? Yeah,
Maybe.
took the thought right out of my head there, Chloe.
We're so in sync now after 29 games. Yeah, VAU could be worth doing. What do you think Jason is thinking right now? What does he have set up here with HU?
I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what Jason Keller's thinking. Sometimes I do. Let's
But
see
not
what he is lining up. HUI.
This goes at the bottom, Huia at making LI and YA. Is there anywhere else for it though that doesn't open up a million points for David?
Million points is right. I don't know. Yeah, this is a very perplexing situation for Jason Keller. He's now not in a good position anymore after beauties and missing Jumbie. He's down 30 points with 7 tiles in the bag. It's certainly anyone's game. Will we see a play like Adieu potentially through the DI of Donegal, setting up the last S and the last H? That could be really cool, actually. If you draw the other H, you get maybe something like hash with another A, hash and adieus for almost 60 points. That could be interesting.
That could be worth doing. That's a creative option. I like the thought of creating this big scoring threat. Bingo openings are often easier to deal with for the opponent, but this scoring play, making use of the fact that he has the last S, could be harder for David to deal with effectively.
You have a crazy situation on board 1 as VI is the choice by Jason Keller.
Wait, I think VAU is just a better version of this.
Maybe he's going for an N. If he draws an N, he's threatening to play Huns for 49 or 50 points on the top right, and there are 2 unseen to him. But yeah, that's an interesting play by Jason Keller. I just want to mention Tasha Kurwat versus Madov, 535 to 321. That's crazy. Madov getting trounced in that game. Joshua Castellano, 110 points ahead of Dave Wiegand. This is the closest game.
Yeah.
I hope you guys are tuning into us, but I hear some crazy fireworks in that board 1 game.
Can you remind me what is David's rack? I didn't catch.
AEENNOR is David Eldar's rack. He likes to cover it with his arm. We've become intimately familiar with said arm over the last 29 games.
Yeah, so now the question for him is, how does he deal with these lanes that Jason just opened up and still score enough points to maintain a lead?
Are you really worried? Look at what's unseen
know, it's not
to
that
David.
good.
AADHHOSTTTU. I don't think you're worried about a bingo here.
Right, maybe it's just scoring plays. I mean, he has the last 2 ends, but Jason can still score with something like HAS at the top, I guess, making QIS and MA. He can score not too well alongside VA, maybe HOH being the highest scoring option for him there.
Yeah, I think if you're David Eldar with 4 in the bag, this is just a simple
Play Eon. Yeah, just
in the
play
top
Eon and
top right. excuse
win
me.
most of the time.
Yes, like I was saying, Eon in the top right would score 25 points. David Eldar up 16 now, increasing his lead to 41. It's hard to imagine losing to anything other than a bingo, but what bingos are there with those unseen tiles? It might be 1 or 2, but yeah, I think you just go for it.
Thinking maybe Ian instead.
Okay,
Pretty
just playing an A,
similar. I
keeping the
guess
O.
there's 2 A's out, 1 O out. Maybe there's something else, some other value of the O that we're not thinking of yet.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. And Jason Keller, 1 letter off of Hot Shot.
He can play hot like he has set up. He can also play thou parallel to VA. But I think this should probably do it for Eldar here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Jason Keller, you're going to try to win here, right, Chloe?
Yeah, right. Sorry, I don't know why.
Let's
What
try
can
to
he-
find some winning path. Maybe H on the bottom right, setting up a lane. Can you draw anything there? EH setting up the S. It's interesting. What else could you be? There's 1 tile left in the bag, so if you're gonna go for a bingo, you can only play 1 tile. And you can draw into potentially
Outshot, but that wouldn't quite work. Stouths would
no,
work. No,
nothing.
no, nothing.
I think there's nothing available if you drop the H. Is there something available from the W and wiry? These are questions that Jason Keller is asking himself. But yeah, maybe there's a world in which you can play thou, THOU, like you said, to the left of VI. He has the H for CH. That's C in lycée. Is there a possibility of drawing something if he wants to draw the O potentially? If he draws the O and keeps OHS, he can draw OOHS on the bottom for a big score, but that would require playing HUTT. Is there a way to do that? Tuath, TUATH, through the A of VI would keep OHS. Would that ever win the game? These are the questions Jason Keller must be asking himself in this all-important pre-endgame position, down 41 against the 2-time world champion.
Yeah, from our perspective, we can see that David Eldar pretty much safe here. Jason will draw the D. I don't think that'll give him anything to bingo with. So David Eldar will outscore in this endgame and go on to win. Jason, though, of course, does not know that and needs to do his due diligence and find that 1-8 or 2-8 shot at winning the game.
Absolutely. You could also play for maximum score SHH to the left of VI. That's 35. Still not enough to even tie the game against David Eldar. So, yeah, from where we're standing, it looks just about over. Very, very interesting game. And there's going to be some important changes. Excuse me, important changes in the standings after these 3 rounds. Dacha at 545 to Madov's 404. Dacha with a tie game is going to go up to 19 wins, 9 losses, and 1 tie. Jason Keller is going to go down to 19 and 10. Dave Wiegand is going to go to 19 and 10, and Josh Castellano, after his victory against Dave Wiegand, is going to top the standings after 29 rounds.
Wow, he has soared into this top position here today. What a streak
Has he
he's on.
looked?
He's on a 5-game win streak. He's lost 1 game today, but all of the other games wins for him. What a huge day for him.
Oh yeah, I remember talking to Josh at lunch. He was saying that he lost a game where he played 2 phonies. It was one of his worst games of all time. But other than that, he has been killing it, and he's about to be the sole leader
Yeah.
in this game. So THOU, sensible play from Jason Keller, hoping for something that is going to score 28, bring him to 378 to 391. David Eldar to respond.
Yeah.
What did we say Jason was going to draw?
He'll draw the D, so he'll have Dueth available through the OE that he just played.
Okay.
Eldar will probably want to block that. I imagine that's the best play for Jason. I don't think it'll be a winning play, but if there's a way that Eldar can deal with it, that will be good going into this endgame.
Yeah, a little tricky to block that play, but as long as David Eldar goes out in 2, he's still going to win this game. So he's going to try and work things out. He had a tough end game in the, not the previous, but the one before this against Dave Wiegand. But in this particular instance, let's see if he can solve things. ARO in the bottom left, making AHA, ROE, and OU seems to be the best endgame play for David Eldar, keeping AENT by far his best play, actually.
Yeah, he has many winning plays, arrow blocking, Dueth. A lot of his best plays actually in the end game are blocking Dueth. That just scores so much more for Jason than any other option.
Yeah, keeping TANE, there are so many ways to go out. I guess the best of which I'm struggling to find.
There's many spots.
But yeah, this is a winning end game for David Eldar. So he's going to take one over one of the leaders. He's made such a run today, both him and Josh Castellano. And guess what? They weren't done playing Scrabble. During lunch, they were both analyzing their games from the morning. Can you believe that?
Dedication is unreal.
Scrabble is in our blood at this Causeway Challenge, the biggest tournament of the decade. I've even heard rumors the next Causeway Challenge is in 2028. And the results of my engine analysis have come through. Thou was Jason Keller's best play in the pre-end game, but there was no way for him to win. There was no shot at him overtaking David Eldar with perfect play. So kudos to him for making the best play. Yeah, 2028, maybe 800 players. Who knows? I think 2028 is going to be back in Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
That's the rumor we're hearing. Another rumor, but potentially almost set in stone now, a best of 15 match at the Albany Superstars tournament this July between Nigel Richards and Adam Logan, Chloe?
What? That sounds amazing. I cannot wait to tune into that. That is going to be a match for the ages.
Yeah. I mean, a grudge match, world champion having taken down Nigel at Worlds last year in Accra, Ghana. Nigel's going to have his chance to prove himself against Adam. 15 games in downtown Colony, New York State. This is not Bangkok, Thailand, but it is an actual gigantic Scrabble hub, 2 tournaments per year, and the biggest of which, the Albany Superstars, top prize $20,000 US. Some of the best players in the world will be in attendance as well. So, huge thanks to Bob Lynn for sponsoring that event. And maybe we'll do some fundraising to increase the prize pool for Adam Logan versus Nigel Richards, Chloe.
Yeah, we should. That's such a massive event. We want it to be as high stakes, as exciting as possible. Of course, both of those players will always bring their A game regardless of the prize money, but it can't hurt to up the stakes and make it as tense, as competitive as possible.
David Eldar considering Randier through the R and the DI on the top of the board. That's a good play. Doesn't block Doeth, though. I think Jason Keller is going to play that if he sees it. It's going to be a very close game, but this is going to be good enough.
Yeah, this will result in an, I think, 11-point win. Nope, more than that. A 16-point win for David Eldar after Randier. Doeth will come down, which Eldar will follow up with Jado at the top from the J of Jumars. Will Anderson in the chat suggesting Feign blocking Doeth. That's the second best endgame after Arrow, ARO, parallel thou.
So Randier has been committed. 2 minutes, 13 seconds left on David's clock. Plenty of time. And Doeth coming down and David being like, oops, I did not see that. Oops, 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 oops. I love his emotions. That's 4-12 to 4-9. So for a second, Jason Keller in the lead. But yes, Jato from the J in Jumars is probably David's follow-up. Or maybe just Toya, right?
Sure.
That's 16 points.
One
rather
fewer.
than 17, but it'll be good enough. 427 to 412. David Eldar wins this game on stream. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Lost there. I should have played Val.
Should have played.
The AU.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got lost there. I thought there
It
was
was a
more
very,
depth on
it was a very difficult situation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I struggled a lot as well.
Yeah. It's like, no, I just realized I just wasn't up. I thought there was more of everything.
Yeah.
And so I thought, oh, I'm going to get it back. And I actually had the opportunity to play SH again if I wanted to.
Yeah, I noticed that. Where did it go?
Just there. But, I mean, I'm not going to.
Oh, you're dead at that
Yeah,
point.
no. I was dead at that point. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel like I played that better than that one point. Then I think about it, and then I might not win anyway. But just that. Well, if I do drop both twos like I did, then I have hotties. When I play now, I have hotties. Yes. And then although, I mean, I'm sure you had some way of blocking that anyway.
Which,
but I guess.
Doeth?
What? No. I meant if I had played Vow instead of.
Oh.
I threatened.
What did I have? I can't even remember. Oh, actually, I probably would have just left it, to be honest. What did you have?
Well, that's what I had. A-E-I-O-U-H-S.
Oh.
Which is why I'm saying if I play Vow and I get hotties off of that.
And you get what?
Hotties.
Hotties?
H-O-T-T-I-E-S.
Oh, is that what you would have got?
Possible.
Yeah.
Possible, because I drew TTH out of the die on that. So.
Okay. Or you could have got nothing.
I could have got nothing, right. Right. But no, that's
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have been able to deal with that. What would I have done now? Eon? No, not great. Oh, that's not even a word. Maybe I would have just played something across
yeah,
there.
right. That's what I'm saying. Although,
I don't know. It's pretty dicey. Like I scored
yeah,
like 10.
yeah, and then maybe I go
Yeah,
here
I
at
think
that point.
I think I
'cause
would play there honestly, just because
yeah,
I'm. S-
or yeah, because I thought, I mean, I thought about it, but I was
oh,
also,
actually, oh, so sorry, go.
because I was actually like greedy for picking up. Right, there were two N's left. I was greedy for trying to pick up the N and go here with the fourth
I
outline.
think I would have played Faan if I saw it. FAAN.
Oh, FAAN. Yeah, okay,
And then it becomes very tight and
Right,
gross and
right.
weird.
But the thing, or at least then I can take this spot. From
Yeah, I
a
think
point.
you
Yeah.
needed to apply more pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because like, when I saw this,
Yeah.
like unseen to me was like Tata
Yeah.
hash. I don't
Yeah.
even know if you know that.
What?
Tata hash? Yeah, exactly. Like that's the kind of stuff that was
Oh,
unseen
yeah,
to me.
yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
like
no,
crap
and
that
like I said, I thought there was
it's like
more
shit
of
that's
that.
so
Yeah.
unlikely that I don't even know if
Yeah.
you know if
Yeah.
you've studied that low.
Oh, I mean, I have. The question is, can I pull it?
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
The question is,
Yeah,
can I
well,
pull
exactly.
it? Because
Took me long enough.
I'm rolling a lot of ones. Like I'm playing bad phonies, and then I'm finding things like juratory.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you did.
Yeah.
All right, GG. Yeah, what a great game from David Eldar. Pulling ahead by 15 points in the end against Jason Keller. We are going to be right back, probably in around 15 minutes, with the final round of day 3 of the Causeway Challenge. It has been incredible to witness all of the Scrabble in the world. 108 live stream games for you, for your viewing pleasure, and so many more annotated games. One potentially the best of which just happened on table 7, 604 to 511. Uksha versus Darren Koo. Take a look at that. Go to woogles.io/broadcasts/causeway-2026 to look at any of the annotated games from the last 29 rounds. Crazy stuff going on. One round to go today, Chloe. Wow.
That was an amazing game.
Come on.
Let's go. Let's take a break. See you in 15 minutes.
Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge round 30 of 36. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis to call the game. Joshua Castellano versus Jason Keller, 2 Americans. How do you feel about that?
Feeling excited. We haven't seen Josh Castellano yet. We've seen a lot of Jason Keller. Josh is on a great streak today. I think he's only lost 1 game today. Just coming off of a big something like 100-point win in his last game versus Dave Wiegand. Excited to see what he does in this game.
Absolutely. So the players are seated, just about ready to go. We can pan to the board. Yeah, these guys have played each other a lot. I would want to pull up their head-to-head record. They're both on the East Coast of the United States, but this is probably their most important match ever. It's looking extremely tight at the top of the standings. It might actually be that 24 or 24 and a half wins will be enough to take down the Causeway Challenge 2026. 6 rounds tomorrow after this final round of the day, each of which will be a King of the Hill match. So that means player in first place plays player in second place, third plays fourth, fifth plays sixth, over and over and over till the bottom.
Yep.
87th plays 88th. Let's not forget about that matchup. Every single round. So that will mean a little bit longer breaks between rounds, a little bit more suspense for you guys at home. If you're watching on MeWatch, welcome to Competitive Scrabble. Love to see you. Love to have you. If you're watching on YouTube, let us know what you think, how you've been enjoying the coverage so far. This is the biggest stream production of all time in competitive Scrabble.
Yeah, it's been huge. We have been, Josh Castellano versus Jason Keller's head-to-head record up here. They've played 76 times in North American tournaments, with Josh slightly ahead at 41 wins and 35 losses in their head-to-head record.
Wow, that's a lot of games. Average score 442 to 433. So it's definitely anyone's game here. But if you had to choose, Josh Castellano, slight overdog in this game, especially since he's going first, which definitely incurs an advantage. Alrighty, 7 tiles out of the bag. Clock has been started. O-F-O-L-U.
N-I.
Right, so folio possible here, keeping UN. Unfool for 20, keeping just an I. If you really want to get rid of that U, I think folio is the play here, Chloe.
Yeah, folio looks good. Scores a bit better, keeping UN. He's also looking at, he's just alphagramming the rack. Always want to make sure you're spotting all the options. Yeah, folio looks good to me. Keeping UN is fine. I think it's pretty close between folio and unfool, though.
Absolutely. Josh sporting that Woogles.io hoodie. He has many of them. You always see him wearing it. You wonder if it's the same one. No, he told me the other day. I have multiple Woogles hoodies. There's Woogles merch for sale here at the tournament. I was gonna think Josh was gonna do something that he does pretty often here, looking for plays, but he hasn't done it. So I'm not gonna tell you guys what he does until he actually does it. But over to Jason Keller.
Yes, with a pretty ugly rack on his rack, he has set up glug. This will go above the I and O of folio, making GI and LO. That looks pretty solid.
Yeah, Glug for 18 points, keeping CIS, setting up the S hook in a very lucrative spot, and just getting rid of all of the junk at once, those 2 Gs and the U. Josh Castellano, on the other hand, has drawn BEDINUY. He will not have an S, he will not have an S to hook onto Glug, but he will have some underlapping potential at the very least. But actually, even better, a double-double, Chloe.
Yes, Bedouin available for Josh, but through the O of folio, that'll score 40 points. BEDOUIN. That is definitely the play here. He can also consider buy underneath folio and glug, making Gib and LOU, but I think that the 13 extra points of Bedouin make that play worth it, despite the pretty good leave of buy of DEIN.
Yeah, and let's see. Josh alphabetizing his rack again pretty vigorously, by the way. He's got some energy in the final round of the day.
Did Jason pick up a blank? I think he did.
Yes, he does. He has a blank. He has an amazing rack now, actually. He's drawn into, I think, ACDIRS blank.
Two
Yeah, two
eyes.
eyes. But that's a great draw for him. Cersoid will fit with the Glugs, making the blank an O, no matter what Josh does. So buy is a great play. Underlapping, making GIBLOU, but Bedouin for 40, probably slightly preferred here.
Yeah. What Josh is doing is testing each tile through the O right now. He's picking up each one so that he has 6 on his rack and seeing, does this make a 7-letter word with the O of folio? Am I seeing a double-double? I don't know if he's seen Bedouin yet, though, or maybe he's just debating it with buy.
Yeah, it's a good system. Many players use it, and this is what I was you stole my thunder. I was gonna explain that. But if he put his finger over the Y, he would see Bedouin, Beduin, as a possibility, but there we
There he
go.
goes. Okay, good find.
Yeah, so that's 40 points, probably worth doing over by BUY for 27. The engine is going to say it is quite close between the two, but we'll see. See what Josh chooses. Do you choose a really nice combination? Do you choose to maximize your score? I would play Bedouin, Chloe.
Yes, I would too. You take the points and move. Looks like he's thinking of buy, writing down the options, maybe debating the value of this leave. Josh is someone who's known for knowing exactly what combinations of letters are better than others, but he goes with Bedouin. We like this choice. Take the points.
Yeah, when in doubt, take the points. That is a great adage for Scrabble. And Jason Keller now with his blank rack is going to be able to play the play he lined up earlier, Cersoid. He also has that playable underneath with Bedouins now for
Yeah.
extra points. Before he scored 75, now he can get 83 from it. I don't think he's going to miss this new hook that has been made available by Josh Castellano.
Yeah, and here it comes, Cersoid coming down for 83. This is Jason's best bingo, and he plays it very quickly, wasting no time.
Yeah, before Josh Castellano even takes a look at his new tiles. So there they are, AAMTTSY. So a little bit of duplication to work with here, but nothing you can't deal with in one move. Matey through the E of Bedouins is 24, keeping AST, which is pretty nice. Now Josh has an S for Glugs, and most likely Jason just does not. So that hook is one of the prime ways for Josh Castellano to make his way back into this game. He's down 35 points. Nothing to sneeze at, but nothing massive either.
Yeah, Matey seems like the great play for Josh here. He could also play Yam alongside Bedouins, next to the B and E of Bedouins. But I think I just prefer Matey. Clean up the rack as best possible. Unduplicate the T.
Gosh, look at that draw for Jason. Triple T ZNVU.
Ooh.
That's probably the worst draw we've seen all
Yeah,
tournament.
but he can play Tiz. He doesn't have to exchange this turn.
It's crazy. He is keeping some of the worst tiles ever. But yeah, Josh Castellano is going to have to think about this. He's probably trying to remember values in his head. Matey for 24, keeping AST. What is the leave of AST worth? The leave is the tiles you leave behind. Yam for 28. What if I add a T to my leave? Does that decrease its value by 4 or more points? That is what he's asking himself here. Stat is a good combination of 4 tiles. Among duplicated tiles, keeping 2 T's is not a huge deal, especially with an S behind. So Yam is totally fine here. You could also play Tay on the left of Bedouins for 21 in order to just keep an M and score with it potentially next turn. But I feel like it's between Matey and Yam for me.
Yeah, I don't think you play Tay. Tay also setting up some big plays, but on the other side that sets up the X for Yex, the Z for Yez. I wouldn't do that.
You know, do you play? I mean, after Matey or after Yam, do you really play Tiz here if you're Jason, or do you just exchange those other 5
I
and
think you
hold Tiz back and maybe hope for a higher scoring play?
take the 32, hope for a bailout draw next turn. If you don't get one, then you maybe exchange. But I see what you're saying. It doesn't seem like a great board for the Z as it stands, so that's why I would take the points now.
Yeah, for those unaware, the difference in value between a Q and a Z is massive. You see the 10 points on both of the bottom right edges of those tiles, meaning they have the same point value, but their actual intrinsic value as tiles couldn't be further apart. The Q, the worst tile in Scrabble, and the Z, the third best, only behind the S and the blank tile. So for those that want to keep a Q, try to draw a big play with it, get rid of it, please. We don't like that tile here. It's going to saddle you for so many turns in a row, so often.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest things for new Scrabble players to wrap their heads around, that despite this tile scoring 10 points, it's actually the worst tile in the game. I started a Scrabble club at the school I work at this past year, and all the kids were shocked when I told them that's the worst tile. Matey coming down, we like this choice. Good decision. I like not keeping the double T's here despite the 4 fewer points for Matey over Yam.
Yeah, over to Jason Keller. After this play, Engine saying, do not play Tiz. It's a slight mistake. You should just exchange, hope for a better future. And there we go. Exchange 5 very, very quickly. We love this decision, or at least I love this decision.
Yeah.
Jason Keller. And Mastaba. Oh my
No
gosh.
Mastaba.
Poor Josh Castellano just floated an M out in space, but there's not room
And
for that 8-letter word,
and
but
no
he's showing us he saw it.
bachatas either. Both of those letters floating in the wrong spot for Josh on this turn.
But you have to move on. You have to try and find your best play. And the best play here is, I think, not pedestrian, but pretty obvious if you know your 5-letter words, BACHA, through the C in Cersoid, setting up the S. Bach, I think, means a small child. Josh Castellano, among other things, not only does he study the words, he studies their definitions. He knows the definitions of pretty much every single word up to 6 letters long. So if you ask him after the game, what is that word? BACHA. Among Scrabble players, most of them will say, I don't know. I just know it's a valid word. Josh Castellano will immediately recite small child, Basha. Actually, I'm going to check this.
The effort that goes into learning every single definition for every word, in addition to the validity of the words, cannot be understated. It's a huge undertaking, but it's very useful in knowing when a word can be pluralized, if it's a noun, if it's a verb, that means you can extend it with ed or ing, or if it's an adjective and maybe has no hooks at all.
Yeah, definitely great point there. So 36 points on offer for Josh Castellano. That was a weird pronunciation of his name. 36 points. So he is now up 124 to 99. Jason Keller keeping a Z and a T, keeping nice options for next turn. He's drawn 3 E's, an I, and a K. And now I think maybe you just play ZE at the bottom left.
I think eek is better. EKE parallel along the left of Botcha, making EH and KA, keeping the Z once again. The Z is just a great tile. So there seems to be a lot of upside in holding on to it since these plays are both high scoring. Though ZE 12 points more than Eek at 32. ZE is 44. It's a close call.
Yeah, I think it's between those two plays. Other than that, the engine giving a ridiculous idea. KETE above the ID of Cersoid, setting up ZE for next turn for 60 plus points. But yeah, this makes a lot more sense. This is a human play. 32, keep an even better lead than last turn. And instead of scoring 0, we've got 32. We've retaken the lead. We like this decision.
Yeah, this seems good. Josh has some high scoring counter plays now through the eye of Cersoid. He can play Valis, VALIS, or Paddies, PADIS, to score pretty well.
Yeah, that's great. Now that the EH is on the board, you can hook that with an S. Josh needs to lock into the fact that something has changed on this board. He no longer has the possibility of hooking bachas and making a word starting in S, but now he has the possibility of using that S for a huge score. I think he's going to take it. It's an even game. Of course, you're giving up your chance at glugs, potentially, unless you draw a new S next turn, but I like VALIS here.
Yeah, that looks really good. There's no really other good options to keep the S. He could play something like div through the eye of Bedouins, but it just doesn't score enough, I think, at only 15 points. The leave is pretty good, ALPST, but that doesn't outweigh the 42 points you're getting for Valleys.
Yeah, the points don't lie in many cases in Scrabble. Just take them and run. VALIS, by far the best play, 42 points. And we'll see if Josh lines it up. There we go. Looks like he has, but he's giving us
Shuffling
a little bit of a scare. Yeah, he's considering Padis and Valis. Padis, of course, would leave the V, which is one of the worst tiles in Scrabble. He's weighing the pros and the cons. I think he's going to come to the conclusion that you have to play off
Yeah.
the V.
Yeah, I've never played Josh over the board, but I'm noticing now as I watch him, he has one of the harder to read tile shuffling methods of a lot of players. He seems to be shuffling them around with everything he's considering, but not really indicating much of which play he's leaning towards.
Yeah, on the other hand, we've been talking about Jason Keller's method. He has OAZE lined up here. He was thinking of a doze through the D of Cersoid. There's also the possibility of playing Zoo now and Oba. He's gotten an extra point for that play, but a doze looks great to get rid of that triple, retake the lead. Zoo also pretty nice. Good chances at drawing a 7-letter word next turn. Those plays are kind of different. I feel like a doze is a more defensive play, and Jason potentially going to do that instead of Zoo.
Yeah, I think I might prefer Zoo slightly. I like keeping the AEIT leave. OIT is definitely not as good. This is 4 more points, but I don't know, I think I prefer Zoo.
Yeah, both triples are round equally dangerous. Probably the triple on the middle left a little bit more dangerous. So yeah, maybe you want to play Zoo or even Zoea in that same spot instead, just to sacrifice 1 point over a doze. But this is a good play. Josh Castellano has drawn the QU combination. Can he do something good about that this turn, Chloe?
Seems like the best he can do is die quat through the A of Matey. This will score 34 points. It's better than any other play he has by a decent margin.
Yeah, Daiquat looks quite good. It's not the easiest play to spot. That A and Métis a little bit off the beaten path. You might be looking through the tiles that were just opened by Jason Keller. Unfortunately, there isn't anything great through those. So yeah,
Yeah.
Daiquat for 34. We're hoping Josh Castellano finds this. Probably the best play in the position.
Yeah, what an
And
awful
wow.
draw for Jason.
Oh,
3
God.
O's, 2 I's, and a C he has.
Right, Chloe. OTI, not a good looking leave, but drawing 2 more O's to go with it and another I, that's just brutal.
Terrible. Yeah, that is not what he wanted to see at all. Not going to have a lot of options with this rack. Maybe something like Ku and Oba available, but it's not looking good. It's not a play you necessarily want to make keeping IIOT.
Yeah, wow. Jason looking at also playing Kuti to the E of a doze. That's an awful play too. It's just 9 points keeping IO.
Yeah, when you're scoring less.
And
Oh, this is a
okay.
miss.
This is definitely a miss. I think Daiquat was just a little bit too hard for Josh to see in this position. Quipu for 26 is a good play, keeping a D and R and a T, but putting 8 points off the table.
This will give back Saito, CITO, parallel to Quipu on the right, making QI, UT, and IO. That'll score 27. Definitely the best scoring option for Jason. I think that's worth playing over something cleaning up the rack a bit more like Cootie.
Yeah, sometimes you don't get punished for mistakes. In this particular instance, Josh might not know it, but he's just given Jason a much better option than he had prior to this move in Sito. And let's see if he lines it up. He
Still
hasn't
think
lined it
could
up yet.
be.
And Josh drawing a bunch of consonants. That was the other issue. He left 3 consonants on his rack instead of 2. Daiquat would have left a nice PR combination. DRT is pretty good, but only if you draw a couple vowels. Josh drawing 1 vowel, 3 consonants. Not so unlikely. So he's going to have to take a turn or 2 to try and untangle from that situation. So Jason Keller needs to find Sito for 27. Otherwise, he could play something like IO. IO at to the right of the OZ of a doze for 17. I guess that's a much better balance. It keeps Sito for next turn, maybe blocking some overlaps.
I was
He's
thinking
also-
maybe
yeah,
exchanging.
maybe he wants to exchange here.
think-
That's what he's doing.
I think that's necessary. I think the play of Saito or a bunch of other things, honestly, were worth playing. What do you think about this IT? I guess there's only 2 I's left in the bag. That's probably why he decided to keep the I. There are 4 T's out. I might have considered throwing back the T given the vowel to consonant ratio we currently have in this bag.
Yeah, I think he just didn't see the overlap of Sito and really didn't like his options that weren't Sito. So understandable. IT was probably the best 2-tile combination to keep. But yeah, definitely a missed opportunity for Jason Keller. He
Yeah.
was not punished, or he was not able to punish Josh Castellano's miss of Daiquat.
Now Josh will be able to score pretty well alongside a doze. He has war, sit up, WAR, making OW, ZA, and ER. That looks really solid. Scores 32 points. Gets rid of the double R's on his rack. He's also thinking draw potentially. That would go underneath folio. Scores a lot less though. I think war is the call.
Yeah, we're we're pacifists over here, but I do think war is the best play in this position. The only problem with this play is what if Jason Keller drew that X? Zach's plays would score around 60, maybe even upwards of 70 points if Jason Keller drew that X, but he did not. So now he's in some trouble with his triple N draw. Geez, can Jason Keller draw a little bit better?
Yeah, he loves these triplicates this game, it seems. He has a really fun word available, Nyanza, to the ZA, Nyanza. That looks pretty good to me.
Wow, that is a cool option. 20 points, keeping INT, preventing terrible, devastating Zach's plays. War could have been a setup, maybe, but Tunny instead. This makes sense too, keeping AIN behind. Yeah, this is a decent play, but played relatively quickly. Jason Keller's only used 6 minutes, and the game is more than half over. Feels like he could have taken maybe a little bit longer on that turn to look for better options, but Tunny is a great play.
Yeah, now Josh can take out the Zach's threats with a play like Div through the Eye of Cersoid, making DA and Vow. This will Zach's will still play, but it'll obstruct plays that go parallel. And you can't put a vowel after Vow. So
Yeah, lots of upside to this play. The
This
only
seems great.
downside is keeping 2 R's, but that's definitely workable, especially considering that Josh can draw a bunch of 7-letter words either underneath the LO of folio in the center of the board, or from glugs, potentially starting with S. So Josh is not going to hesitate to play this for 27, and if he draws a vowel or 2, he's going to be in great shape to take commanding lead of this game. He's already up 57 points after a bunch of terrible draws from Jason Keller.
Yeah, and Jason with a more balanced rack now, but still no bingo. He has PE set up. This goes nicely next to Zaw, making Zap and ERE. This seems like a good play.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else to consider here. I wouldn't be surprised if this comes down very quickly, but yeah, 18 minutes, 30 seconds still on Jason Keller's clock. Will he need to use that time? Will he want it back later? I don't know what I was trying to say. Yeah,
It's been a long minute.
EE for 33, I think the best play for Jason Keller. What has he drawn?
Josh has this phony set up on his rack. Froster's not valid. This would play underneath folio, making GIF and LOR. No one knows how to pronounce that word. I hope he doesn't go for this. Oh no.
Okay, this is for sure going to come off the board. Josh, unsure of the validity of this, but I think he's going to go ahead and play it. Jason Keller almost certain to challenge this. We'll see. Has this been put on hold? I don't actually. Yes, okay.
Oh, that's bad.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I think just 4 there, FOR in that spot.
This is coming off. Huge swing in Jason Keller's favor.
Maybe Josh knows. He made a face.
Wow.
Oh, that's not good. The phony bingos today, Josh will not be happy with that.
Yeah, Froster invalid, unfortunately. So many words like this. Frosted is a word and takes an S. Some confusion here. Josh's strongest, I think, strongest suit is his word knowledge, but he will make the odd mistake here and there, just like anybody at the top here. So 24 points ahead is Josh Castellano. He had the opportunity to continue to pad his lead, but unfortunately, he's just lost his turn. Jason Keller to respond with ADEEINR. What do you do now? You know Josh's full rack. Do you try to block what he could possibly play? Or do you just work on your own stuff, work on your own situation? Is there a way to set your tiles up knowing that Josh doesn't have a D? Can you set up a D somewhere?
Yeah, there's a lot to think about now.
Is Jason going to think though? He's been playing so quickly this game.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to fish, there's a decent option of just Valise making KAE in the bottom left corner. There's some scoring options. There's a lot to think about here, and it not even considering that he has full information of Josh's rack. Looks like we're gonna go with Reed, kind of an option in the middle. This scores 24 points, keeps EIN. I might have chosen to either fish or take more points here.
Yeah, this is a good play by Jason Keller. Again, he's only taken 30 seconds per move. This blocks Fro and Oba, but
4 is better anyway, I feel.
4.
Under GIF and Lou.
Yeah, that is a higher score. It will also block the board, which maybe Jason doesn't want. He's still behind. The scores are completely tied here, but Jason Keller definitely behind, given that it's Josh Castellano's turn. But yeah, the time pressure might start building and the psychological pressure of just losing his turn. But Fro or 4 underneath for 25. I think these were the 2 best options for Josh Castellano. And Jason Keller has drawn 1 E too many, AEEEINT. So he's probably just going to play EE.
He has a really nice play of Teed available, TEAED to the D of Bedouins, making Red, me, AA, and Tef. That's extremely hard to see.
Wow, if he spots this, I will stop saying that he's playing too fast because Teed and Tread for 28.
Yes, and
that's one of the harder finds we've seen.
Another great option, another very hard to find that he had available last turn as well. Inage through the N of Tunny and the G of Glug, making QI in Pa. Both of those scoring a lot of points on the board with a rack that doesn't seem like he would be able to.
And all right, it seems like Jason Keller might have slowed down for the first time this game. EE is the obvious choice. Keeping AEINT, that's a very good combination. But yeah, he's going to be able to score a little bit more. Not sure what the best play is for Jason. I think everything is somewhat close in this position, but he knows Josh is sitting on a beautiful REST. Can he do anything about that? Probably not. It's going to be a tough one for Jason Keller.
Yeah. It's hard when you have this information about your opponent. You think they're close to a bingo, you might want to react, but Jason himself building towards a bingo will probably just want to continue guaranteeing some sort of options following Josh's bingo. Looks like he is going to react more defensively with a G. Very defensive.
Oh, that's a great way to play defense here and just try and prevent Josh Castellano from getting a bingo down. I love this pivot for Jason Keller.
Yeah, that's a nice adjustment. I like that as well. Josh now very quickly going to come back with Ox under Matey for 38. Looks very good.
Yeah, hard to pass up a nice 40 points keeping
wow.
EIRST, but look at that draw for Jason Keller. Retina blank, one of the best possible racks in the game.
Yeah, it
He's
doesn't
going to be able to bingo here.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. He only has one bingo through the Y, tyramine. So he has to find this. His play made it quite difficult to bingo on.
Yeah, I mean, this is just showing the strength of the play of a G defending against Josh Castellano's beautiful leave of REST, but tyramine is definitely a bingo that Jason Keller can find. I'm very surprised it's the only one, though. Let's see if he can find it.
Yeah, and Josh with a few 7-letter words on his rack, but after the play of tyramine, none of those will fit on this board. So this would be a great play for Jason to take the lead and prevent, well, it's not like Josh's bingos can go down anyway, but continue preventing Josh from bingoing.
Yeah, so Jason Keller taking some time to try and find a playable bingo, but he's done a number on this board, so it's pretty obvious where you're going to be looking. That Hawaiian Tunny, the only thing jutting out on this board that is open space. He's going to be locked into that, and let's see, he's already spotted it. That is a very, very quick find. But this is why we study. This is why we train ourselves to find these words as quickly as possible. Jason Keller still doing quite well in this game. He's going to be up around 20 points after this play. And Josh Castellano is going to have a decision on his hands. And it's a little bit scary, right? Like if Josh does something and inserts his tiles to the right of tyramine, for example, and Jason Keller draws into another bingo, it's just curtains. It's just game over. So this is a little bit confusing of a position, I would say.
Yeah, he has a tough turn ahead of him. Some sneaky moves with the Q available. Quite looks really good, I would say. It doesn't give it anything back. It scores well. If he might want to try to open himself up, but with one S remaining in the pool, it'll be hard to know how much he wants to really set up the S here.
Yeah, absolutely. Quitter. How do you choose between these plays? You have to first find them. It's kind of weird to consider a move through the Q and the T in the middle of the board. Not sure what to do here, but like I said, if you do something that opens the right side and Jason pounces on that, he's drawn into Owliest. Oh my goodness, that fits to the right of the NE. This is huge for Jason Keller. I don't think Josh is going to be able to block that, but maybe it's still going to be a close game after a bingo exchange.
Yeah, and wow, on that turn when Josh tried Froster, he was in such a good position. He could have just played this play of Fro originally. Instead, things totally switched around. Now with a bingo that goes nowhere on his rack, what will Josh do?
6 minutes, time pressure building. It's going to be a tough one. It looks like UIC, Uric, is going to be the choice, but look at this play. The problem with this play is, like I said, Jason Keller bingos. Now the right side of the board's totally closed. The C inhibiting everything. I think this is game over now, Chloe.
This is going to be extremely hard for Josh to come back from. After Owliest, there will be nothing available for him to do on this board. He picks up the J and the H. So he's going to have to work through those before he even thinks about opening the board again.
Wow, wow, wow. Owliest out of nowhere. Jason Keller about to score 80 points. How is Josh Castellano going to untangle here? I think it's over.
Yeah, he can play Jin and QI, but there's no Ds left to hook onto that. I have no idea what he can do to give himself a chance in this game. I think there's not enough time and not enough open space on this board to do that.
Well, yeah, Jason Keller's about to play 7 tiles and leave only 1 tile in the bag, so it's just going to be totally over. And I don't know what Jason's thinking about. This is his only bingo. It's absolutely a hole-in-one, but he's taking the time to track
Track it.
tiles. I guess that makes sense. I guess he knows what he's going to do. He doesn't have to think. He's in a pretty good flow state here, but little does Josh know, game is over. There's really, really no coming back from this Owliest play, and that's exactly what I was worried about. Can't believe it materialized.
Wow.
And some updates from the other 2 boards, Aditya Iyengar versus Madhav. On board 1, Madhav is off to an amazing start. Maybe the game already completely over. 506, 324. Dave Wiegand above Harshan by 72, 432 to 360. Very interesting stuff. It's a battle of Americans and Madhav at the top of this Causeway challenge. Also Thatcha in the mix. Who knows who's going to win? Nobody's running away with it, but Owliest means Jason Keller is running away with this game. And Josh Castellano getting the bad news. He's down
Yeah.
82, 1 tile in the bag. This is over.
Yeah, Josh setting up Jin, but it is in vain. There will be no coming back in this game. He just needs to save spread, figure out the best chances of potentially going out next turn. He also has the word TEHRS available to play with 2 TEW and Zaps. It's a high scoring play. Jin would keep that word available, but that spot probably more likely to be taken.
Indeed, it's really impossible to block the Jin play from Josh's perspective. Jason Keller can't have an I or any other possible way of blocking other than, I guess, menu and
Yeah,
ET
Jin.
or Genu. So leaving Jin available seems to make sense, but also trying to play a few more tiles, as many tiles as possible to guarantee or close to guarantee an outplay is what you'd be looking for here. The problem is you have a J on a closed board.
Yes. And Josh will draw another T out of the bag, so I don't even think he would be going out with that. Though with a lot of letters, maybe the N, for example, the G, he would go out.
And yeah, he has Wretch as well through the Sea of Uric. So I think you play Jin now. Engine saying this is the best possible scenario for Josh Castellano. But yes, this game is totally, totally over. Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
This is what happens at the top level. You make one mistake and it might not be immediate. It might not be for a few turns, but most certainly you're going to suffer the consequences of that at the top level. So Jin coming down, highest score with that J. Jason Keller is going to see that Josh only has 6 tiles. There is nothing left to do. Oh my God, did you see Jason Keller just did
No.
the 6-7 motion because Josh Castellano has 367 points. That is
That's
really funny, but also, wow. Seriously?
maybe not in the moment for that.
I should have
photo.
just acted like I didn't see that.
Don't give it any credit.
See Matt Kanik, game already over. Madhav beating Aditya Yengar by 182.
Wow.
Dave Wiegand, though, 506 to 430. I think that game also finished. Any updates on the other games? There's so many games at the top that were very, very important. I'm going to take a look at those annotated games here. So on board number 9, Ben Schonbrunn versus Kian Boon. Ben has won 492 to 374. On table 8, Sammy Okasaga, legend versus Gomon. The scores are really close. Goman is up by 37 in a close endgame. And on board 7, Nigel Richards versus Napat. By the way, Nigel is out. He cannot win this tournament
Oh,
anymore.
and he was crushed.
And he was crushed by Napat, 585 to 398. If Nigel doesn't even finish in the top 10, that just gives you an idea of how incredibly strong this tournament is. Cameron Farlow versus Andrew Fisher, Battle of Australians on board 6. Cameron has lost 359 to 446. People are storming out of the playing room. Most games are over, but Jason Keller here in this endgame wants to maximize his winning differential. Right now, Tacha versus Chayota, a battle of Thai players, Thai grandmasters. Tacha is up by 100 points, so he's going to probably win that game. And table 5, the last table standing, David Eldar versus Uksha Bandarkar, 427 to 375 in Eldar's favor. I think this is going to go to him. So, money is Jason Keller's play here to the Y in Métis. Josh Castellano either going to play Wretch or Tetch, probably, or maybe Teths or Tears.
Teths being the best play, it seems. Or Tears.
Yeah, Wretch is the play for Josh Castellano. He's going to get over the 400-point mark, but it will not be enough. Very brutal loss after the lost turn with Froster. He's going to be kicking himself for that. That is not what you want to see.
Yeah,
Near
that's
the
a
end of
tough
this
one.
tournament.
Yeah, with only 6 games left after this, every game counts, every spread point counts. Josh will not be happy about that. He was already upset, frustrated about some earlier bingo validity issues. With one more of those, he will not be satisfied.
All right, Nog for 14 is the outplay, bringing Jason Keller to a total of 450 to 403. The game is over. Let's pan to the overhead mic.
Yeah, actually, this is the first game where it was the other person doing something like that. But yeah, you know what? Actually, seriously, does that take an S?
No,
That's why.
I don't think so.
That's why, because I was like,
I
wait,
don't think
Seriously, it says a double, but I'm pretty sure that one doesn't take the S, and I was pretty, I was like.
Yeah, I don't check it, but I don't think it takes.
Yeah, no. That's why, and I was like, okay. So I could, but I one of the points there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was.
Oops. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
if I play that, I have a good shot.
What?
If I just play Fro first.
Yeah. Because also then I had information, and I was actually sitting on AEEEINT.
Ooh.
And that was, so I'm like, oh, I was gonna just play EE, and then I'm like, wait a second, that's actually like a score, and I need a score. So, yeah, so 449 to 403.
Yep.
Okay. Right. Yeah. No, my changes were, my rack was NQTTTBZ. And then CIIOOOT. And that was NQ3Ts VZ. Like, I really didn't have to turn the board for that one. At least with the other one, I was like, Cootie, if you hadn't played here, I had Cogito, which I would have played. But when I saw it, but yeah, that was yeah.
Well,
and-
okie doke.
Okay,
That
I
was
couldn't
a
read-
very, very important win for Jason Keller out of New Jersey versus Josh Castellano. Things are heating up at the top. Josh was in first place prior to this game, but Madhav, with the big, big win in the last round, is going to go ahead again in first place. So things are heating up in the standings. We might get standings view for you guys. Let's see if we can pan to that right now, but still some games in progress. We don't have all of the results, but we know that Josh Castellano has lost, so he's going to be at 20-10. Very, very good record for him, of course. Madhav at 21-9 after this game. Tacha Kurwat at 29-1, so he's going to be in second place. David Eldar is going to probably beat Uksha, so he's going to be at 20-10 as well. So he's going to go right ahead of Josh Castellano and going to get in third place. Anyways, lots of things happening. So much to consider going into tomorrow's 6 rounds, Chloe. It's going to be, I think, a photo finish.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. I can't wait for the last 6 games. We've got the King of the Hill finished, as Josh has been talking about. It's going to be so exciting. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow with the earlier start at 8 a.m. local Bangkok time instead of our usual 8:30 start time.
Absolutely. Rest up. The best Scrabble is yet to come. We will see you tomorrow. Signing off for now at the 2026 Causeway Challenge.